also stolen them on Xayah, and even Yunara of all things too. So
what is that? Is that game sense or what is that? That he's the only one who can do it. So
that's just Guma things.
It is him. It's just him. He is him.
He is him, exactly.
Balls pentakill is my personal favorite though.
All right,
you
that
asked
should
which one's my
totally
favorite.
win. But speaking of brackets, let's take a look at our Swiss stage bracket as we head into the final stages of Swiss. How do we feel overall about the draw?
How the hell is KT the team that has got it? That's the thing I want to look at, because like out of all the teams here from the LCK, the fact that it's KT that goes 3-0 is just mind-boggling to me.
Actually so funny, and it is so applicable. What's really crazy too though is BLG, #1 LPL seed, is down there in the elimination bracket already with T1 of all teams. There are certainly sharks down there in the elimination bracket already.
Okay, cool.
It's crazy. I feel like for EU and NA, there's been some bad draws
and some good draws.
I was going to say 100 Thieves Road versus FlyQuest Road is like, oh, you beat BLG, congratulations.
Big Dopes wants the challenge. You know? He wants the hard path.
They take it in stride. Also, Kobe. What's up with Jarvan? Does he suck?
Honestly, I still think the kit is fine. Like, the champion is well designed. I think it's a fine pick. It has been over prioritized early on in the tournament, so it got early picks previously.
Oh, Fnatic, are they still in?
On the last day.
Wow, Shox, wow.
Razork and Karsa both had really good Jarvan games on our last day that we just saw of Swiss stage. Unfortunately for them, they only won the Jarvan games, and both teams got eliminated afterwards.
Oops.
But they showed, you know, how you should use Jarvan. Early priority on ganks. They were able to snowball, and critically, Dagda, they picked them into immobile carries that couldn't just get out of Cataclysm, and so they had a lot of good combinations.
Yeah, I think if you mess it up, it's so easy to go wrong with like supports having access to heal and exhaust, and you've also got redemptions. It's very difficult to finish someone off in the backline. So if you mess it up, J4 is not having a good time.
Yeah.
It's a comp issue, not a Jarvan the 4th issue.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, too, if you early pick Jarvan, then you are picking your jungler, so you can't, like, throw in a Trundle if they pick Sion. And Sion has been, like, a super good pick, so you really need to have counters to Sion, so.
Makes sense. I wonder if we're going to see Jarvan today, and I hope that you allow us to indulge just a little bit, because I know FlyQuest versus G2 is our second series, but we just want to get you started. Also, when the draw happened, a lot of people weren't shy about popping off about that result. Let's take a look.
I saw him practicing it.
If we want West to make quarterfinals, Fly needs to be drawn right now.
Oh no!
We got one team in! We got one team in!
It's the best project for you, Raz. We're coming for you this time.
Hell no!
Let's go! We're so happy.
I cannot wait for this.
Oh, Teemo!
You killed Teemo!
Yes, go Teemo too! Honestly, though, I feel like FlyQuest, even if they had drawn some of the LPL and LCK teams, would be excited as well.
Really?
Yeah, because we want to see them get through that way, but versus EU, that's got to be the best, you know? We got the rivalry.
Also, it's for, I think, one of the first times where it's like Seed 1 versus Seed 1. I think it was NRG versus G2 when that last happened specifically. And the fact that this should be the best versions of both teams in that regard, Rob. So what is it going to come down to?
I think it's going to come down to the jungle and the support, honestly. And like even talking about the different seeds, like when we saw these two teams face off against at MSI, it was G2 coming in as the second seed, whereas the first seed for NA. So I think across the board, I just cannot wait to see how this one's going to face off.
My read is kind of that I know what I'm going to get from FlyQuest. They are very, very good, specifically in these matchups. We saw it at MSI. But for me, it's going to be, did G2 actually get better? We watched a BLG game, but people want to say, well, BLG's playing really badly. You still have to drive it home. We saw them in Madrid as well. So is that going to be what makes a difference?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am a little bit worried here because G2...
He's worried!
They look significantly better than they did at MSI. For sure, this G2 is definitely a better team than that team that FlyQuest 3-0'd at MSI.
I mean, I guess they got a little bit of time to
showing
this
that
matchup before they
creativity
do the
and
next
champ
one.
select that everybody knows and loves about G2. You know, throwing down the Onivia, you know, already showing the LeBlanc type of stuff. So
this is a preview for FlyQuest
dangerous. When
G2
G2
that
look
started
comfortable in
there,
the
but it's
draft,
not
that's
for
where
a
they're
series.
Is it? Would you say your
They're
hubris
previewing
is
that much before CFO.
not as
They've
strong
got a
as some of
little
the
more
other
time
NA
before CFO,
representatives,
actually.
or?
No. You got to keep it kind of
It's
low
interesting
key
balancing. So this is kind of
until
looking
we get
behind.
the
This
edge.
is drawing back the curtain
I feel like
of
everyone popping up a little early.
of like
It's
production
okay.
and stuff.
You gotta
Because
be
like
careful.
realistically, a
We've
lot
got
of
it under
global
control.
broadcasts
You gotta be
wants to
careful,
watch
but it's a great
NA
match to look
in terms of
forward
global
to, of course,
broadcasts.
as well as
However,
our first one. It will be CFO taking on HLE.
However, they do also need
and
to
Laura, she did
preview the match,
catch
which
up
is
with
first.
Chawi in our
CFO
Horizon
is
team. They
probably, for
injured.
me, actually the most interesting story that's on.
Shall we thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. Big day, heading into quarterfinals. Tell me about
Yes.
CFO. Looking at the whole year you had, what is the biggest improvement for the team?
I feel like we learn how to play the map a lot better. Just in the past, our region, we usually just lose laning phase, lose everything. And so because we did pretty well in first stand, so we get to scrim against the top teams from LCK and LPL. So we learned a lot from all those scrims.
Now, looking at today's matchup,
That
you got
she
another
did.
LCK team to beat, but you beat the world champion, so I'm thinking I'm not too much worried about you. What is your read on Hanwha Life Esports right now as a team?
I feel like Hanwha Life Esports has really high mechanically skilled players like Zeus. So it's really hard for us to win them. We have to come up with a lot of good strategies and through ban picks and how we play the map to maybe take a game off them. So we'll try to do our best.
All right. Any specific player that you should be careful about?
Hey, Fedit.
I feel like it's going to be the top
8,000 kites. Good to see you all over in Nivia's chat and on YouTube
It's a game.
as well.
It's a mystery.
Top and who? But to
I think top and AD carry probably.
Yeah.
It's probably
Probably
gonna
is,
be
yeah.
probably gonna be Viper down there.
that
so-
makes a lot of sense. When it comes to kind of Chawi talking about the year, I think that for me, CFO has been such a great team to watch because I think in comparison to maybe even some of the teams from my own region, right? They went to all these international tournaments and they learned something every single time, applied it, and got better. And I think that is so inspirational to see for players coming out of that region.
Yeah, and it's also difficult to do when they only dropped a single series over the course of the whole year, right the way back at the start. But it does say a lot about the coaching staff and the players themselves that we have seen them grow over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. And I think a huge portion of that is kind of like the players moving to regions like the LPL, maybe not having the best of times there, but bringing those learnings back. And that's
Welcome
why I'd
on
like
in,
to
everyone.
focus on people like Junja and Doggo, because Junja ended up playing on
This is a really
EDG
fun
with
match.
Viper.
They've got Junja
When
and
they ended up winning
they're chatting
Worlds, it was
Junja and
actually
Dog, of
subbed out
course.
for JJ.
They are
Couldn't find the
not going to
success
bring
there.
this up,
And
are
it's a
they?
similar story when you look across at Doggo. Picked up after a fantastic series at Worlds and moved across to BLG.
Oh, this is the BLG stuff.
Ended up leaving from BLG.
Are they
these
not going to
players
show the
couldn't find
Rammus
same
Humi
success that
game?
These LCK superstars did. Moved back to the LCP and grew their region brick by brick and now find themselves competing with the best in the world.
And they're looking like they 100% deserve to be there. Doggo has
hugely.
actually been insane.
Crazy.
The Draven pick where he's just laning top, gets solo kills in this game. The Caitlyn game as well, amazing from him. And so that's going to be a super exciting matchup versus Viper down there. And Junja, you said it, you know, he
I
has
do
been
actually
running
have a
that
Panda hat
region
myself
for a while.
somewhere.
Really
I'm
impressive
so
stuff.
jealous.
CFO, they've gained
Yeah,
so
I do
many
actually.
fans
And I have a
because
Panda
they
mask, but it's
have
covered in
been
blood from
consistent
Halloween.
in coming to all the
Long story.
international events.
Guess
You
who
know,
woke up
so
in
far
time
this,
for once? I
this
don't know.
year.
Was it?
Doggo
was
has
it
been a
me?
player to watch, but for HLE
That's you,
Viper,
damn.
Dagda is always a
Yes.
player to watch.
This man is insane. Like, he is incredible. No matter what pick you seem to put him onto, he will always perform. Even in their losses on things like the Kaisa, this man was
Viper, yeah,
absolutely
Viper Life Esports.
insane.
That is the
it
right
feels like
person.
at times
I think
he's
AD carry
been
matchup
doing
is
all wrong,
100%
and
the
it
matchup
has
to
to
watch.
be
They've
shutting
chosen the
down
right
him.
matchup.
Even if we didn't get to hear the Joey interview,
Maybe I should do
has
this
to
more
be
just
the
because it'd be
number
more
one
unique.
priority.
But like,
He
I'm
has
very
to
happy
play
to chime
well,
in on
and then
what
he
I think
also has
the
to tell
broadcast
Zeka to
kind of thought
build his
processes
tier.
are
Yeah,
and stuff, right?
Just remind me.
That's
Not
also,
everyone
they're not
is.
going to make that mistake again. Come on.
Not everyone who co-streams like thinks about the
Maybe.
broadcast side of things
Well,
as
when it
much.
comes to this matchup, there are, I
Hello,
think, some
Odin.
things where
How's it going?
CFO could find an edge, although Chawi was very careful. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the draft adaptations and the Scion particularly, because we've seen it be so
True,
instrumental for CFO, and teams just
Hey, we
don't
don't use
want to ban
AI
it
here.
for
We
some
use
reason.
like
I mean, it's an
like,
incredibly strong pick across the entire
Spectres
board
and
for every
Poltergeists.
team, but in particular for
Is that
these
matter?
squads,
Okay,
we traditionally would have
okay.
seen like
So the
one
thing
of
about
the
the
two top
Scion
laners to
is
CFO
you
pick it up.
really
fact that
need the
both of them
Trundle
are
to be
performing
banned.
means that
we
they
need
are
to turn
two
the broadcast
times
volume down, don't
devastating
we?
Should
top
ban it
side of the
twice.
map. Exactly, but I think it's then opening up for some
need to turn the
incredible
broadcast
moments
volume
with
down,
team
no,
fighting,
that's-
being able to weak side, work through these lane swaps, and especially for a team like CFO that is very
this
good
an
at
easy
finding
matchup
picks
for
on
HLE?
side
No,
lanes.
no,
When you're able to
CFO are a
play
very good
away
team,
from a
folks.
Scion, it can open them up for these early leads that are spectacular.
CFO are a very good
and
team.
it's
Do
going to be
not
big on
underestimate
the
them.
side of HLE too. Zeus set a world record for most kills on a Scion at an international event. And so it's dangerous on both sides. I feel like it's going to be definitely a high priority early on in the series. This champion has been kind of the talk of the town now with the meta.
Yeah, it will be. I'd love to, of course, big up the underdog a little bit more. I just think underdog stories are the best, and they could really pull off a Cinderella story here if they do this. Dagda, can you give me one thing that you're very confident in that they should be able to translate into winning moments?
Oh, it's their team fighting. Like, hands down, it has been spectacular to watch. It's the understanding of how to set up at objectives, how they want to try and play around this front-to-back style. And even in their last series against AL, they refused to give up. It was fight after fight. They are trying to catch you at every step of the way. CFO are a team that will not give up easily. And when it comes to the team fighting, they're transitioning those early leads into huge wins.
I think their team fighting is very good. Their team fighting is exceptional, actually.
This sticks out of my mind so much. Just this flash over the wall was so sick to watch.
In this game and in this match, of course, it can qualify you directly to that next round, which is absolutely huge for the likes of CFO, but also for HLE. Peanut wants to make that last dance
when I'm sleeping.
count. He wants to make it work, but it isn't always that easy.
It definitely is not. I mean, CFO are for sure the underdogs going versus HLE. The individual talent on this HLE team is insane. Joey was just about to start talking more about Zeus and how many problems Zeus is going to actually cause for the CFO team.
I see CFO as the
Peanut being in
favorite
his
team.
last dance, it would just be so poetic if they're able to make a really, really strong run here at Worlds this year.
It would be. I think a lot of people would like to see the underdog win for CFO and those players that have worked so hard.
Just for me, can you say that underdogs? You don't go
to
yeah, CFO are really the underdogs in this matchup.
But on the other side, HLE. It would be almost embarrassing if they don't make it to the knockouts. And Peanut, he wants to get it done, that miracle run. Can he do it? And who will we see take a step into those quarterfinals today? Let's see.
Ever since I've gotten into Worlds, I haven't been doing very great.
And just like that, the last hope of Europe is eliminated.
This year, we'll do whatever it takes. If I can bring Europe back on top, it would mean everything to me.
2018 Fnatic, 2019 G2, all those rosters kind of gave me a lot of hope.
Impossible
I
not
got so
to
much hope
Western
seeing
fan,
that
really.
the best of the West could compete with the best of the East.
I think Europe has downgraded a little bit over the years, and I think this year we have to redeem ourselves.
FlyQuest will steamroll G2 as the latest chapter of the rivalry is written as an epitaph for Europe.
I think we are best team in the West, so we're gonna win. Believe in us or don't, we will win anyway.
You're going up against a different kind of G2. One that won't go down easy.
저희는 8강을 무조건 간다는 마음가짐을 왔기 때문에
Impressive stuff from HLE. A single best of 3 away from making it to the quarterfinals.
다음에 상대가 누가 와도 꼭 이긴다는, 무조건 이긴다는 마음가짐으로 준비하고 있습니다.
are putting on a display in Beijing.
지금 연승을 통해서 기세도 굉장히 좋기 때문에 2승 1패 팀 다른 팀을 만나도 저희가 훨씬 강하다고
No mod,
생각합니다.
no dance. Hey, I've got my eyes on you.
CFO 最强的地方就是我们每个人都有自己个人的特色，然后这些特色如果加在一起的话，我们就会有一些特别的奇效跟加成。
You thought it was difficult taking down CFO before this. It has just become so much harder.
전문가들을 생각 하나생명 e스포츠보다는 AL이나 아니면 젠지 같은 팀이 그래도 더 강하지 않나라고 생각을 할 것 같아요. 하지만 그 생각이 틀렸다는 걸 완전히 보여줬거든요.
最重要的意义就是让大家看到我们 LCP 也能够进8强，我们会证明我们赛区的实力。
I hope you're ready for us.
Hey, in English, nice.
서 있는 팀이 되도록 하겠습니다.
That last bit, like, I hope you're ready for us, was that in English? Did I hear that right? Nice little teaser. The LoL esports teaser content is largely very good.
Welcome,
player
ladies
walkouts
and
now?
gentlemen, to Worlds 2025.
Who's our caster duo? We got Atlas.
The best thing about today
Who's it with Atlas?
is that we could still have both of these teams in the knockout stage. First, we will introduce Team Flying Oysters.
It's a pleasure to have them
very
on the
cool.
stage and at this World Championship. As
Is it
throughout this year,
TriCast or is it
they've
duo?
continued to leave their mark at this
Wait, have we had a
competition
TriCast?
and at every
Presumably we have had
competition that
TriCast.
Riot has
We had it
hosted.
for-
They're a name that you just can't ignore.
Didn't have it for
with
playing.
their
Wait, have we
impressive
had a TriCast yet?
performances and how they've challenged the best in the world.
Their ability as well to pull off six-man
There you
teams
go,
to me
Chronicler!
is one of the most impressive
Cronny!
things.
Yeah, it's so incredibly cool. And on the other side,
Hey, Cronny.
And this team
That's my
really
goat right
had
there.
a breakout performance in the LCK playoffs after the expectations were somewhat
Usually
muted
quarters up, I
because
think.
they were
You'd be
really
surprised.
playing
You'd be
second
surprised
fiddle.
actually.
And
Basically,
I think thus far in the
quarters
tournament,
happen
we've
for
both
most of
seen
the
why they
high
regard
value
highly,
matches.
but also simultaneously some of the weaknesses
I think since
that
it's gone
were
into
the reason
series
why
play,
they
not
weren't
best
able to
of
win the
play, not
final,
best of one
and
play.
what plagued them throughout the regular split as well.
Yep, and so I'm Atlas.
Oh,
I'm
he's so
joined by
stylish.
Chronicler and
Doesn't even
Vegas
need a
today
suit.
to go
Chronicler
through
is
this
just a
first
very stylish
best
man.
of three to see which one of these 2-1 teams is
Hey,
going to be
Angie.
making it to the knockout stage and which one of them has another best of three to play. That's the best part, is because I expect this to
I
be
just know
an
Chronicler wants the
incredible
Doggo Ramus.
best of
Oh, I
three
got to
series
cast the
between
Doggo
these two
Ramus.
squads. One of the youngest players here at this tournament in Hongqiu, who has just looked so fun to watch. Another one of these prodigies in the mid lane.
And for the occasion, I also watched back the series that these two teams played at the beginning of the year at First Stand.
Oh,
and
true,
I
they
think
did
things
play
are
at First
looking
Stand.
very different going into this
Hey, Marco.
matchup. The
See you.
matchup that back then we saw Zeka really overperform on both Yone and Zed. We haven't seen that form of him.
Oh
even on
yes,
this
I
Champions
forgot he
World.
played
Hongqiu
with Zed back
has been
in First
amazing this
Stand.
tournament.
We've seen some Zed jungle, not really Zed mid.
Is it feels like that they play with the nameplates off. The level of confidence that they bring to every single game.
Is this my
the
favorite
way in which they
XLCK
just
caster
stick
Chronicler?
to their
No.
game plan and they execute
Angie with
upon it well. It's
155
nothing but a
stream
joy
streak.
to see. My question to you two is,
Okay, I'll try
do you
not to
feel
go
like
live
that this is
randomly,
the
or
HLE that we
I'll hope that
saw
Sam doesn't go
in
live
playoffs
randomly.
at the start of the year, the HLE that's at full power, or do you think there's still room for growth when it comes to this HLE?
Yes. There is.
And by the way, folks, I'm obligated to tell you. So I was playing D&D yesterday, and I've just hit level 7. We were doing some version in Berlin, and I'm playing a Warlock, and I picked the invocation, which gives you a free cast of Polymorph, and I polymorphed the almost dead rogue into a giant ape, and they double crit on their 2 attacks, doing about 70 damage total.
About Halma Life Esports. You know that they have it in them. Zeka could just today be a god again. He might just decide, oh, I want this trophy
Okay,
as
right
well,
at draft, let's go.
And they could really just
Best LCK duo of all time, Monty
themselves
Duo. That's not
And it
even
has
close.
happened before for
Like, there are
Hanwha,
some
but
great duos,
Zeka
but they
is
are
at least a
truly
big token point.
legendary.
I think Delight still has his highs, but he
You
has
missed
a lot
Monty
more
Doe, or you
ups
missed
and
out?
downs than he used to have previously, where I think he was a large part of the reason
Having
why
said,
they
you've
were so
got,
dominant
like,
at the start of the year.
I think Atlas
He's
LS
obviously
was
had
great. I
been
think
playing
that
very well,
Atlas
as
Papa
there
was
is that
great.
Saiyan man that I think we're all waiting for.
I think Atlas
Exactly right. We
Chronicle's
are
been great.
into Champion Select here for game number 1. Already some bands coming through thick and fast. A certain Golden Pigeon is still
Look,
standing
and
up.
Valdez is very good too,
So the
right?
thing that's interesting about CFO of their 3
Hell,
wins
I really
they've had
liked
so far in this
Achilles.
tournament, all of
Achilles
them
is
have been
great.
with Sion. HLE, the first team to sit there and go, you know what, we're just
Sound
going to
banned
ban
on
it
red
away,
side.
especially away from Driver, the man who is named after the Sion pick himself. Of course, we know that Driver has become a lot more diverse in his pool.
Oh yes,
throughout the
Driver's
Sion
starting
slate.
as
So
well,
let's
not
see what he's
Rest.
prepared for Zeus in the top lane.
And here at Worlds, he's going to have to be a lot more diverse in his champion pool. In fact, adding double the amount of champions here today, which is going to be a large statistical leap.
It's
So
also
we've got Rise
something that I was
Orianna
really
up right
wondering
now,
coming
so I
into this
presume
series
one of
for
them is
Hanwha
first
is
pick.
that they were, in my opinion, the most well-prepped team, and they had the most targeted plans out of
Let's go
anyone.
levitating
And I think that
mollusks.
CFO
Yeah, that's a
kind
great
of
name
echoed
for
that. The way
CFO.
they dispatched of T1, I think, was really a super good approach at specifically
Azir, I think Orianna
what
beats
made
Azir in
T1
lane,
strong.
no?
The early game, which was
I think
over,
Orianna's
was
better if
very
you want to
early in
control the
vain, and
lane.
we see Hanwha Life also taking lessons with that Kiana banned away from Junja.
Well, Aurora, Azir, both very powerful mid laners.
I think
Open with
Orianna's the
Rise,
big one, no?
Open too, but we do know that CFO do have
It's
a
either
tendency to
Azir
lean
or
more
Orianna.
towards this Aurora, especially with some of the performances we've
I think
seen.
Azir gives you a losing lane is the problem.
Another big one. I feel like if CFO don't prioritize it, this is something that Viper will happily take off the board.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't really spoken about, which is a
Okay.
little bit more of an overarching thing, is
Yeah,
the fact that
Orianna.
he had 2 days off. And so developments could actually exist here in this draft.
Not so far, though, because the Orianna has been first pick priority for quite some time.
If you pick Nymaera, Doggo can either, I guess you can...
Also wonder whether that...
If you Caitlyn, there's a chance of a swap from the Nymaera, which is a bad thing.
Talking a lot about Jarvan, his strength as a pick. I do think the combo with Orianna specifically does really hold up to scrutiny. This pick for Viper would be no surprise, and Zeka
Nymaera's very good in laning phase, and the Corki, which normally fights it okay, is gone.
Is kind of where we've seen Azir a lot in the past, where she feels like her laning phase is super oppressive, she skills really well into the game, she really kind of does everything. Might be prio for Peanut early on the Xin Zhao. Trundle is still open, but Xin Zhao we've seen do really well into Jarvan specifically.
Absolutely. The question is, what do you want to pair along?
This is very good early power from HLE. You've got a winning lane bot lane. Xin Zhao's very hard to beat in jungle, especially with stuff like Poppy down.
They immediately switch on.
Okay, they go the Azir instead. So Orianna will likely be winning lane versus the Azir, but then the Azir will give some extra teamfight value in different ways. Although the Orianna's also still very good at that too.
And we've really gone back and forth on Zeka, where at first Azir was one of the champions that obviously was added to the melee pool very early on, and then there was a large period where he could kind of play everything.
These are very static, not static, very fragile carries from HLE.
Is one of those champions that you just need to be able to play within the LCK. Really anywhere, but in the LCK.
If you get a shockwave onto both these carries, your team fight is over.
Really big enjoyers of this champion, so not playing it isn't an option. Would mean that the Xin Zhao is going to go over to Junja here. That is still a great combo with the Orianna.
There are a couple of AD. You don't have to pick AD carry here. There are enough available.
You still have the ability to go in with the R and then follow up from there, but still very strong amount of early skirmishing here. Already locked.
You could pick something like Rumble already if you wanted to.
Priority things like K'Sante would be if they're interested.
Or K'Sante. K'Sante might be better actually. You want a tank. You want to deny a tank away from HLE.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. So now you have the choice of do you lock in your jungle here for HLE to make sure that you have a solid matchup, because as you mentioned that there are still a good number of junglers left that you can play into the Xin Zhao. Alternatively, you can get that top lane counter, but we know that Zeus is someone that has a very deep pool, is probably very flexible with what he's played into the K'Sante, so I expect the jungle to come through, given that Zeus has so much flexibility in his options.
I'm looking at Poppy. Jarvan is, again, I think a pick that has been very often talked about.
Yeah, Jarvan. I mean, I guess now it's Rumble banned from CFR.
Already have, and they do still have the ability to pick an AD carry that isn't bothered. That for me is always one of the big
Even though K'Sante Shinzo are fine into it, I don't think you want a chance there. You get rid of Rumble.
Where you do really struggle playing into that, and instead, I think the Poppy might still end up as a ban, because I do think that CFO really don't want to play into that.
And HLE will get rid of Caitlyn, and I wonder whether they'll get rid of Kai'Sa as well.
Second round of bans. We'll see where CFO's
could get rid of Sivir, but Sivir's bad into Jarvan.
We're looking at top lane, we're looking at support, and I think there is a certain shape-shifting support champion that I know Chronicle is a huge fan of and think is very balanced.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing whether they do get rid of the Nico or not. That was sarcasm, by the way, everyone at home, in case you didn't pick that one up. He hates that champion.
I think Nico's. This is the amount of engages I've seen.
The current iteration.
Maybe you get rid of Bard as last pick. I think you get rid of Bard as last ban from CFO. Unless you're looking at it for yourselves. Nico, I'm surprised that Nico made it through. Actually, that slipped my mind.
This is just your translator. You know what I mean?
Why did they pick a Zir R2 instead of a jungle? That's a great question. I guess they wanted to get better. They wanted to see the jungle matchup, I suppose.
Well, I think it makes sense that they don't want to play into it. Trying their very best to continue on in this draft. Poppy, to me, could obviously go top. We saw Broken Blade pilot that with great efficiency, and Zaze is also.
Has Gogwar predicted anything yet today? No, not yet.
But Hanwha Life could also just say, like, we slam Rumble and just leave it at that. And that's not the best matchup into the K'Sante. Specifically, we see K'Sante picked a lot into Rumble, but with Jarvan and with Azir, it does make sense as the Braum ban comes through.
Are they thinking Kai'Sa? I don't love it.
Yeah, that sounds
I'm
like
just thinking about, I mean, I think it is a,
so they banned the Braum, not the Bard. They're
like
more afraid of melee
Lucian
supports.
Or Ezreal. And it is Doggo, so I feel like that he's more than happy to play both of those champs.
Wow, I'm so surprised not to see Rumble banned.
No real surprises there, but not
it's a good matchup into K'Sante. It works with the Jarvan. I'm surprised to see that
Doggo's Draven was pretty good.
Taken away.
Last time we saw it.
Against a
well,
Jarvan, that would surprise me.
Well,
Jarvan
I mean,
Rumbles
you
like,
can Tayun swap here. Jarvan doesn't fight well level 1. You get rid of the Braum, which is a very good level 1 pick. Doggo can switch into the Rumble. This might be the level 1 Tayun swap again with the Draven.
T1 top laner now in a solo kill. Maybe he's going to do the one previously as well.
Okay, they go for the Ezreal instead. They actually could have got... I think they had the setup for it, but...
I think their Draven was a
The
really
problem
good
is that the Nymaera actually does do very well in 1v1 AD carry matchups. Do you mind just turning the broadcast still falling down a little bit?
Insanely safe. It takes away a lot of the value from that Jarvan.
All good. I'm in just speaking louder for a bit.
God, no.
I was thinking of two other enchanters, Kaiwing. I gave you two others that you could...
Oh my god. Look, not the Yuumi. Not the Yuumi. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
It's the cat. I'm not about to say it is Kaiwing. Phew.
Okay. Nami gaming.
If I say if Yuumi is back in meta again, it would be hilarious. Have proper volume.
Yeah, I was just saying by how much. I was just looking at the volume things. You look put out. So I'm trying to look past you at the volumes, and I'm just like sat there like, you doubt my judgment.
And it's actually really interesting, right? Because Kaiwing, one of the older players.
I do doubt your judgment of having the coaster slightly off the table. Be fixed that now, Seb.
Was an incredible player. He was known
they got the rumble, by the way.
Yeah, no, I thought they should have banned that in the... now, the only reason you ban Braum here... okay, not the only reason, but one of the bigger reasons you ban the Braum is because you don't want to face the level 1.
Yeah. I suppose if they wanted to get an Ezreal in as well, Braum can be a little bit annoying in terms of block your damaging key moments.
I think it's very cohesive. Obviously plays very well, very far.
Oh, Cronny's voice.
Yep. We have Atlas Chronicler Vedi today.
That's a really good trio.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's for both series. I don't know how they're doing it for the two best of threes.
And I do think that Zaka's laning phase in particular will have to be good here to buy Peanut the space to go for these early plays.
I agree, Gronny. If you have a bad laning phase as the Azir, I think it might be a lot harder for Peanut to get his value, especially if you're going for the Jarvan combo.
That being said, I think CFO are very reliant on a good shockwave.
Yeah.
Morning, Avian.
With both Viper and Zeka kind of doing what they can here.
What constitutes a midlife? Well, it depends when you've chosen to die. So if you say, I'm going to die at 80, then, you know, somewhere between 35 and 40 is probably a midlife crisis.
That
makes
you know what?
I feel like short and sweet. You know, that might be like, I don't know, like 14.
It's not the easiest to pull off. You've got a Zhao that can dive in. Cassante doesn't have the easiest way to start off the fight. And I think that as long as HLE play with their range,
hey, well, welcome from Berlin, friends from Mexico.
Leverage the poke. And I think in the
Hablo un poco español.
I do give the edge.
Hey, Rock.
Feeling very committal on the side of CFO, but that is exactly what CFO do. They hard commit to fights all game
remember, actually.
long.
It's been too long.
We're going to see whether they'll do it again here in game number 1 as we get onto the Rift.
Okay, so do we get any level 1 shenanigans?
We are just going to be promoting a team to our top 8 rather than saying goodbye to anyone in this best of 3. Still a chance for either of these teams if they don't make it through this one. But then it's do or die as the Gyos do come through.
You know, those power rankings that we just...
Oh, there was some...
I know, obviously, these power rankings...
HLE fighting? I was about to say Gyos, but obviously that's Chinese, right? But does CFO do Gyos? I'm actually not sure.
I don't actually
know.
know.
However, in the Beijing crowd, they might do it because, you know...
Excellent question.
They might do it.
That's why I love casting with you. But what I love about it, and what I think it really demonstrates, is the unbelievable amount of growth that we have been seeing from CFO throughout the year. The fact that they have consistently challenged...
I think you take first strike as Rumble in this matchup. It really depends what your overall goal is. If you want side lane pressure versus the Cassante, the Conqueror is very good. Also very good versus the Shinzao as well.
Yeah,
Rumble,
need
side lane Rumble with a Conqueror is really, really annoying to fight against as kind of bruiser tanks. In LCP, the entire crowd does the fan chants in both teams' languages. That's very cool. That's awesome. Very cool to know.
Isn't the same story, right? And I actually love this as a barometer for how HLE is going to look and to measure the performance of CFO and how much they've improved. Already, you can see that this lane match...
Onkyu's laning well already.
Yeah, he got like a good 3 auto wind up and then a Q in there as well.
That's nasty.
Is that hasn't...
Yeah, Oriana's passive autos are pretty silly, actually. It's been a while since we've seen Ezreal Nami outside of Kaiwing and Doggo as well. I mean, Kaiwing loves Nami. It's always been a big specialty of this. I remember when this used to be a pretty regular lane, but Nami kind of became the Lucian obligation.
But like, the Ezreal Nami was really something we saw like 10 years ago.
Yeah, and it's been a long time, yeah.
So realistically, yes, but that was kind of when both these champions were very overstated. It wasn't really about the 2v2. Well, rather than the fact that they were both pokey kind of laners.
Yeah, I mean, because the next next time we really saw Nami be truly meta, from memory anyway, was when she started being a pairing with the Lucian, right? And the Imperial Mandate item becoming a thing.
Yeah, Nami fell off a lot compared to other temporaries, really. It was way easier to play Janna, and then actually stuff like Rakan came through. People forget how broken Rakan was, and it still kind of is.
Yeah.
Because you get to build enchanter items if you want. Now, what would happen in Season 7 was that Rakan would just double E and just get the thingy down, get the shield and the sensor down. Yeah, and then you could still be the best support engaged champion in the game.
Yeah.
Because at that point you could just R-flash a million miles away.
Yeah.
Come on, it's a shellfish. You need that crab.
You got to get the crab first. But then he might head into this mid lane to try and punish a bit of the shove that has come through here. Junja going to finish off his clear as the Demacian junglers.
Series land fastest, was it? And it was an HLE 2-0. Yeah, that's the one the first stance.
Level 4, feeling a whole lot more comfortable in this matchup.
225 days ago.
Things actually one thing
They attack, good team.
They attack.
Is that Honku on a champion is pretty comfortable on, guys.
Electrocute Nami, yeah, that's a thing. Basically,
no, it's not Electrocute Nami anyway, though it's not. It's
Electrocute Nami back.
And also I'll say Electrocute Nami is not a thing anymore. They removed the interaction where popping the, so it's not a thing anymore. No, it's because they removed allied champions using your E do not proc your Electrocute.
When did they remove that? Like a year ago, didn't they?
A year ago, or like a
one
year
of
and
the
a
ways
half
they were
ago.
trying to deal with Lucian Nami. Yeah, no,
Yeah. And then it turns out that actually you don't need it anyway to be
annoying.
Really annoying. Yeah.
With the issues he had.
But no, if you go Electrocute nowadays, it's super. Like in the same way that Spell Pen didn't. I think it does now. I actually think they changed this. But people were building Sorcerer's Boots on Nami even back then when actually it didn't apply to your E being propped by other champions.
Yeah, because Sword Boots used to be really
Everyone's
good.
like, oh, but I'm doing magic damage. Like, well, it doesn't actually work like that. But people don't read patch notes or tooltips, so.
It's also Lethal Temple, Ezreal, if you're not talking about that yet, because that's a really good option for Ezreal.
I hadn't talked about that, but that's the Dragdar build.
It is indeed. Shout out to our boy.
Monkey's been really good with these, like, wind-up trades. That being said, he did just eat, like, a lethal tempo trade there, which is not so good. So good.
Look at that synergy. Isn't that beautiful? I'm really looking forward to when you come to the LCK next year.
He needs to talk. You have to say his name, because you jinxed him.
Oh, sorry, Vedius.
I mean,
do I need to say it like lots of times?
Caster's talking some mad shit.
I mean, it's obviously Andy Day.
That's true, only my mother called.
Man, I just realized. Oh, hang on, he hits level 6 first. Yeah. This is the bonus of like when you win these small trades back to back, you end up occasionally just getting a slight XP lead.
Yeah.
And if you get to push in the wave which hits 6 first, then you get to. Oriana's always been pretty good at using her ult to. Hang on a second. Actually, not a bad steal attempt. You wanted to? Okay. No.
Too much of a contest.
Deus has roamed down already, but that's already with the lane swap and Viper's topside, so fine.
Away, not looking to contest this one. I think they do really need their level 6 on most of the.
Get a bit worried as Honku here if Zeus wants to force this. He's got Rakan behind him, yeah.
There's 4 people in middle now. Play safe mid.
Well, they're gonna go for it.
Oh,
you have to flash that.
Well, it's very hard to, Sam. It is very hard to. Because you're trying to time it in the right way. It's very hard to consistently flash that. Because if you flash earlier than Zeka flashes after, flashes and then ults, which is why he left it that half second. But particularly when you play against Azir regularly, which everyone in mid lane does, the big thing about shuffles like that is that the timing is never quite the same. Zoe does something similar.
Oh, with her bubble timings, yeah.
With the paddle start timing and the bubble timing, but particularly the paddle start timing, because you have to time it like in advance, really. So some people will do it like as early as possible. So you pop out the portal and it's right there. But then as soon as you get used to that timing, then you'll just immediately dodge at that point. So then some people leave it like slightly later. So while you have more time to react, actually what you might do is step one way and then step the other because it's a little bit delayed.
Timing's off, yeah.
So occasionally varying your timing on stuff like shockwaves, well not shockwaves, but like shuffles on Zoe timing, whatever, does make a big difference. Buy flash Qs as well. Another good one.
That said, I still think there was a world where he could have flashed and lived there.
Well, yes, there was, but I'm just saying it's not consistent to do that. And I don't think it's particularly fair. Like, yes, I mean,
I get that it's hard.
I'm just saying that I'm a mid laner. I don't consistently flash the zero ults. Not many people do. And as in, like, you will miss one or two. It sucks that it's here. It's your first game of the day. End of the day, you didn't blow your flash, and now you have it for the next combo against the Jarvan. So it still would have been a win for HLE if they got the flash. Actually,
yeah.
at least he gets he got everything but the cannon.
I can see saying flash for the Jarvan combo, assuming it's coming your way. That's a big lead now, bot, because Viper's just had 2 waves, 3 top sides.
Yeah, it'll go down to about a 5 CS lead max for the Nymaera though, because there's a huge wave in tower. Yeah, so it's not actually the big thing is the play actually, because
it's just a vibe of who's in the better position, and right now Peanut not in a great position.
Wow,
lethal tempo.
Getting so many of these mystic shots down.
Lethal tempo.
Wow, okay.
He shot barrage.
Holy moly,
Doggo! My goat! Hello, wait. Dragdar, is that you? Hi, I think I just see you on the world stage.
My dude!
I got Shockwave as well!
Folks, that is that's the best Ezreal play I've seen this year, folks.
That was so good!
Folks, I don't think you realize, like, how... Guys, he just hit, like, 5 Qs in a row onto Viper.
And he gets out with the Cataclysm as well! Oh my god, they're just better, guys!
Wait, Zekus here, he has ult.
I don't think it saves them. Oh,
it's a triple ult, Sam, yes it does. Oh god. Okay, so that's 1 back. It's not... Is it 2? Doggo has flash.
Viper gets him with the Alpha Ruin flash.
But he is going to be able to flash. Still, Zeka able to pick it up. A double for the Azir.
I mean, Doggo was insane, but yeah, as soon as I saw the Azir with ult, I'm like, it does in fact save them.
I didn't respect that Viper would have respawned and come back already. I thought he was going to get the shuffle and then not have anything left.
Holy shit, though, Doggo.
Ends up backfiring as reinforcements arrive for Hanwha.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. Someone needs to check his PC immediately because it was not normal at all.
But then HLE did fire back really well, so actually despite the problem is now Doggo's insane play there does actually get
overshadowed a bit.
Gets overshadowed really, yeah. Because now HLE are ahead, they get grubs. Honkyu has lost flash, as has Doggo and Junja. They have 4 flashes down versus the Jarvan. They've lost the objective and they're down in gold. A little bit. Okay, the gold's less. Well, they've lost what gold they've gained from the play. Driver is probably dead here. He's used his W. He needs to get a very good ult over the wall.
And now the all-out does have to be employed. Can Driver do the funny business to get himself?
That's not a good flash. He is just dead here.
Does he?
Oh, okay, wow, okay. Damn.
I feel like W cooldown's going to be up shortly.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at that. Typically, when you go all out without getting the huge angle, it's not worth it there.
Right, they were expecting a base to come through here. As we go back to that dive.
Yeah, let's go back to the dive. So this is all after Doggo has already secured that kill. It's a 4 versus 2. You can see that Peanut tries to punish.
Taking pictures of shuffle out of the shockwave.
The EQ doesn't really result.
Yeah, as soon as Zekus here, I'm like,
yeah, I just didn't respect the Viper was here, basically. So now you can get a shuffle, right? But there's no one else here.
Yeah, but you also remember, like, the Shinza's low HP, and there's a support there. You guys know that. But even in a 1v3, I actually reckon Zeka maybe gets 2.
I'm not sure.
That's the big thing. You know there's no cooldown.
He's just 1.
I also did not really catch at that time.
Underestimate the power of the shuffle.
Turrets, and Zeus was like trying to take a limit of
the item didn't take too long to kill.
So that didn't work, and then they tried to kill the Cassante afterwards. Also didn't work as the Drake.
Oh, Dragonfly. Watch Doggo. He's about to get jumped on by Viper. Oh, good tidal wave. I think Doggo's dead, isn't he? He's good over the wall. Doggo's just dead. Yeah, Doggo has a flash out. Oh no, you got arcade chipped out to him.
They don't have any flashes. They've lost all of them in the last few minutes.
That was awkward.
Good angle from Zeka.
Yeah, really good angle. Viper just took Doggo straight out of the fight.
On the Azir, 5-0.
Absolutely ridiculous performance from the guy that was getting the most criticism.
Yeah.
First he doesn't build a tier on Rise, and now he's
Zeka's just shitting on them well. That fight topside, the overstay, that was the killer really.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, I think that in that top fight, Ginger could have just backed off a little and not given them a 3-man shuffle. He was almost out of the shuffle range. He wasn't there.
It's a really good angle from Zerka.
He finds the bottom lane of CFO quickly.
Doggo's down at 10%. I genuinely thought Doggo was just going to die there.
as they're able to find that kill.
Either way, he's the start of the fight. So.
This is the thing, while Orianna is a very strong champion in the current meta, when you don't have that flash, you're a very vulnerable champion, especially
I think now at CFO are in the big shit.
We talked about it earlier, right? Speed. HLE's composition is fast, and I feel like that CFO are being punished in the setup for some of these objectives.
Honky can die here. He's on low enough HP for him to die from here.
Yeah, this is scary. No flash available.
Yeah, you need to shockwave just to keep yourself safe on this lane.
Clears the wave with it as well, so 2 for 1 on that front.
No teleport.
Delight is not afraid. Otherwise, everything's going to be okay.
Actually, really nicely done there. Made sure to clear the wave so that there wasn't an angle for a dive. He knew reinforcements on the way, so the next dive was at no threat. And I really want to highlight what
CFO did get the dragon. That's true. They did get dragon. Yeah.
Without flash, there is a Jarvan whose ultimate will force you. Maybe even the flag and drag Zeus.
Okay. Peanuts here. It's all a ruse.
And you don't be having none of those flashing things. Yeah. I think as soon as these once plays start happening like this too, Jarvan looks a lot better because Jarvan can just kind of abuse the flashless champions.
The man is covering exactly where he needs to.
Oh, Zeka could look for Honky here, yeah.
He also has no flash.
Yep. Nice. Junger's here.
Oh, okay.
Zeka, I think, might end up getting trading his life for this. He is. That's a big shutdown.
Zeka, is not the Chinese one.
Oh, sorry. Did I say Zeka? That's habit.
Yeah, no, I did notice that too.
I said Zeka earlier, literally half at the beginning of the play.
It's one of those wires cross things we've taught ourselves to say another very similar name like that.
Actually, I think Viper is in danger here. Yeah. Ooh.
Wait, you could have actually flashed there to kill maybe. Man, Doggo's kind of beating the crap out of him, but. Not sure why Zeka commits on Honky. He had a bounty. That's true, and the baddie did go to Ginger. That being said, it didn't go to Honky. If it goes on to Honky, then it's much more scary, because at that point, then the Orianna starts to pick up some of the gold.
Yeah, she got to lose half that gold disadvantage she was at. Honky has kind of been taken out of this game somewhat, hasn't he?
Well, is it him being taken out, or is it... I mean, his CS is a bit low, but then also Zeka's... Yeah, it is, but also Zeka is 6-1, so a lot of that gold lead is also just Zeka getting
a lot of gold, yeah. I mean, but, you know, a 1-4
which is why I'm asking, I'm adding the context of, like, well, actually, Zeka is very far ahead, but Honky has died 4 times, yeah.
CFO have been able to steal a few of them away, given that they are sitting at 2 dragons right now. This Herald looks I mean, why do I say it's of course they will challenge. It's CFO.
Well, they're going to try. We'll see whether they can actually lock down the
objective. Okay. Oh, he steals it. Holy shit. Okay.
Equalize is good.
And he just flashed.
And Junja has no Crescent Guard, he's dead.
And he just flashed before the Cataclysm came out, so. Okay, well, they stopped the Herald. That's actually a win, so.
I love that Junja is just exquisite.
Okay.
Winding HLE up. He is diving in solo. The fight
that's world champion Junja right there. There's no Cataclysm on here now.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, he so nearly cancelled that. So nearly cancelled that. That would have been insane if he had done.
They're all on vision still. Does Doggo want this? Okay, I was saying.
Calm down, Mad Dog. Calm down, Mad Dog.
Relatively safe to do it, but decides not to.
And that was a really nice steer from Junja, but I think it also highlights what you said earlier, Vedi, which is that I think the CFO...
So glad I get to watch Doggo again. The thing is, I feel like I got the worst years... I did get the worst years of Doggo in my casting career. He was really bad in LPL when I was casting him. And then he went to CFO and looked really, really, really good.
Look at the re-engage that comes through from Hanwha. Zeus might be in trouble.
Yeah, can't watch the replay in this one as Zeus is in
Zeus, he has flash.
Comes through. He does flash. He himself out of the way. Wind becomes lightning, goes
nice.
in the wrong direction, but there's the shockwave, and down goes
and it is the Ori that gets shut down. Take that.
Yeah, cuts about 500 off the leader swing.
Literally that, in fact. Well done.
From HLE throughout this game. The gold advantage still
I've seen a lot of True Shot Barrages kind of sailing a little.
Now set their sights on the 3rd dragon of the game.
Yeah, so much
Mr. Draft, why was Nami picked? Because it's lane dominant and Tyrant likes it. Also pretty good into multi-melee comps, like, well, pretty good into Jarvan on the whole.
Honky's going to have to reset in TPM, but
he doesn't have teleport.
Oh, he's got to stick around then. Ooh, Zeka could do a lot of work here on the side. Okay, not bad from Driver, actually.
Q3 missed there, and that was a bit of a sitter. This is getting messy now. Not bad, Nami.
Doggo is exhausted, gets out. He's ready. Oh, Cataclysm. I think Peanut might just will. Vipers.
Hang on,
To
Doggo might be able
Viper.
to kill here.
Viper.
Oh, the Q! Shit, hell, that's close. Oh my
Vampire
god.
nearly killed Doggo, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, burn!
Not quite. Oh my god, that's close. So they gave up Dragon. Realistically, second. Doggo, my dude, you need to get the back. You need to just back, please.
Into two-man knockup onto the back line of CFO. That took Doggo low because don't forget they were a member down.
There's some manhwa about a Mad Dog main character. I mean, Uzi was known as the Mad Dog at first, right?
He was.
I am surprised that tidal wave did not interrupt the Jarvan, actually. I thought the timing was wrong from Peanut there.
Yeah.
And then there's also Goro Majima, the Mad Dog of
Dotonbori.
yeah. What clan is the Mad Dog of though?
I mean, he's oh yeah.
I can't remember what his full title is. It's
Mad Dog. It's not Shimano, is it?
Yeah, Mad Dog of Shimano.
And so he's gonna be part of the Tojo clan in general.
No, but like, no, that's not. Yeah, Shimano. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Night of Frog's got it as well. Yeah, Shimano.
Yes.
And today Zeka decided to step up.
And then, yeah, anyway, there's a bunch of Mad Dog characters which did come before Doggo.
At the point in the game. So I don't blame him for that one, but still gonna have to get themselves together if they're gonna win some of these team fights. CFO not out of this
SC objectives, just like I said. Yeah, CFO's objective fights worry me. The team fighting's good, it's just...
Well, we were having this conversation last night. It's like, CFO, their objective fights really do fall down to, did we achieve unspeakable violence?
Yeah, they don't start objectives for the sake of the objective. They start the objective for the sake of the fight.
Sometimes it backfires, but other times they find ways to either equalize or contest. It's important.
Okay, well, Doggo's about to hit his 2-item spike, and then maybe he can take it. I mean, this is a very good Ezreal game, and if he's playing like that, actually Ezreal can do some ridiculous work. This is one of the better Ezreal games I've seen so far. The fact that Doggo's only died... Oh, he hasn't died at all. It's kind of insane, actually.
Yeah.
To swing the momentum back in CFO's favor.
Down a bit of gold, but that's just because Viper's picked up an extra kill. This... no flash into S this time.
He's dead, I think. Yeah. Not bad from JS back, but has got Crescent Guard and some Triumph.
Well, Crescent Guard didn't actually give him any healing.
But it was the damage needed.
Yeah, but it didn't give him like any damage.
Yeah. This might be interesting with the light coming down.
Oh, Jarvan's dead.
Crazy Jarvan damage, yo. Black Cleaver is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, and Santa's not actually... Well, he doesn't have any armor. He has a chain there.
I
don't think why all that damage was suddenly being done by
because he doesn't have any armor.
Well, it's just a big 2-item spike as well.
Yeah, but also like Driver
I mean, you still get some from base. But
so I think he was an all-out. He has no armor and he wasn't using his W. So Sande's actually just not a tank at that point, like a bruiser at best. Sande's very tanky when his W's on. Outside of that, struggles a lot.
This time the rotation wasn't in time. If Otacon was on the opposite side, even though Junja didn't end up dying, was very low, was at that point just shy of his second item. That could have been a window where Humble Life pulled the trigger. Not going to be the case though, and it's Otacon certainly to be where the next fight says...
See if I finally get resets in.
2 items for Honky. As a Seeker's on Zeka, which is kind of insane.
And Kaiwing, like you say, he's gone.
That could be a problem. They just backed.
Or at least try and look for it. There it is.
Yeah, so now they know it's going down, but Nami. Okay, so it's just gonna die, no?
The light's gonna interrupt him.
He will be able to play defense to avoid him getting in here.
What about the fight afterwards? I mean, I don't know about that TP.
Well, it's kind of like a panic TP, right? Crescent Guard's good.
That's a
very good shockwave. Very good. It's the shockwave. So it's a 4-man shockwave.
Oh, I think Doggo can pop off now, can't he?
He's
got sped up.
The slow from the Nami E.
Yeah. He can get another. Where's the next arcane shift?
Oh, he gets another. He'll get it now.
He's got another arcane shift. Oh, good.
Very good from Zeka. Oh! Damn close. Yeah, dude, it was that fucking shockwave was insane there.
No, I know. Shockwave into tidal wave. I know. You said the shockwave, so it went also tidal wave. So I was trying to follow up on you.
They just ignored all their waves. They focused on chasing down the kills. They wanted to try and get more.
How did it actually not get destroyed? The follow-up wasn't quite in range.
Sorry, top lane was getting pushed
Follow-up wasn't quite in range. So they only get the one there. That was a fucking insane shockwave, man.
They find a good fight. Okay, at the very least, can they? I don't know. They're not actually going to get a tower.
Oh, that's so unfair. Doggo does have to back away here.
I mean, they get to make H-Lee reset before the dragon 20 seconds before.
I mean, they're still out here. They've still got control walls down, so they've still got better vision.
Yeah, but they've only just come out on the map now. Which means the CFO have like lane push and they get to contest a bit of that vision. So they do get to tip turret.
Man, if they won that last dragon, they could have at least threatened Soul here.
Okay, Penis there on spawn.
Drake has coming up here, is now HLE in
Okay, Zess has flash.
He's dead. Whoa! Oh, the second Q was just why it doesn't matter. Junja gets it, knocks the light back.
Yeah,
the light's actually going to die. Wow. Oh, redemption!
He missed the W. Missed the W. He, when becomes lightning, missed the damage.
Yeah, I know he did that one, but also redemption on top of that.
It would have killed it before the redemption came down, I think.
Probably, but yeah, it like also just ended up as a result. He just the healing was too much as well. But they do get the junglers. They should still, as they're saying, like I still get Soul Point.
Holy shit, that's CFO.
It's a fun game.
This is a great game. 2item Ezreal is doing some bits.
He missed an auto attack too. Oh god, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Ginger actually could have killed. Oh, there you go.
That flash isn't bad. Aqua Prison.
But Viper's still sticking. Oh, Honky, my dude, careful.
They're threatening. They're waiting. Look for the driver.
Is it turret? Well, now Honky's no flash against the Jarvan again. This is such a banger. CFO are one of the most entertaining teams in the world. So on Infernal Soul Point. And yeah, I think the win becomes lightning misses in here. Good shockwave. And Zest shouldn't be. He has ult. He should just be clearing safety, I guess. This does not respect the damage. Zest actually having a bit of a rough game. Yeah, watch here. Yeah, I think the win becomes lightning misses.
Yeah,
and I think that would have killed.
Also redemption on top. Basically means with like they would have gotten the kill before that came on through as well, which would have been really important.
Yeah, he would have died before the redemption came down. Anyone else warming over? Okay, he's safe now that hits, I think. He needs the wave, he should be okay. Oh shit, no, that's a lot of people warming down.
He should have
W. He has flash, Yeah, flash early, I think.
It'll cost him a tier 1 top side.
Do they get some pressure to T bot? No, they're not sticking around.
So this is really good news for CFO because now HLE playing a little bit desperate. They sent a lot of members towards the bot side of the map, committing to that play.
Scaling's weird this game as well.
Yeah, because I think that actually Ezreal scales very well in this comp just because there's so many squishies.
With a Nami behind him as well, like the single Qs that land with the Nami on top, it's just quite a lot of value.
Yeah, for sure. The Imperial Mandate damage on top of the slow as well is just it does tip Ezreal over the edge actually a bit. I think that actually with that, if you hit your skill shots, you beat Nymaera in the 1v1, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Phantom Dance for Nymaera partly for that kind of dueling they're going to have to do, aren't they?
Yeah. Doggo's been the best AD carry this tournament. Viper has been very good.
It probably is him or Viper, actually.
Yeah, these are probably the two best AD carries from the first couple of rounds.
I mean, Ruler's also been solid, with the exception of that one unfortunate
that's the Kai'Sa ult. He flew into the sun.
Yeah, there was that really... But it's a single moment afterwards. It has been a very good tournament,
yeah.
So, you know.
Early on in the fight, might be looking at the next objective.
But yeah, if you think about it, Zeus has been caught out 3 times before 3 big objectives.
True, yeah.
2 dragons and an Atacon, he was caught out just before.
That is a very good point.
I actually don't, yeah, I don't think he's been, yeah, he's been a bit of a liability this game, actually. Despite being good individually, and they have played around the sideline a fair amount. Hang on a second, this is a problem for Doggo. Oh, they don't get the charm, but Doggo has no flash now.
Equalizer, not the
Shocker's not bad.
Oh! Wonderful from Zeka. Wonderful from Zeka.
It's the whole team collapse. The whole team collapse is very good though.
Oh, fantastic. Viper gets Honky on the other side.
It's not bad from Junja.
That's not bad at all from Junja. Driver will die here, I think, won't he?
Can eat him. Okay, so that's actually just a 3 for 2. So that's actually just a 3 for 3. Ends up being a 3 for 3.
You know what, Junja and Driver?
But like,
incredible save.
Real credit to HLE, because like obviously Zeka gets like the highlight moment, but the whole collapse from the whole team is the special bit, really. The fact that Delight manages to go this far and then they put him into the Cataclysm and everything, then allows Zeka to like Zeka doing this is like that's the cherry on top. The legwork is done by everyone else, really.
Yeah. So how do they get that third then? So obviously this is just good jump onto Zeka. I mean, obviously Viper does get Honky.
Junja goes wild though.
Yeah, it is just Junjo, I think. Flash pressing guard is very nice, yeah.
Driver just go God mode as they find an escape angle. The blast cone gets them to safety.
That was
one way, then
insane.
flashes back
Like,
for a
that is an insane collapse. I have no idea how I actually saw that just all coming into position. Because that's everyone. I mean, that being said, still ends up in a 3-for-3. But the angle was pretty damn good, actually. Because now we've got Baron's on the table. If you lose a fight like that from CFO, you do lose Baron. So it's incredibly important that they managed to take down both. Well, they take down the Azir to stop it just being an easy Baron after. So now we're getting Baron and Dragon up at the same time. It's within 500 gold.
This is playable.
This is very playable. Yeah, I mean, you've got a very fed Azir.
I actually think CFO should wait 50 seconds and then just threaten on one or the other.
Yeah,
I don't think they want the Skull Crab.
But the problem is CFO. This is actually where they've not been great.
Agreed. If it's on screen and violence is occurring, fine. If you're asked to play the map, if you're asked to pull the map apart a little bit more, they're not as good at that. Not that, like, again, regionally it was fine, but again, against this tier of opposition, you can't afford to be quite so one-dimensional there occasionally.
They just saw the recall. They just saw the recall from.
Oh, Hongq, Shockwave.
He's in the dead. Yeah, they literally just saw driver recall on Vision. They just caught him there.
Oh, True Shot Barrage, just wide.
And this is what I'm saying about just like the objective control from CFO has left me worried. The extended plays around vision control and then actually being on the objective itself is a little bit shoddy compared to the rest of the gameplay.
Yeah.
Driver's now in trouble. Driver's now in big trouble. Ow. Driver's just made like a couple of big... I have to say, Driver's made a couple of big mistakes this game.
Yeah.
So now you're down Hongq. He does have teleport on the map. So you can threaten Baron for Dragon. I mean, they're on Dragon now. My problem is you probably should have been starting this already. Team Red Buff's not bad, and it does help Doggo.
No, where Delight is. Okay, they've got Junja behind as well. Actually, Junja's been on red buff, so there's a well here where he could jump on them. Okay, they're going to pull away.
I don't think you can with Sonya's flash ult, Zerka, can you? I don't think it's... That will buy enough time.
There's a world where blowing a couple of those is valuable
then you're
for a Baron
stuck in the fight, I think, aren't you?
Probably. Yeah.
So I think
yeah,
just,
no,
just
you know what, I take it. Yeah, agreed. Ezreal having upgraded Lucidity boots at this point is actually insane, though, with Shojin on top of all this. Like, he is on, like, no cooldowns.
If you hit 2 Qs, your E's back up.
Yeah. You are literally on next to no cooldowns.
Yeah, you need to hit 2 Qs and then your E is back up.
That's not bad from Hongq, actually. I didn't expect his numbers to be that high.
Still done the most damage in the game. 2, 6, and 8. There wasn't 8 there. I put it in the wrong spot. That is my bad.
I think he's overgrouping though. He has TP available. There's a nice way for him to catch on the bot side of the map. It would get him level 15. He needs a little bit more gold injected.
So they actually have been playing around the bigger objectives, really. I mean, I say that Zeus was caught out behind a couple of them. Late to the contests here, guys. I mean, I don't know. They're just... hang on a sec. It's not a... I mean, Peter still has fly drag, so he's safe.
Viper may not be.
Not a good equalizer from Zeus at
that's
all.
Awful.
But
Zeka
gets both carries, gets both carries.
Gets both carries, doesn't matter, does it? Doggo's doing a fair amount of work, though. Watch Doggo.
He's exhausted.
Delight. Really good from Delight. Really good from Delight.
This CFO's objective control is not good.
No.
He's such a fast Baron. Nara Azir, very good single target damage. Very, very good objective damage.
I think, like, genuinely, in particular this game, reset timings have sucked from CFO around Jet. Like, it cost them out of card, cost them soul effectively because of timing for Hongq getting caught when they were doing Baron Vision. It cost them Baron probably the game here as well. Like, those reset timings will genuinely haunt them. Because that was winnable for CFO.
Yeah, actually, just kind of, yeah, as soon as you see that they're not within range to contest, just instant Baron. This is one of the more coordinated team fighting games from HLE as well.
Yeah. Which hasn't always been the case, actually.
Yes, and they needed to take down CFO here in this game number 1.
I can only hope this best of 3 goes the distance. Because this first game delivered everything. We see some of the power of Hanwha in those engages. The lights Rakan, Zeka having, I think, his first truly good game of the tournament. At the same time, CFO, they made them work so hard for it.
I do some social mediaing. I've not done that yet. Have you social media'd yet, Alex?
Huh? Yeah, I've had this one.
What our analysts have to say about it, because man, that was a bomb burner.
absolutely spectacular. It's HLE that put themselves one game away from the quarterfinals, but I cannot stress this enough. After having to resist an unbelievable CFO, I love this team. I want to see them take a game in the series. This wasn't the one because HLE withstood it. What a fun game to watch. What a great game to watch, and it came down to centimeters.
The wire, to everything. It was incredible. Like,
it was great.
The casters, as they tossed there, like, there was a handful of shields that came into play that just barely kept HLE alive, that just made all the difference in this game.
I mean, these fights...
I'm trying to think who's player of the game this time, actually. Because Zeka picked up a lot of the gold, but I don't... I think Delight. I think Delight
he was
insane,
really good.
Oh my god, it's going to be a Doggo moment. But then
Must be like T1 lost this. Hey, CFO were good.
CFO were good.
They're a very good team.
I think there's a very real world where CFO could and should have won that game.
My worry is, what happens if they go into 2-2 and they draw, like, BLG? If BLG... I mean, I know BLG are kind of crap right now, but what happens if they draw them? They've already faced T1, so they can't face them at 2-1.
But HLE do win it, and I think where you
they haven't faced top esports, they could face them at 2-2.
Promising for CFO, Rob, is unfortunately also where we see that Azir getting a couple of kills.
Yeah, it looks
This is the kind of gameplay which KT used against top esports, actually, which also worked very well on them.
A little bit too long that allows Viper to come back,
because
and immediately
if you're a team which likes to group around objectives but like play a little slower, if you just constantly play to the objective, you punish reset timings. Oh, really? This was a really good play. Yeah. The three-man Ola pick went kind of hard, actually. Maybe Zeka had the biggest plays this game, but I do think that Delight was probably the backbone which won them overall.
Yeah, getting an Azir extra fed super early on, everyone knows this is going to be a huge problem. You get to your Nashor's Tooth super quickly, get to control side lanes, get to control the team fights, and
well, that's a cool graphic.
Another one right here from
has everyone seen the GT versus FlyQuest graphic they put up on FlyQuest today?
When you're trying to play this team fight, right? You have too much to focus on, and Azir is always
cool. Yeah, that is cool.
Go look at it, it's cool.
From so many angles. It's not like it's just like one straight 4 plays. Delight's fishing for one, you got the Jarvan fishing for another, and then it's just Zeka kicking in the front door to look for the play.
Zeka ends up with MVP. I mean, that's fair. He did actually have a very good game. He did have a very good game. I think that's not an unreasonable take.
4% shockwave when they were chasing.
And then Nami
made you believe maybe that comeback was in the works.
I actually believe that I really did, and I think it is maybe because of the fact that I've seen that Viper game where he did so well and then HLE still couldn't close the deal. I think that does instill you with a little bit of doubt at times, especially when
I agree. I think HLE was the cleanest at closing.
They are so willing to play forward, to never say die. You don't have a moment's respite.
And that's the thing, right? Like, there's moments of doubt, but it is this tenacity and resilience from CFO. We saw it in the AL games where they're pantheon ulting in and they're like, you're not getting away with this one. We're going to pick up kills. We're going to continue this pressure. And then we're seeing it again here with Honky.
Right, I'm going to run quickly to the bathroom.
Doggo chasing Viper to Kingdom Come to
do we want to have our friends visit?
This team that wants to be the upstart.
I don't know, do we, Sam?
If our friend was to visit, which one of us would need to be sacrificed momentarily?
You can do it, Sam.
Do you not want to sacrifice?
You can do it, Sam.
Okay.
You can be the sacrifice to God.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going for a walk, chat. Maybe sometime.
As well as Peanut. You know, he finds multiple in this side of the jungle. The first fight here ends up very, very close. But then they're able to get a little bit more space next time around and really bring it through. Then Zeka here comes in again. Zeus follows up, and this was the real.
Zeka's really upgraded his Azir over the last year and a half. He's a very streaky player. He was a very good game this time, but even then he was eating shit in lane, right? His laning phase, but I mean it was a hard match first year around.
Locks them in place so that they can't go back because he knows that Zeka's coming in, and I think they at that point they see the play, right? And they know
Zeka's Azir is what won in Worlds 2022. It's part of it, but obviously his Silas Akali were too, which were very famous from that time.
You know, fighting back until a
those were banned. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that was like the pick that was left up which had to play. I mean, I've never thought that Zeka's Azir is bad.
No fear of any other players at international tournaments. You can see it in their play. They have so much confidence.
What a great segue. I wanted to bring up a quote from Doggo with Cheap Esports with Armand, where he said, everyone has someone someone they idolize? I don't, because I don't want to end up getting intimidated by them when I end up facing them on the Rift. And I feel like he embodies that so much, Rob. Is he still kind of your win condition if we go into this game 2, if we go into this game 3?
I actually thought Doggo played super well on the Ezreal. It wasn't his fault that game at all. He was doing some bits.
Is exactly what you want from this team, and I think as well, like, they are embodying their name. Like, Fei Mu Li is the translation of flying oysters, which is a play on the words for family. They are playing like a family. They are playing like a team that doesn't give a crap who you are. They can rely on each other. They can rely on themselves, and they will be able to get across the finish line.
A Jarvan win feels refreshing. Didn't Jarvan win a game the other day? Didn't Fnatic win with it against MKOI?
They're only one game away from qualifying to the quarterfinals, and they probably say, we've withstood it once, we can do it again.
I think Jarvan's a fine champion.
But we'll see,
like, particularly when you're in a comp where you can force flashes and stuff, Jarvan just goes through the roof.
We'll be right back with that.
Stuff like Jarvan, Leona really, really love playing against flashless champions. Morning, morning. As the score, it's 1-0 to HLE right now, but it was a very fun game. Very fun game. Give me Jarvan support, give me Death. We need to get the Kalista Jarvan lane back. Bring back Treats and Jezu to the LEC. That's a lot of T1 fans. Oh, this is nice. This is a nice little segment. I like this. Nice little memories.
Let's go, Super. Let's go, BB.
Oh. Let's go top father. This is a really nice... That's a nice segment. You know what? That's a good advert, folks. That's a good advert. This makes me think like I've had a blue screen, so it also does give... It gets my attention. As a former J4 tank top laner, I apologize for myself and my kind. Well, yeah.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'd like to thank Spirit for being auto-filled into support and then playing J4 support. Spirit also played Lulu jungle and Riven jungle. Oh, Riven jungle was so fun then. You know, he also played Tristana jungle, where you would hit level 2 with red buff and just jump at someone in the lane with red buff and kill him. It was so disgusting. Oh god, I just remembered. There was like this 2 or 3 patches where Tristana jungle was ungodly broken. Because that was in the era of like Ezreal jungle too. Oh, so insane actually. Any Vestian Wisdom today? I actually didn't call him up. Maybe I should. I died. We got I had to shift my audio stuff into here, so I didn't get set up. I'll go see if he's around. I mean, Vestin's around. Okay, I'm just seeing if Vestian actually wants to, or whether... Okay, cool. I'm gonna get set up to bring Vestian in. Hey, Sam? Need your help with that. Right, so we're gonna need to set some stuff up. Okay, Bugs, give me like 1 second.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. We are 1 game into this best of 3 between CFO and HLE, and that man on your screen right there had 2 extra days to wake up. And guess what he did?
Okay, I think we're good.
Showed him that the bird is the word, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. How's it going?
Double birds.
Absolutely.
Oh, not so good after that last one.
Victory, one could say.
Honestly, crazy they managed to get it that close.
It's a very avian series, is it not, gentlemen?
I mean, otherwise, how would they get to them?
Howdy, howdy. I think we're good.
How we doing?
I felt like
Oh, wait, why can't I hear you then?
that HLE's quick attack was their most effective move.
Oh, it's supposed to be 40 base power, but it felt so much higher than that.
That it did.
I don't know whether it might be 35.
We'll
Never
have
mind,
to,
it's absolutely fine. We are very, very
Yeah, I
close
can
to
hear
getting
you. No
into
worries.
champion
You're good.
select
Oh,
here
perfect.
for game number 2.
We'll have to work, get ourselves synced up as well, but we'll wait till there's some form of timer on the screen.
Yeah, that might be a bit. Yeah, we're gonna like pop. Oh my god, it's a Samira pick or some shit like that. Like I'm seeing, you know, like Lucian on my screen.
Yeah,
How you doing? Game 1, bit of a banger. CFO's objective control really worries me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that game, the excuse that I have kind of is that, like, obviously it's been a bit of a theme. That game, no, but like it's been a theme, but that game in particular, like it's really hard to set up for things when you have a Nami against a Jarvan, and then they have a Rakan, and we have no engage. You know, like it's very difficult.
Yeah, I will say, I really liked the Ezreal Nami like I don't think actually respected the slow from the Nami E into the Ezreal rundown. So Doggo had a very fun game.
Yeah.
And in fairness, some of the counter punch was good because we did see a few times where they went in with the Jarvan and then got shockwaved and then got tidal waved and the team got split up and they went, oh hang on, Viper's not been able to join, the Shinzai's got to the backline with the Cassandra and split people off and we didn't kill people in the Cataclysm, oh shit, Doggo's running at people now. So you could sort of see that if the engage wasn't perfect from HLE and they didn't kill Honkyu and or Doggo to begin with, the extended fights got very, very tricky. But it still was an issue of, yeah, but okay, we're trying to set up objectives, and who's doing the face checking is like, please God, driver be here at the right time, because Nami can't move
which is really hard.
Here. Yeah.
But yeah, that's like the biggest problem, right? Is Nami can't really do it herself. You need Driver to be there, and if Driver's there, then he's not in the side lane, and so it's like it just becomes leaking issues. I think they team fought. I would actually argue, considering the position they're in, they were team fighting much better than HLE, but it was just so hard to actually get into a position where they could be proactive, and partly because of the champs and partly because, you know, they couldn't set up vision very well.
One thing that we were noticing on stream as well is like the reset timers and the side side lanes on both teams were actually a bit skew-if. So Zeus got caught out before about 3 big objectives. I think it was Dragon, Afterguard, Dragon, where he was caught out just before both of the spawns. The last one being the mid lane catch where they dove under turret, which is really cool actually. Ginger hadn't missed that when Becomes Lightning onto Delight before the Redemption came in. It would have been like a 2-for-1, which would have been insane.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, but then you look at like just some of the way that the resets came in. I think Driver had a bit of a rough game actually. He was a little bit caught. I mean, he had some okay sideline escapes, but there were some points where he just wasn't on the map at the right time for what his team needed. And that really
and he also made like what could have nearly been the game-winning play with catching Peanut.
Yeah,
it's not like. I mean, I think really Hongq's looked the roughest out of everyone, which being a rookie is somewhat excusable, but like it's definitely
considering how important he is as well. Like it's not.
Exactly.
Like how important is Hongq to CFO? Yes. Like he's just really cool. So like everything they do. And in fairness, he still had some really good shockwaves. He still ended up being very valuable. It just. It would be nice if he wasn't in the mid game at 6. Yeah, exactly. If you're valuable despite being 2, that's impressive. But it'd be nice not to have the 6 part of that, you know?
Exactly, for sure. But like again, I do have faith in him, and like he is volatile. Like throughout the year, this is kind of what he's done. Like Split 3, he looked much better than what he's looking like now. But like Split 1 and 2, this is kind of what he was like. Where one game he might int, but the rest of the team was so good that it didn't matter. Whereas here, that's not really the case, obviously.
Yeah, and in fact, it's credit to him for not tilting off the face of the planet and still fighting some good value, right? Like that was a winnable game. That was a winnable game.
Yeah, he played really well in team fights in the ones that he had flash, but
yeah, very true.
This is the problem, right? Okay, once the timer pops up on my screen, because I should be ahead of you because I did the fast forward tech. I will tell you what I'm at, and you guys tell me when to start.
Yeah, I mean draft's gonna be. Tell you what, just pause it for like 5 seconds, and then I reckon that'll be about even if you're ahead of live. I reckon that'll be about it. Because we just like because we were on stream and stuff. We don't 2 times it just because it sometimes buffers and then it feels bad like having stops in the middle of the game.
Yeah, no, for sure, that makes sense. We'll see. I think I might be slightly ahead, but yeah, it'll be easy to tell when there's a timer.
It's all good.
As Peanut, you can see on his face, he's really looking forward to video games starting. He's pretty
so the zoom out camera should mean we're going into chance to wait.
Anticipation of this draft. I am optimistic that the draft.
We don't see the zoom out camera yet.
And look.
Oh no, it ended up going to the crowd again, so...
Beta now spotted.
Yeah.
I was watching you, fantastic.
The heck?
Yeah.
So one thing which Sam and I were talking about yesterday, okay, yeah, I think you're just slightly ahead of us again by like a second, so it's not too bad now at least. But yeah,
wait, there's no timer on this thing.
No, there's no timer on this thing, so it is. You have to get in the game for that because it is just the bar going in. In fairness, I like the timer like that. I feel like that feels a bit better, honestly. Yeah, one thing. Something that Sam and I were talking about yesterday is that we feel like actually they're quite a narrow team right now, where they really need Peanut Delight to be doing very proactive things on the map for this team to look good. If Peanut Delight are not on good form, and in fairness on Java and Rakana, as you were saying, very easy to make those plays. That's probably actually at their strongest, honestly. Now the question is, can CFO, being a team I think with a bit more drafting depth, take actually away from that proactive jungle support play?
It'll be interesting to see. I think also one thing that's good is kind of like, as you said, the depth of CFO is like we don't really feel that pressured with champions at this point of the draft, right? Like, I mean, they've gone to 3 games a lot in the LCP. They've never lost them, but they've gone to a lot of 3 games and they always look perfectly fine. I'm also kind of happy Rest is in, to be honest, because I mean, from all accounts coming from CFO, is he is just like the person that deals better with pressure than Driver. Like Driver's a bit more explosive, but Rest is a lot more level-headed. I mean, he is just the more experienced of the 2 as well.
I think in that last game, the level-headed... Oh, I mean, yeah, the level-headedness would have really helped around the objectives.
Yeah.
Oh well, is what it is. So, it looks like Sion is just remaining a red side ban. Yep, easy pick of Rise. You can now Galio or Talia from Zeka or Aurora, so you can do either. Well, no, Aurora's gone. So you can, I guess Galio or Talia are probably the two which I'd most likely see from Zeka.
For sure, but I think the Rise is good. Like, I mean, I like typically do, I mean, now you're a little worried about the Vi, but like Rise is just such a strong champ. I mean, for my money, he's like possibly the strongest mid in the meta. Maybe you'd make the argument for Orianna, but that's kind of usually in tandem with something else, right? Whereas Rise is just you can pick it pretty much any time.
I think Rise, when you get through to draft 2 or 3 of the series, is strongest mid laner. I think once Orianna's out, then his laning phase is very chill. Yeah, there is the worry of the Vice.
I mean, unless you get the cool like. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say unless you got like caps where like you pick up the cool thing like the Onivia, right? Like that is just something that really makes Rise miserable. But especially against LCK teams, I don't think you have to worry about that. They're very much, you know, what is meta, we're picking it.
If you Trundle, hang on. So this is just thinking a bit meta here. I actually think the Trundle causes a lot of problems for CFO if it goes to game 3, because Ashley will choose blue side, and then you have to be banning the Sion on red side yourself, because you can't be a first pick at that point. Whereas if you had gone red side, you could have kept the Trundle, because I don't like B1 Sion at all, because if you slam Sion into it, the Sion is not, Trundle into the Sion loses a lot of its value. So picking Trundle here without seeing a tank on the enemy team in game 2 here, while it is good into the Vi, actually, if you get through to game 3 and you do win this game, I actually have some worries for drafting game 3 now, because your Sion answer is now gone. I guess all it does is cost you a ban.
Yeah, you can ban and ultimately, like, if Rest isn't in particular, they can leave open the Ambassador. Because Rest is the Ambassador guy on CFO, so they have that. They also aren't, like I mean, there's the chance as well that, the Rek'Sai. There's a chance as well that you still have HLE banning it, because they might prioritize something more in that one slot, particularly if something like Wukong's open, right? So I think, I mean, it's always just a mind game thing when it comes to game 3 especially, and then beyond.
I will say Rek'Sai's not a bad pairing with Vi, actually, because you are able to follow the disruption quite well. HLE at the very least. I think between the Talia, Vi, Rek'Sai, your pseudo triple global here is pretty, or at least certainly very long range pick from a screen away is very strong.
Yeah. I think Trundle's good against Rek'Sai.
Oh, I agree. The only thing is, as I said, is you're about to say is that you are still going into the meat grinder of Rise EQ, Renekton full kit, Trundle. Like, you mistime this as a Vi or a Rek'Sai, you will just get absolutely blasted apart.
And both of these champs have the same issue, where if you use your mobility to go in, Renekton and Trundle keep you. That Rise as well. This is all like 3 just meat grinder. You are stuck in the fight at that point, which means that if you want to play defensively, Vi or Rek'Sai kind of have to use their mobility, kind of hold it a little bit and try and mind game the way out of a lot of fights. Good question in chat, actually. Here's a question, taking into account only Worlds games, what is the most god tier pick right now? Is it Azir? I don't think it's Azir. I think you have a couple of choices. I think it's Sion, Orianna, Sion, Orianna. Nico's been banned too much for us to see that really, but that kind of wins you every laning phase. But realistically, it's Sion, Orianna, Kiana if you're an LPL team. Or Ginger.
Yeah. I think as well, Corki is actually an honorable mention, because I think the reason, like, I don't think Corki necessarily as a standalone champ's amazing, but it's really good into every single jungler that's just continuously being picked.
Well, I don't think Corki's great into Vi, but Vi's like second string jungler right now, not like full S tier.
Yeah. But even then, like, because of your Valkyrie, you can really drag her a lot further than she perhaps wants to go. You know, like, similar to people picking Ezreal into it.
Yeah, at least get her out of position.
Also, one cool interaction that Trundle has against Rek'Sai is if Rek'Sai tries to use a tunnel, you can cancel it.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Same with
So the thing with stuff like Cassandra Rek'Sai against Trundle is that what you do is you wait for the pillar first and then you use it to get out. So you hope you survive long enough to force the pillar and then you walk out with your mobility. That's meant to be the idea.
Which is admittedly very difficult against Renekton Rise.
Yo, I did joke about the Samira pick earlier.
Come on, do it. Samira out. Samira out.
Into Vitalia. Into Vitalia, that would be
awful.
Very bad.
Yeah, Ziggs is much more sensible.
I actually quite like the Ziggs here. Ziggs is good.
Yeah.
And this is something else that can cancel the Rek'Sai tunnel with Essential.
And it's minefield to dive across. Yeah.
I will never doubt Doggo.
Yeah, you outrange her a bit.
It's like,
all I know is that he
yeah, I think champions that are able to zone Talia are really good. Obviously, there is, like, you know, Talia can still use that wall, and that's just by itself really good anyway. But
you can Alistair Leona here.
Yeah, exactly.
One of those two, and I think you're happy.
Yeah,
because I don't think you. Yeah, I don't think you mind if
Leona's the one they'll go towards. I grant that Leona is often been the more historical pairing with the Ziggs, and I guess Solar Flare is just like less committal.
This isn't a good Braum comp.
No, it's not.
Because while Braum is good into Leona, so you'd want to pick it, but it's not good for your comp. And typically with Caitlyn, you want to pick that as well. I mean, you can go Karma, but then late game, mid and late game, Karma gets shit on by the full combo. You might have to go Alistair. Alistair is the better option, where it's like, you don't want to pick Braum. Alistair is not a great duo, but this is way better for your comp. Because Braum doesn't give you enough offensive options. Alistair does, whilst also allowing you to still be okay versus Leona.
I also kind of think that this Caitlyn's a little weird in this draft. Like, you've got a lot of champs that want to run forward, and Caitlyn, I mean, she can't really, you know, like, she's pretty happy just having
you
like,
only
a
have your
front
own
fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that what I will say is, of your AD carries, at least Caitlyn is pretty damn long range. And if you are in range for a trap combo, you can still follow up on CC, assuming you're good with your traps. There are some combos you can pull off, but I agree, it's not Jhin, it's not Varus, it's like Jinx, you know, where it's very easy one button press from 2 screens away. The Caitlyn has to kind of already be on the same screen, and that's not always fantastic. Because if you're on the same screen as a Leona who's looking to Solar Flare, it's not always fun. But it's not like there's no synergies, I guess is what I'm saying. But I agree, it's not as straightforward as it is in other comps.
For sure, yeah. There's a lot of CC for you to capitalize on if she can be in range, but
yeah, that cat is doing a lot of lifting here.
It is. All right. Well, I mean, I was like pretty happy with CFO how CFO played for the majority of last game, and I do think if they had like I think if instead of Cassante we had something like Ornn, that game was a lot easier, just because it was something to be able to like capitalize on, like, you know, Honkyu's Shockwave. It's a really good combo with Nami ult as well.
I actually thought the Cassante was fine, because it was a blind pick Cassante. I actually think in the point of the draft it was fine. I didn't mind it too much. I actually thought the draft
I agree, I'm just like...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sorry, it was more like I just... Like, if there was, like, if we could just, like, put it in every champion post after the fact, then I think I would have slotted in with Cassante. Sorry, no, Ornn.
Okay, so into a pause. I do prefer CFO's comp. The one worry is what happens if you get like a mega Alistair Vi Talia combo where just someone gets blown up at the start of the fight. I think that on the whole, HLE's pick attempts last game were actually very good. Why not Lucian? In which game? In the last one, I actually think it was... The Ezreal was actually better into the enemy comp than the Lucian. The poke and the slightly extended range from the Lucian was really, really nice. Doggo very nearly solo carried that game with points.
Yeah, man. He's an insane player. I actually like... I would have him as arguably the best performing AD carry so far.
We were talking about that. We think this is the battle between the 2 best AD carries at the tournament so far.
Yeah, we reckon.
I think it's either Viper or Doggo. I mean, partly just because Viper's kind of been 1v9 in some games.
Yeah, I think I would argue that Doggo played game 1 better. Like, obviously they lost, but...
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that.
I think, the position he was in, he was doing a lot.
Doggo has been hit with an auto attack and a Q from Caitlyn.
Oh.
Doing some thumbs up. Zeus has been very
I know I see some people like complaining about the Renekton a little bit in chat, and I do understand some of the reservations, because if Renekton is behind, this is a very bad Renekton game. If Renekton is slightly ahead, this is actually a pretty good
because there is a world where the Renekton... The other thing is Renekton doesn't have to do it alone, right?
If Renekton ever gets like a 2-man Q stride breaker, I mean, not that you go in stride breaker on this game, but if you get like a 2-man empowered Q or empowered W onto backline, you are very happy.
Yeah. And like...
Yeah, and they got Ryze ult to facilitate him.
Yeah, and also, like, you can be secondary follow-up to a Trundle Pillar, to a Leona combo. Like, you aren't doing your own stunts here. If you flash W Viper, and then the Solar Flare follows after the cleanse comes down, like, you can still get a lot of value here on some very annoying targets. And you do have a number of people who be coming into you as well. Basically, the Vi, the Talia to an extent, the Rek'Sai, Alistair is his whole kit. Like, you have got people who are like, congratulations, you have dove into a Trundle Renekton, which can be a very unfun time. Level 2 Vi invade? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
about
gonna
this one,
pause.
Peanut.
I'm at 205. I'm at 205. You tell me when to start.
Okay, 3, 2, 1,
Go.
go.
Alright, yeah. I
So
saw the
now
funny
equal.
business from Vi.
Alright, cool. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. So Jinja's gonna see that. Hang on, but Peanut's just wasted a load of time here.
Yeah, he has.
So he went blue buff enemy side of the river.
That's
So
not
he's
good.
clearly not... Yeah, he's slowed down his clear by about, 10 seconds now plus.
I mean, what that tells us is that Vi was effectively saying,
Well, Junja now has a free pass to go onto the other side of the map.
does.
He has a free play. He has a free play. So what's he going to do with the time? If you can get onto Zekka and force flash, that's not bad.
Yeah, I think he is going to get that one. That's good. And he goes 5 Raptors.
Yeah, that's
He's
not
got
bad.
red buff, and so Vi can't win on without red buff here.
No, I mean, Peanut needs to get level 3, so he needs to clear walls first. The question is, can he get that and head over? Because Vi can't fight at level 2. Vi is one of the weakest level 1-2 junglers in the game. You need level 3, because once you do that, you Q in, auto reset, and you have your W. That's like your big combo.
You can fight over red buff as well.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle still, by the way, and Trundle still wins at level 3 too. And because it's not a red buff
Yeah,
fight.
exactly. He's got red buff, as I was saying. And this tells me, because we're going to see the fight now. Peanut basically said, I bet Trundle's pathing bots and won't be on bot quadrant.
Talia doesn't have shove in. Okay,
Oh,
Mr. Q.
Mr.
Oh,
Q.
Peanut's
Oh,
in deep shit now.
Peanut.
This might be a smite fight though. Zekka's coming over, no flash.
Villa wins the smite fight.
So Honky's here, has flash, so does Junja.
I don't know about this one. He's got flash out.
Okay, so that was a bit of a misfire from Junja. So he gets Raptors but not red buff, a bit of an overplay. Surprised that I actually think as Zekka walked over, they should have flashed Ring and tried to kill Zekka.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because he had no flash. He was killable.
Yeah, but I guess if you win the red buff smite fight there, effectively Peanut's completely out of the game.
Yeah.
Because he would have been down 2 camps, been 3 buffed, maybe locked out a double scuttle as well. Probably not double scuttle, but yeah.
Does at least get Scuttle Crab, as a little note there from the observers. So I'm assuming we'll see Junja go towards bot side Scuttle Crab and maybe fight there as well. The problem is the double longsword's now in for the Vi. It's safe. It was a really dodgy invade.
Surprised that Peanut thought the level 2 invade on the Vi was the right idea.
I mean,
surprised at that.
We didn't. We kind of glossed over it, but like, I think the read probably is that Trundle must be pathing bot to deal with the Caitlyn, right? That will be topside pathing bot and just got the wrong read. That has to be it, right? There's no other reason you go in.
Yeah,
At level 2.
but doing that without actual confirmation from wards is pretty bad, no?
Oh, I agree.
Hang on, so Peanut's going to go towards Krugs. They spot him going there, so they know Krugs are now happening. Okay, so Peanut does have flash. He gets smiting out.
If he flashes over here, he's gonna go into Junja.
He has flash. Junja doesn't. So he's going to lose his flash for this.
Oh, that pillar! Oh, nice.
Okay, he doesn't get to use his flash at all.
And Junja can take Crab as well.
Yeah, he
so
can.
Shit, he can.
He essentially, yeah, he doesn't lose anything, right? You lost
Oh my
Krugs,
God.
but I mean it's pretty even because
He can go to Gromp after, I
got
think.
small ones.
Look, you're watching. If you check the minimap, Delight has actually gone toward Gromp just in case Junja
Yeah,
goes to the
he
invade.
can't
He
go
has to be afraid of that.
Grom because respawns are too quick at this point. He can't go towards that. Now one of the problems with this is Zeus does get isolated lane versus the Renekton. The Rek'Sai is kind of annoying just being an isolated lane, but I guess Renekton is actually fine just picking up
Yeah,
farm.
Rest is kind of doing fine in CS at least.
Junja is massively out jungling Peanut right now. But also Peanut, what the hell was that first invade? The first invade, this is the problem with Vi, with stuff like this. If you don't have the actual confirmation of what's happening in the early path, you do run into the enemy jungle. You just gotta get the hell out.
It was a gamble, and the gamble's gone really wrong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, like, unless you have actual confirmation, it's very hard as the Vi to win early fights when you actually run into the jungler. Like, of the AD jungler.
Oh, sorry. I think it's crazy that they had so much pressure in our bottom jungle, didn't drop a ward, and then just still went for it.
Yeah,
you know, like if that was their plan to go for, you can just drop a ward. Like they had Viper at our red buff.
Mabby with the very appropriate statement of Peanut is out jungling Peanut, and there is a certain amount of, you know that meme of the person putting the pole in the bicycle wheel?
Yeah.
There is a little bit of, oh, how is Junja out jungle me? And Junja's walking past going, bro, what are you doing?
Putting the stick in the spokes, yeah. And they get first dragon as well. This is a masterclass from CFO, like early jungle pathing.
I think as well our dragon fight's really strong as long as we reset correctly for it, because again we've just got Renekton.
Again, I want you to remember a key part of that sentence is assuming our resets are good, because last game they were not.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. That's why I added it.
Yeah. The context is key.
Oh, hang on. We're gonna stop that one. Okay, never mind. Wonder with that wall coming down whether there might
He
be
would
a
have
little,
he would have had to flash to cancel the recall.
little spell flux overload combo.
Yeah, but you'd have to flash for that.
This is miserable.
The wave is going to slow push back into him, I think, though, especially with the Q on the wave. I think it will finally put slow push back in.
And again, rest is kind of even with CS for the Rex. Like, it's okay.
What will happen there is there's going to be a crashed wave for the Grubs timing.
Yeah.
So that means that rest will not be as easily available for Grubs.
That's just so good. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, the positive is Renekton insta-clears a wave, as long as he's got some empowered stacks. Alright.
Peanut, please don't randomly invade again. Stop. There, thank God. Just take the scuttle crap.
Oh, Junja's sits first.
Yeah.
Should be okay. Smite is about to come off, so I think he's fine.
Yeah, convinces the Rift Scuttler to go the other direction.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Should be all right. As that Prey Seeker going an awkward direction there for Zeus, who does have Peanut standing alongside. You can see these rage bars are well and truly stacked up. Zeus is going to eat his to get that health bar back.
And if there wasn't a Trundle on the top side of the map, maybe they go for something, but a level 7.
No. There's no way we just let this happen, right?
This is quite clever. He's come
Well, I mean, Ziggs is coming out of base.
But he snuck over the wall, came
Okay, we get 2. That's fine. Not bad.
Yeah, as long as you don't give the whole set over.
Yeah,
Ziggs is now back out on the map.
I think Peanut managed to sneak into the back of the pit, basically, which is good work from him. Skewed over the wall, and then they used the Rek'Sai Tremor Sense to track where Junja was.
I think ZFO likely knew that was happening, though. No, it is a Vi. We have played around Grubs and Vi for the last year now, so or 2 even. Wait, how long have Grubs been
on? I think Zeus might be in danger here. Yeah.
He has full
Peanuts
rage.
around.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Doggo's about to get jumped on here, though.
Doggo's made a big mistake.
Nice satchel, nice satchel.
Oh,
really nice satchel.
Doggo. And then they got exactly have to flash over the wall before they can rumble after. This gets messy.
Great tower.
This gets really messy.
There's an ult and delights. That should be the end of it now.
Okay.
So that's the end of it now. But like, okay, tower aggro juggling is kind of insane. Doggo, I'm just not going to doubt this man in the future. Like, I've watched too much of Doggo randomly inting. Now I realize that he has unlocked his, his extra chakra he was missing in the LPL.
Viper wasn't there. Viper was bar. I mean, Viper gets 2 plates off that, which is not the end of the world.
I was very surprised that Zeus didn't manage to flash, get ult, and get out. I'm very surprised that Zeus died so easily there. I don't know, just the aura that Zeus had is somewhat fading for me. Like, Zeus very, very good at the start of the year. And of course, like, his time on T1 was insane. But I actually don't think that Zeus has been, like, fantastic. This tournament. And right here, I feel like there's a surviving route here. I mean, he has flash, he has ult. Worst case scenario, I mean,
flash the bomb.
You can flash the bomb, and I think that's fine. Oh, I missed that.
Kaiwing.
Absolute beast.
That might be
why the Talia wasn't.
That might be why Zeus played the way he did on top side, assuming that's where he was getting in. But I still think he had to flash to buy time with his ult as well.
In execution and nothing but confidence.
But that play from
Oh, that's so beautiful.
What makes the whole play work. If Zaka's
Nah, man, the satchel, the Zenith blade, like they. Oh. That's so beautiful.
I don't actually
Oysters remain unshucked, hardy within their shells. Thrown as weapons, that's why they're flying. They're flying at Mach 5 through people's skulls. That's true.
That's true. There's always a chance for Natacon.
The Intercon angle is very
may
real.
strike again.
There's a lot of throwing opportunities still. Unfortunately, we're only 10 minutes in.
Junju can jump on Zeus here.
He has flash.
Yeah, they just lost both tunnels. I think Zeus is a dead little land shark. He's a dead land shark. Oh, good knockup. Smite, slow. Smite, slow. Honku. Room prison now on a
He
peanut.
didn't get the spread.
Doesn't matter. Think he might. They're turning back on a peanut. Kaiwing's here. They've got another one.
Oh, what?
Oh, beautiful.
Hang on, wait, his Q's gonna come back soon. His Q's almost like max rank, so he should be safe here. Where does he go? Okay, you know when I said he should be safe here? That was a complete mistake. I don't know why those words came out of my mouth.
Peanut trades his life for Zeus's, and Zeus still flashes, and Peanut still dies.
Yeah.
So it's still 1 kill, and we trade an extra flash.
And Doggo cleared mid with his bomb as well.
Oh dear.
I do not think Zeus is playing very well, folks. Like, right there in topside, I don't understand how that went so badly again for him. Rek'Sai's meant to be this immovable, very, very safe laner. It's just not been that at all. Like, that's 2 dive attempts where typically Rek'Sai survives that kind of dive attempt, and they've just not been moving around the map to stop it being a 4-man dive, and I don't think Zeus mechanically has played the dives very well either.
I agree. I mean, in terms of the CS, it's looking like Zeus is doing better than Flandre did against Rest. It was the same matchup, if you remember, but he's just given over so much gold and time for dying. You know, like, while the CS is fine, Rest has got 2 plates, got a kill, got an assist, which did not happen against Flandre.
TP behind.
Oh, this is nice.
He has flash and cleanse. There's no one. Wait, whoa. There's no one even on his side. Hang on, can they get? Oh, he flashed TXQ. But hang on, whoa. But getting Caitlyn flash is still big, no?
Are they gonna try and dive Rest?
Yeah, I think
Flashes. Rest's gonna dive.
Did he get his Q off?
No.
Oh.
If you got his Q off, maybe it was closer. Okay, so it's 1 grub to 2. I mean, Viper losing flash is still pretty big.
You can lose Dragon.
No, I think that's good.
So now the worry is you're playing flashless against Leona, which is un problem.
Do they get the full turret here? Before CFO get theirs box? It doesn't matter, they've already got feat of strength, to be fair. Mega Inferno Bomb clears the way, very nice.
I just realized like he's one-shotting that wave. I'm like, oh, actually, Doggo's got some gold.
He's got Ludens as well. Yeah, he's gone for a bigger burst build. Yeah.
Did Driver play game 1? Yes, Driver played game
1. One thing that's I think important with Caitlyn flash down too is her net is no longer like even close to an escape from Trundleader.
True.
Like, you can net to the other side of the pillar, you're still slowed.
Yeah, and then you get in range for a smite, and there's Frozen Domain, and then you've still got Leona running at you, and Rise running at you, and Renekton running at you. Agreed.
As soon as there's a second angle onto Caitlyn feels really bad this game. It typically tends to be the way of Caitlyn, but if you have something like Pillar, the angle becomes that much more threatening.
I hate this collector first nonsense.
It's for Q.
I guess like you.
No, I do too as well, but basically, it's because you hit like backline minion wave clear timing is better.
Really nice.
It's like you get breakpoints for killing. Basically, if you go, I think it's level 9 with collector, you kill backline minions as opposed to any other first item. I think, which I still find that a bit questionable. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean against Ziggs though.
For what is CFO's strong side of the map. So,
hey, Big! My favourite thing about Ziggs.
It's so nice. And you've got 2 grubs as well.
Yeah, 2 grubs.
I think you really want to play for Herald. Peanuts? They've got Viper behind. This gets interesting.
Ginger's here too.
TP behind. Viper's still got flash.
He has cleanse.
Cleanse down. He's burned both.
Yeah.
What's Doggo?
What's happening what side? I guess they're stopping teleport angles on each other.
Mega Inferno Bomb onto Viper.
Hang on, 1 more skill shot kills.
Oh boy.
1 more skill shot kills.
Oh,
Jesus.
Kyling's ghosting him. Alright, not bad. I was worried. Though, by the way, Resh has gone Eclipse. This is like the first Renekton Eclipse in Pro I've seen in such a long time.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
Yeah.
Well, he went Black Cleaver last time in this matchup, and I mean, Rek'Sai doesn't build that much armor, right? It's just all health.
Yeah.
This
So,
probably
like,
gives
I
you
mean,
better...
Resh is going to be squishier.
What it does mean is if you do end up in 1v1 duels with, say, the Vi, or the Talia, or the Caitlyn, like, your ability to get those shields and just get those really big Eclipse trades can be really nice, because Eclipse Black Cleaver, the moment you get a single rotation on like anyone from HLE, you will probably, I mean, you'll die for it, but you'll take someone with you. That's probably not the end of the world for Renekton in this game.
You should be proud of me, by the way. I was on the podcast they do, EuroLeague, the other 2 on there, very knowledgeable blokes, but they're like, oh, you know, I think I take HLE winning over CFO pretty easily. I'm like, my dudes, you must believe in the oysters. I think they're taking it. I was like the CFO believer. In fairness, actually, Kira on that show, he's pretty locked in. Like, he is pretty convinced that Honky was like the generational. Oh my god, he can't even hit the plug.
Oh, delight! He's gonna be forced to flash. Soul Flare. It's a bit much. But Realm Warp.
Oh my god!
Oh, we're gonna get loads. This is great.
It's huge. But like, how good is CFO skirmishing?
No,
this team is so fun to watch.
If Junji gets a lead
as well.
Genuinely. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, like, one of the problems they've had, and we saw it last game, is that, like, Kaiwing isn't that good at enchanters or, like, range champs in general. But also, like, they're so good at team fighting that if they just have a way in, they're really good at capitalizing on it. And, like, Leona, especially in this game where you don't really want to full commit onto champions like the Rek'Sai and Talia if you don't have to, I think it's just such a good pick for him. And it's always been one of his best champions.
Oh, yeah.
So CFO now have Herald Ziggs, which is one of the most disgusting combos in the game.
It is. I will fight back a little bit, because I do think Kaiwing's Nami is legendary for a reason. He's played that very, very, very well for long. And I don't think the Nami last game was, like, individually played played particularly poorly. I thought he played that quite well. Though I grant you, Kaiwing Lulu is not exactly like, considering how reliant, because this is more of a team identity thing. They do like Kaiwing to be able to make things
When it came around to stuff like the Karma meta, I was like, okay, Kaiwing does really need to be back on like Alice, Leon, and Nautilus.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is always something that he's been a bit struggling on. But I agree, as Nami has been good. He played it at MSI too, and it looked good there too. So.
I guess it's been a legendary thing for years at this point. Like,
Absolutely.
Vampire type shit? Exactly, vampire type shit. Get him on Leona. Don't need to see that enchanter bullshit. Have you been inducted into the legend, which is Team WE in LPL? They are a strange and wonderful team.
I have only heard from basically what you've said, more or less, which is only glimpses, obviously.
Yeah, it's Vampire, their support player, was on like the worst EDG team we've ever seen, where they went like completely winless throughout almost the entire year. Then he went to WE and became a bit of a psycho. He plays locked camera support, and like his laning phase and his team fights are absolutely stellar. Everything else we'll forget about, but those things are fantastic. But he's very, very good on his engage supports. But if you go into
the Talia wall,
you can drive it around. You can do a
Wait,
oh shit. I don't. Hang on a second. You actually might be able to do it.
Hang on, that's not a bad angle. Oh, he's just the Judgy, you've done all the hard work. You've done all the hard work. If he dies now as well, oh my God, clip it.
Wait, it's still got the charge.
We got the charge.
Yes.
Judgy, my God.
Oh my God. Dude, the one thing about CFO is they're always too composed. Like, if this was Team Secret Royals or PSG that just did that, they would be in hysterics in their player cams.
Oh, Junja!
Oh wait, Doggo's dead here. Doggo's dead. There's a wait.
Oh, Flash gets it. Double knock up on that.
Rest is really strong.
I don't know.
Viper's free hitting.
I say Viper's about to murder everyone, and they've exhausted the Rek'Sai. Not anyone else to light dies. Viper has to leave. Okay, not the end of the world. 2 for 2.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 for 2.
2 for 1. 2 for 1, sorry.
Dragon,
Zeus now gonna die as well.
Good realm up. It means he's gonna die at some point. It's just whether it's an execute or not.
He's not executed. No way.
Damn, okay, so 3 for 1. 3 for 2.
Who else
we lose
dies?
Dragon though, which is kind of annoying.
Well, that was just Zeus and Delight, isn't it? Viper, Zeka, Peanut.
It was 2 for 2 before Zeus.
Peanut died.
We got teleport. Doggo has teleport.
Yeah.
Hang on a second, Peanut. This
Rest is alright.
Oh, that's so go! Delight's coming in.
He's fine. They have to leave. Oh my God, that redemption is important as well.
But that just means that so there's no kills, but it means that Dragon's forfeit, which now it means it's Chemtech's sole point for CFO. This is a game where Chemtech's really good as well, I think.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who want to be fighting. Like, if the Renekton gets Chemtech Soul, the Renekton is actually useful in late game, I think. Because also, the Chemtech Dragons increase the Eclipse Shield, by the way, and the Renekton Q healing. Yeah, so if you get 12%, and Seraphs, but particularly for the Renekton, if you get Q, and if you get Starix later, if you get Eclipse, Starix, Q, all with 12% added extra value, that's actually, that's so funny.
Do you
okay, he goes through it, to be fair.
Oh my God. That is
like, the
so
actually goes through it, by the way. Okay, I'm more forgiving of the fact that it literally goes through it.
Yeah, and also, like, he was quite clearly trying to get the knock-up and the tower. He tried to high roll, and somehow it worked, but... wait, but how did the Herald charge, even though the Herald shouldn't have gotten the charge, no?
Because they got a kill.
No, but the kill doesn't matter, because it didn't get the tower. It's only meant to get the charge again once you kill a tower, no?
Oh, I thought it was... no, I thought it was champion or tower.
Is that true? That's actually something which I didn't know if that's the case.
I think it is, but I mean, maybe I'm lying, maybe I'm just coping, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Because it's also a combat thing, right? It's not only for the, well, mostly towers, but you know, it can be used for combat. Well, I don't really know who's killing Trundle.
Task failed successfully, correct. Random
This is the most horrendous Caitlyn build I've ever seen.
If
you're building these items, we shouldn't have picked Caitlyn.
Okay, now this is, yeah...
You know what?
Yeah.
That's a reasonable take. Because actually, Collector Lord Doms as a combo.
Also, I want
kind
to
of
say,
fine,
like,
but
there's
it's-
actually there's like some tabby, but there's not. Yeah, I mean, the
No.
tabby is what you're denying. I mean, you need an Infinity Edge on Kate. If you don't have Infinity Edge by like second item, I think that the champion is not great. There are some cases. Hang on a second. It's not. He doesn't have flash. That's not bad damage on the Viper. Viper's out of the fight. So Viper's out of the fight basically. So Viper can't fight now. So that means even though Honkyu is dead, he has teleport, and because Viper will need to reset, this leaves it at 1 kill and out.
Doggo needs to not die to Peanut and Delight here.
He's trying to stop some recalls if he can.
He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Instead, because of the damage done the Viper, they know it's safe.
I mean, ultimately, the biggest loss there is the Zhonya's.
Yep.
Doesn't give
But
up too much.
Yeah, Honkyu
he's gonna have flash soon
on the top
anyway.
side of the map. HLE overstack. Make sure. I think
Yeah, whatever. I mean, Doggo is doing so much damage, by the way. What
he
a
is. He's having a killer
ridiculous
tournament right now. And also, I think Viper's been very unremarkable in this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think the Caitlyn pick makes not a lot
Okay, he'll have a
of sense.
tunnel out. It's fine. Here we go.
Yeah, we got
You've
TP,
heard of Genghis.
we
You've
do
heard
not
of
have
Kubler.
Zhonya's.
Get ready for Inter.
Okay, Peanut's really far away. Alright, he's there. Kim Tick Matt.
This is where I get a bit worried for.
Doggo, please, Doggo, man.
Yes,
Oh,
fine.
Peanut! Oh, Peanut's had a few sojus before this game. That's all I can imagine.
Megaphanosaurus is dead! Oh,
No.
You got the, I thought they had the burst there, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Eclipse Nectin would be enough.
There's no TP.
God, that's such a banger.
It's really
I'm now
hard
going to
get
have to
into
refer to Soju Gaming. Okay, so this is coming down to a smite fight. Q flash in. Okay.
We got it. And the kill.
Double shove, double knockup.
They haven't used
Honkyu survives? How the hell did Honkyu get out there? That is absolutely unreal.
That's that's some stank face fighting right there.
Dude, this has to be one of Peanut's career worst games. He just failed a Q flash on a guy that was stunned.
Oh, if you crash Herald so that it's within range to charge into a turret, then it will change into a. Then it will charge into the turret. So if you finish the charge close to a turret, it will do. That's really interesting. I never knew that. Today.
Oh, what a sidestep from Honkyu.
Yeah. What HP does Honkyu get out on here out of interest?
Enough, Sam.
If you remember the Aurora game.
Oh, this nightmare. Yeah.
Sam, you know, it's like that cutscene at the end of Cairo from Halo 2.
I knew exactly where you were going with this.
It's like how much time was left on the bomb. You don't want to know.
That was like I don't know if you remember. I mean, you will. The AL game. He did the same thing on Aurora.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Except a little bit more mobile on the Aurora. I guess a little bit more.
And then Shanks did also realm warp into utter doom and destruction.
Yeah, my man.
My man right there chose not to use the overload onto the stationary minion and instead missing the moving target.
We win or lose the game here.
It's a 3k lead.
Well,
soul point
not
up.
lose. Okay, we don't have to lose the game, but we could win the game.
Yeah. This is like one of many winning scenarios for them. My problem is there's a trap line, and CFO don't take. Rest is gonna get into that line. Hang on, Rest got the.
Oh, Inferno Bomb is brutal! They did kill the Renette. They did kill the Vipers popping.
Oh no! Coming's down. 2 for 1 right now. But it's top laner down, support
But I say Viper's just hitting everyone for foul amounts of damage right now. Maybe I just did.
That's really good from Delight. Very good from Delight.
Junja, he's gonna die to Viper.
He typed in, no, he gets out. I mean, it's 1 for 1 for Dog onto Delight. So this is the thing. CFO never let a fight go around the objective. They will always fight around the objective. So the thing is, what happened there was Rest was on like 0 HP when he got Realm Warped into the backline. If they just Realm Warped a little earlier before he gets steps, like Rest did not need to go in at 2/3 HP.
So what happens to the Viper just cleanses and flats?
And also the damage on the Zigzalt is not onto Viper, it's onto Delight. And you know, it's an Alistair at the end of the day, who cares?
Good from Peanut actually just full send it on Rest, who actually had more HP than I thought, because he did get a bit of time with the Dominus to stack up a little bit more from that. It's really good from Delight.
Delight had a good fight.
Yeah, Delight and Peanut did the things, right?
It's a lot of sums. I mean, Viper unfortunately still has flash, but
Viper, again, for all you're criticizing the build, Viper is doing a lot of damage in that fight as well.
TSM stands for Team Soju Mid. I can believe it.
Viper's got rapid fire third, by the way.
Which, yeah, by the way, I mean, we were kind of shit-talking Viper's build. He just put out a ton of damage.
Yeah, so that worked just fine there.
Maybe this is the
yeah,
UOP,
I mean,
who knows?
I think he would have done even more if it was an Infinity.
I do agree. I do agree. If you'd had like Infedge LDR, that's like the dream, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe Junja doesn't die. He's the only one that actually has armor. I guess Honku does a little bit too.
I mean, you got armored advantage. I think it's more armor than people give it credit.
I mean, the LDR does future-proof your build. Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh dear. And he's going to walk straight into... Oh, not enough.
Damn, what is happening with Zeus? Zeus has been really
That's
not
atrocious.
great. Dude, he's done almost nothing on this Rexley. He has like one good dive in the backline. Okay, so now this is a proper Baron start. CFO less gold ahead than they were before. How much damage do you have on this?
Peanut.
You don't have great Baron damage, but it's...
I mean, you've still got Trundle. I think you can still get through this. Weaver's Wall splits Honku, they can't get to it.
Redemption's okay. Redemption's okay.
Watch Peanut, he's trying to get behind. Peanut can steal this still.
Yeah, I think this is now... I think CFO need to back the fuck off. And now the problem is they've wasted a lot of time and they've lost mid-turret when they should have just taken the one kill and pushed them out. They don't have enough Baron damage to force that. So they've lost mid lane turret for free, basically. Well, it was a kill for mid lane turret when it should have been kill for free.
If Honku was on the Baron as well, I think probably did have enough DPS.
Oh no, he's fine.
Zeka
might be in trouble.
Yeah, Mega Blasco. Yeah, I can see what he was thinking there, Kaiwing. Shut back.
We're getting to the point where rest is not nearly as useful now. Like, you've reached your peak.
Man, these setups, it's scary. It's like jump scares waiting in every brush.
Also, I don't think... Look, if you're ahead of the game and you get Chemtech, it feels really good. If you get Chemtech Soul, it's still a bonus, right? But I do think it's... He's trying to stop resets, I think. He's got a decent amount of cooldown reduction between Bluden and Rise of Focus.
He ends up burning a lot of ults onto Zeus there. I think it was part of the issue as well, right?
Yeah.
That was like 3 ults, I want to say.
I think it was only Leona, but
and
Leona is
Ziggs
their
ult
most
as well.
crucial ult.
It was Ziggs ult, Leona ult, and I wasn't sure whether Trundle ulted as well.
Peanut's been on the green grape sodas again.
Which flavor is it today, chat? Oh god.
Dude, what is this guy doing?
Kaiwing, speaking of what...
Oh, Delight, you absolute legend.
Oh my god.
Not sure about that one.
He's been shearing as well.
Is there a cocktail with Delight in the name? I need to know.
Oh, there would be.
Yeah.
That's just such a that sounds like a summer cocktail.
Yeah. That's the I want to be a mojito, but I can't call myself a mojito.
Mojito,
no. Cut them in, give me some steak.
Oh man.
Throw the Alistair in there.
They absolutely can win this game, please.
They can, they absolutely can.
Do it.
I think we are getting to the point where like the front line from HLE is a lot easier to play, I think, because Renekton is just so notoriously hard to play in the late.
They were scouting because they don't have any very good vision control anymore.
I don't know, this is actually worrying me. If they have to throw out ults like that is actually starting to worry me a little bit.
I still think there's a real world where Zeus and Peanut go diving in and immediately get blasted, because I think they're also not having a lot of fun here. Delight needs to do a lot of work as frontline this game. But I think CFO's ability to force hasn't exactly been great. And you can see why the win percentage has dropped.
Yeah, anyone's legend have the easy one. They just have absolute legend as in like the...
Yeah.
point.
I think if you kill Viper, the game is over.
But it is CFO.
Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
We've reached that time. He has received enough
That's quite a lot of damage from a Caitlyn ult, actually. And actually, as opposed to firing it against... So typically, I hate Caitlyn firing her ults into other AD carries mid and late game, because they have enough lifesteal to just eat one wave, eat it back up. Ziggs doesn't have that. He's teleporting back in, he has Death Cap. This is huge for...
Death Cap
This is the big moment for Dogger. If he can hit, like, ult Q onto someone, I think they immediately
Full Stare export for the Renekton as well.
And that's with the extra 6% shield power from Chemtech as well. They're fighting into a trap line. Zex is on a good trap angle again. Junja's just trying to eat up traps. Early subjugate. Oh no!
Oh
my god, nice.
Mega photo bomb. Hang on. What up? Kaiwing got the back set.
No flash.
Kaiwing's not having fun.
Oh, Kaiwing got out.
Can't do what he wanted to. Ah, he killed Doggo. But Zeus got the kill. I thought they were going to be able to turn that around. What happened?
Junja makes a mistake getting punted over the wall. I think he had to stay in the meat grinder. And I think the Realm Warp needed... and there were a bunch of things which went wrong. They went on to Viper, but Viper still had cleanse and flash, so realistically Rest is not one-shotting that. So that's one mistake.
Oh, his TP could suck, guys.
Well,
I thought there was more people there.
No, that doesn't matter. Atacam's down. This is for Baron. Okay, so they spot this. Doggo's dead, though. A lot of your damage is down with that.
I think this Rise could do a lot here, yeah?
Good tunnel from
Rex gets a really good combo. That was very good from Delight and Zeus.
The objective play from CFO has just not been good enough.
No.
Yeah.
They've been very impatient and just trying to just brute force 5v5s when actually could just put down a trap line and make it very difficult.
You need to steal this. Run!
Oh god, can he get into Mega Inferno range?
He's gonna try.
How close is... Nah, not even close. Damn.
Oh. No, man.
I don't know, the last couple of dragons in this Baron, it just feels like they're just running and just assuming they're going to fight well. Junja should not have punted himself over. Just you've put the subjugate down, you have to fight.
It was really good from Zeus, but from the flank angle there, that was really nice from the
Okay,
Rex
you know
side.
what, we've criticized Zeus quite a lot this game, I think understandably so, but that was a very good flank. But like also, how does Doggo die with flash up there, you know?
Make it so difficult for Doggo to play the game.
And then at this point, it's pretty doomed. Good flick back onto Rest. Rest has had... I mean, I think Rest and Driver have both had quite meh games, sadly.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's the one I'm looking for. His shoves have been fantastic. His walls have been on point.
Yeah, I mean, game's still not over.
It's just tough from this perspective, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you need Doggo to not die immediately, and you need his pokes to actually land on the valuable people. I just don't know how easy that's going to be right now. Like, he could use a Blighting Jewel at this point, I'm not going to lie.
The Wave Flare is amazing.
Yeah, that'll probably be what the same time turns into.
Infinity Edge is done for Viper, he's 6-1 now.
Yeah, Viper's had an insane game on Caitlyn.
Yeah, after a rough early start as well, actually, where he's kind of getting thrown around a bit.
Doggo 0 damage fight, what a threat. Yeah, that's definitely...
Actually, the one death that Viper's had is an execute to the turret, by the way. Yep. I kind of take that sort of back.
Yeah, well, you've got Zeus in that mid lane. Just CC eaten by a tunnel.
Let them have the turrets, it's okay.
Pointless Trundle Renekton on B2-3. I think the Trundles ended up being fine. I know the Trundle was very good for the early jungle matchup.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Trundle nearly won this game solo.
I actually think that the Renekton was fine for the early game. This is where the Renekton is not fine. Like, when you're at this point in the game, you're 5k down, assessing Renekton becomes a bit... whatever. It's like you've already got past the point of the game where Renekton's meant to be useful. Oh well, to the 2-2 bracket CFO go. At least he can't face T1 in that bracket.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It'd be just Gen G or something.
Well,
depending on how things go.
Well, yeah. You can't face T1.
Okay, here we go. That's a lot of damage onto Doggo. Yeah, there goes the dive combo.
Ah, man.
Oh, tragic.
Yeah.
I wonder whether they need to be Azonias rather than Horizon Focus.
On who?
Doggo.
No, 2-item spike. You can never go Zonya second on that. So they would have. It's not a choice between Horizon Focus and Zonyas, between that and Death Cap. And this is the... Realistically, if you need to use the Zonyas in this game as the Ziggs, then you've made the mistake already. I think.
GG.
GG.
Oh, they should have won. Man, it's just, yeah, the objectives have been rough. Again, like that fourth dragon, I mean, you just rise ult early. You know, Rest doesn't need to stand on 2 traps to then just get rise ulted anyway. But, I mean, there's a lot more wrong than that.
Yeah. Well, they go to 2-2. Who can they face? They can face one of G2 or FlyQuest. I think that's a winning matchup. They can face Top Esports or Gen G. I think Gen G they lose to. I think Top Esports... well, it depends on what form tier Top Esports turn up on, right? But I think if they're playing as they did versus KT, then I think CFO easily win. Although, honestly, Kanavi, Junja, very, very fun matchup. And then you've got the winners from the 1-2. There's BLG. BLG are actually a very exploitable team, but the problem is, BLG's weakest point is objectives, and CFO are not actually looking that good on them right now. So actually that could be a bit of a trip up. Because then it becomes about skirmishing and team fighting versus each other, which is actually a bit more murky, I think, on current form. And then there's winner of what? Mkoi, VKS? Which, yeah, there's Mkoi VKS. And then I guess there's
Mkoi Team Secret Wales.
Oh, sorry, sorry, because BLG VKS, sorry, yes. I think they beat either of those teams on current form pretty easily, actually.
I agree.
We saw it there, the 100
Okay, so it's not doomed. It does get a bit draw heavy for them though. At least you can't face 2-1 if they go 2-2. So
yeah, for sure. That is a definite saving grace.
When they have to stop CFO, he does all the work.
Oh man, oh man.
I mean, credit to Zach as well, who actually had just a very good game in general. I think it was also it was a good Talia game from him as well, with the exception of that one time he got pulled off the wall with a top dive. Like basically multiple great shoves. Them and I think we're going to see some very good damage numbers from Viper and Zekka after that game.
But my favorite part
about that replay I still don't agree with the build, but I mean, I think the team fights got made pretty easy for Viper.
Yeah. No, it's just a little less coordinated than we saw against, say, AL or T1.
Yeah, there you go. That's just good. That's just good numbers from the Talia and the Caitlyn. Want to see?
As a T1 CFO are really good, but they need another season to finally learn it. I mean, they won't. The problem is it's very hard to keep a team together, which is doing this well from a region which doesn't have the financial backing of the other big regions. Really. Because realistically, I mean, Doomby's already been saying on stream, and this is not a surprise, folks. LPL teams are throwing money at Honky.
I can't blame them, right? If I was an LPL team, I'd be looking at Honky.
Yeah, so I think particularly with the top tier mid lane talent from LPL, not doing great this year. This is the first year it felt like actually the top tier mid laners didn't really deliver at all. I mean, Scouts looked shit. Chowhy's not been fantastic. Doomby's obviously come back, but he's been kind of meh. Rookie was actually pretty good this season, but obviously not enough to like lock down the top spot. So you're really left with Knight as the one kind of elite mid from the LPL that's like still doing pretty. And even then, it wasn't a great year from him, but he was still better than the rest, right? Then you're left with like Cream and Shanks, who are, you know, they're good, but I think that Honky is better than them. So I think that yeah, I think Honky right now, if you slotted him into LPL, would be second best mid in the league behind Knight.
Yeah, at least if he's playing at this level, very much so.
So then you understand, and again, personally, I think that Honky should stay with CFO. I think that being in the LCP as an ambassador for that region means an awful lot. They still get the scrims that they need from that region, so you're still getting scrims. The negative is that you're not playing against, you know, top tier international teams week in, week out, which in LCP, look, I love the LCP, but you don't have the same level of competition there that you do in LCK LPL.
My only rebuttal to that, and it is a fairly significant one, is your time as a pro player is pretty invariably limited. Most top tier players don't get that many years of top tier play. If you are going to get offered a contract for 3 times the money you're on, that might be the only opportunity you have to make that kind of money ever. And in some ways, you like, on a personal well-being level, there is that element of like, maybe just take the bag while you've got the opportunity, because you'll only be able to do that for the next couple of years.
Wait, this CFO hate. Wait, there is no CFO. Wait, where is the CFO hate? Do you mean someone in chat? I mean, as far as I'm aware, people are like making some jokes.
We're enjoying CFO.
We quite enjoy CFO.
I certainly haven't hated on them.
Yeah, no, we've got one of the CFO casters.
Yeah.
We're saying why they lost the game. And they did have some flaws which caused them to lose the game, but we all believe they could and arguably should have won at least one of those games there.
When a Thai team joins the LCP, then you'll take back your words. Hey, I love Thailand. Actually, Sam and I went out to Thailand start of the year. It was very cool. Are we waiting about an hour for G2? It should be a rolling schedule.
Rolling schedule should be happening soon. Yeah, in fact, we probably need to change titles and stuff, don't we?
Yeah, I'll probably head out and go to bed. All sad and stuff.
That's fine.
In anticipation for the draw, that's inevitably going to give us another top tier team.
Oh.
I can't believe, like, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy that there will be someone from the like a team from the Western quarters.
Yep.
But it's so sad to me that FlyQuest could possibly get there without beating a single Asian team.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that is a thing. I mean, G2 technically could have done that in previous years as well, I think, but they lost against NRG. Oh no, they beat Weibo in that one actually, in fairness. But I think they did anyway in that one thing. But
yeah, I mean that's just the nature of Swiss. But you know, like it is what it is. You know, we get T1 into AL into Hanwha Life, big jobs. We still got to like honestly, this team, just a few things going better, has the potential to be like actual contenders to win Worlds. You know, like against AL, it was really, really close. They probably should have won Game 3. This Game 2, they should have won. It's like objectives have been their downfall.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, if they can clean that up, which some teams have managed to do within the time span they have at Worlds, then they should be fine.
Agreed.
G2 beat Weibo, then DK, then lost to Genji, NRG, and both BLG. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, that was actually not a. Yeah, yes, I remember that now. That was a heartbreaker. Yeah, so we need to run some adverts. But yeah, Vestian, thanks for coming on again.
Appreciate it, dude.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, I've been really appreciating getting your thoughts and entertainment on this. I will be remembering.
No, I do appreciate
Team Soju game mid. Yeah, you enjoy your rest,
Yeah,
and we will pray for you that the draw is not as shit as it could be. Although I guess the draw will happen. No, the draw has to happen after the 1-2 bracket. Yeah, they'll have to happen.
Yeah,
no,
tomorrow.
well, it's in 2 days, right? Because we've got 2 best of 3s today, so it'll be in 2 days.
Oh, do we? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
So
yeah, okay.
it's 2 of our 2-1s today. Then we have a 2-1 and a 1-2, then 2 1-2s, and then the draw after. So it'll be in 2 days' time.
Right. Well, I can only hope for the best, but thank you once again, guys.
Pleasure, mate.
Hopefully,
until the next time.
See you again in the future. Enjoy the rest of the games.
All right, chat. It's time for G2 versus NA. And as we all know, and as tweeted just now by G2 Esports, it's a great day to fuck NA. You can. I was about to do a rant. All ye EU fans, join me on this guided meditation. Ready? So with the hand movements, guys. With the hand movements. Okay.
Got my hand movements. Okay. Wonderful.
So, breathe in. As you do, take in great laning prowess of the EU mids of ages past. We will hit numbers not seen since the days Frog and Onivia. Breathe out. The lack of LDR building. There will be good itemization.
I need to breathe in again, Sam.
You does fine. We breathe in again. Hold it. Like you're gonna hold the waves to deny FlyQuest all of the farm they could ever ask for. Breathe out. And that is the Shinzao ultimate, knocking away all hope of effective dives onto the back.
I need to breathe in. Sam!
We breathe in again! You smell that, chat? That is the smell of EU victory! Breathe out! Feel good!
Can I breathe normally now?
There you go.
Thank you.
Coffee, Alex.
Yes, please. Okay, let me clip that. Tag G2 Esports and let them decide. Wonderful. Do keep knocking your microphone over,
Because
Sam.
the stand isn't very heavy. I don't have a very good stand.
Right.
So I promise I have the arm too long, it doesn't help. You've got a really good stand, Alex.
Yes.
With an amazing panel that is, I hope, as excited as I am. Welcome, Azale.
Thank you. I'm hot dropping in for some EU versus NA. They couldn't.
Hey, it's Elzen. Cool.
Hey. I'm so excited.
I actually wanted to, but then Kobe came up to me and he looked me in the eye. I was like, Chronicler, come on, buddy. And that's why I'm here. I can't wait, and I have no emotional investment. And I'm not gonna lie.
That's a lie.
I am.
That is a lie. That's a lie.
I'm feeling great. My team just won. I'm just here to have a good time and talk about.
Would you
some
like
League of
the
Legends.
Velvetized coffee?
Maritz
Yes,
works in the
please.
LCK, but he
Right.
supports NA if LCK is
Despite
not
being
in the
done.
match.
Hey,
So
hey,
it's
sometimes.
2v2.
Sometimes.
It's fine.
Sometimes.
It's just so that's even, you know. It's 2 versus 2.
Okay.
Anyways, Azale, give us your 2 cents then, because it used to be all about EU, but NA has been winning so much over their counterparts in the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, since the NRG upset over G2, it's actually 13-4 internationally for NA over EU. Has been going really, really well for us. But I gotta say, it's always that feeling of stress, because then it's like, wait, it's gonna feel so bad if we lose now. I got used to success and I like it.
But I think the thing is, that trio that we saw at MSI was, for game 1 and game 2, incredibly close. It was so back and forth, and then you kind of got smashed in game 3. But I think this G2 has really been leveling up over the course of that week.
Classic minor region versus major region clash.
Shut up,
you think you're close.
A tweet, yes.
I think it is a case of like G2 stepping up over the course of the year and finally winning a title. They're not the second seed, and now we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to take it against FlyQuest here.
Yeah, Maurits, I think for FlyQuest, we know what we are getting. They are incredibly strong. They hold the head-to-head for this Best in the West title, and for G2,
oh my God,
can
that
you
is
be
so
better?
funny.
Can you show that you have become better?
And for me, it not only like to stay a bit more recent, for me it goes to that series we saw last year, which obviously left me with a lot of trauma, which was the FlyQuest Gen G series. Because that really, even though I rated FlyQuest, for me came out of nowhere because Gen G had been so untouchable.
Hey, they got Chrono Thorn Death for the second one. That's cool.
And we know that G2 have had those glimpses.
So I guess they're switching out casters, which makes sense. Like, you had the LCK guys for the LCK game.
I think both teams still have a lot of opportunity to oscillate one way or another because of the little, relatively, we've seen of them thus far because of the best of one.
What I'm hearing is 3 games. I love it. And this match does also feature a clash between 2 of the best players in the West.
No?
Today in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Inspired and Caps fight for a spot in the quarterfinals in our latest installment.
I mean, they're the talisman to those. I actually think Skewmon versus Inspired is, you know, kind of the matchup, but I guess they're not doing a matchup by matchup. They're doing like hero versus hero, which makes sense.
Now the Polish jungler has had G2's number for a while, sweeping them 3-0 only a few months ago at MSI.
Caps makes his way in with a TP. Broken Blade flashing away, barely staying alive. Monster jumping in, needs a little bit more damage. Monster's already got the kill. G2 are gonna get wiped. FlyQuest find the moment instantly.
G2, however, has the greatest Western player of all time on their side. And despite EMEA looking weak as a whole, you can never count Caps out. He will make the necessary sacrifices to achieve victory. Will Caps be able to carry G2 out of Swiss for the first time? Or will Inspired repeat their MSI performance and secure FlyQuest a spot in the quarterfinals?
Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Inspired versus Caps. And I know, Azael, that you also had a tweet about these two, right? Specifically citing their kind of level and what they should be called.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think so many people are just conflating like what greatest of all time is versus the best player now. And I think that is what these two players are. Caps, to me, is by far away the greatest Western player of all time. I don't
Oh, he's trying to like differentiate between greatest and GOAT, which does make sense to a certain degree, actually.
This year, today, current form, I think he's the king.
You know what they say, if you can't beat him, go to another region and beat them from there. That's exactly what
wow.
Amazing. What a great matchup.
Well, Inspired never won a U, in fairness.
We don't have that much time. If you had to name one, maybe Busio, maybe Skewmon, what can he do versus Inspired? Give me your one take.
I mean, it's Busio versus Lebrov. I want to see who takes over in the early game. Lebrov's been stepping up. Can he keep it going?
It's true. That's going to be such a deciding factor today. Let's see, of course, how the fans have voted in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. And let's see what the time zones are saying, I think, right, for this one. Because if there's a Euphoria, slight
close, very
close. Edge to G2 in this one. Cool.
I think that's fair. We're basically looking at 50-50.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting it to go to distance today. I also expect that for last series, I was wrong, but Vedi actually called it at the top of A, and he's saying a 2-0. So I'm a little worried. I think he's wrong, though. I think we are actually going to see it. And for me, one of the things that I want to highlight, as you already asked, for me, Inspired, that man got praise from Canyon. And let me tell you, Canyon basically doesn't say anything ever in interviews.
I gotta just quickly go up
one
to...
of my favorite junglers of all time.
I need to make a very quick beam out of that.
That's big.
It's true. Big words to live up to. Let's take a look at our predictions. We had to do it for this one. I will just preface mine by saying I voted against them a lot. Oh, actually, we have a little bit more time, but I will still, I'll bring up our predictions later because that does mean that we have a little bit more time.
Got our predictions right now.
Never mind. Spoiler alert. Oh, they're gone. Well, we're going to bring it up again later. That does give us a little bit more time to maybe talk about some of the finer points of this matchup. I know that we're talking about Inspired versus Caps, but Azael, is there something that is on your mind that you think is going to make this close that you haven't said yet?
I mean, I think the creativity from G2 is kind of like what is most concerning to me. I do think that, you know, like over the last couple of years, looking purely at form, I think FlyQuest is the better team.
Yeah.
But
over the last couple of years, but I think right now, I actually think that G2 have looked better at Worlds, which is the worry for FlyQuest.
Braum made it so impossible for them to fight through, and I think they're really creative. So that's something that I'm always worried about going up against G2.
Yeah, and I think if it's me, I'm worried about Busio. Like, I kind of got to hit on a little bit.
Busio's been fantastic, though.
Incredible. And honestly, like, I know Inspired gets so much praise in this team, but Busio has been holding this team together for me in the early stages. He has been impeccable. His early game roams have been fantastic. His ability to play around mid lane has been great. And he's engaged. It feels like he just hits everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Busio got a little bit of a raw deal because we did, for MVP, it was MVP of the year.
Yeah. Oh, of the year.
Rightfully won. If it was MVP of the split, I think Busio wins. And I think he was the best performer of the split.
And if it's MVP here at Worlds, I think that story continues. I think Inspired has been a little quiet, honestly, in the early stages, but Busio has been holding down the fort, and it feels like nothing happens on this map without Busio being...
Okay, I've got a funny meme I can now post on Twitter. Sorry, I was video editing on the fly on CapCut.
I'll just say it, it's true. I think also for FlyQuest, I think in the interview also, by the way, he did say like, oh no, we don't think about EU. Like we're thinking about beating the LPL or the LCK teams. The good thing for FlyQuest is you don't have to, just like last year. You could actually just beat EU and make it into the knockouts. And I think for them, they need to take advantage of this draw because you don't want to run the risk that you have to face a stronger opponent later. For G2 goes the same, but they of course already did beat BLG. But it's not easy if you end up back in that 2-2 pool, right? For nobody.
I mean, you could potentially have T1, BLG, CFO, like so many of these teams that are at the top.
100 Thieves.
Up there.
100 Thieves.
100 times better than T1.
Yeah, BPLG.
M-Boy, maybe.
It's okay, Azil. It's okay. I got you with today. Right? Right?
Of course.
No, but it's almost too perfect, isn't it, Azil? They've always beaten them. There's not really a rivalry anymore. They don't even care about them. They only care about LPL and LCK. They've had a great draw.
Okay, right, I have a funny video I'm posting on Twitter. Everyone should watch.
I actually want to piggyback off of that point, because for me, one of the big differences between now and MSI...
I don't know who to cheer for. American fan of FlyQuest for 4 years, preferring to watch EU, living in Europe. Split loyalties, though.
Broken Blade specifically. I think Broken Blade really is a player that I hold in high regard when it comes to...
Okay, sorry folks, I was too busy video editing to like actually interact with chat for a bit.
It does give me room to believe that might be a bit of an equalizer as opposed to what we've seen in that series.
Yeah, and I do also want to highlight like how much Scuman and Lebrov have been difference makers now. Like when you look towards finals, Lebrov played out of his mind against MKOI, and he's talked about in interviews how much he's been getting help from the G2 staff on how to deal with pressure and how to perform under these situations. And I think that's why even now on the world stage, we're still seeing him have some fantastic performances. And Scuman as well has really integrated into the team. So even like in games where Caps is not performing, G2 can still look great and win playoffs and win finals, which is not something we've been able to say about this team all year long. And I think that's why it's a very different form of G2 coming into this series today.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I just feel like I haven't learned anything about FlyQuest at this event, which is part of the problem for me, you know, as far as seeing like current form. We had like an absolute stinker of a game against T1 where it just felt like Inspired wasn't even there, and then we had 2 games.
Okay, that was very funny, go to meditation. Okay, but for real in terms of the analysis of this, I think that realistically, I think that Inspired has not been looking fantastic right now. I think that the champion pool of Worlds has been much more about a lot of AD fighters. I mean, the thing is, a lot of junglers do win through jungle death, but I don't think that Inspired has been looking that comfortable on the
what is that 6? What is that?
Oh, it's predictions. Sorry, I thought they were asking me how many years it's been since G2 has beaten NA team in a series.
Oh.
2019. 6 years.
How many times did you play him?
Did I misunderstand?
How many times did you play exactly?
Like Busio said, G2 just wants to beat an LPL team or an LCK team.
Hey, Vedi and Kobe. Oh, so they basically switched out Chronicle for Kobe. That makes sense. Get the EUNA on there for that series.
Them. The casters.
All right. So I've changed jobs. I was a play-by-play commentator. I'm now playing mediator. Moving into today's match. And,
let's go, buddy. Let's go.
I think the hat doesn't really help for the intimidation factor here, Kobe.
It does. This provides cushioning in case Vedi lands any headshots.
Does help on that front, as we do have the players walking out. G2 got skipped, so unfortunately Vedi has...
Yeah, do you guys see what happened with Did you see what happened with VKS? With so Seal was actually having to go around to different teams' hotels begging them for games, even just a single game for scrims, because no one wanted to scrim VKS, which is really rough for them.
The MSI finals.
Hey, Quincy, how's it going?
Versus NA, that was at the time.
Shouldn't the mediator be in the middle? It's play-by-play is always on the side. It's just the way that it is. Play-by-play is on the side, and you put two colors to one side.
Coming in as the favorites in this matchup. They 3-0 at MSI.
Sure.
They have demonstrated how it
It's
feels
my not match. Yeah, no, CapCut saves us in all things. So.
When G2, when all of Europe thought that it was a free ride into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, NIG kind of smashed G2 that last time they played against the NA team for Worlds qualification. But yeah, I think that currently, I think Busio's scary. I think that Inspired has been a bit flat, and I think Scumon's actually been pretty good. What about Grabs getting straight up ghosted on scrim offers? Yeah, you know, Grabs also got straight up ghosted by them for sure. Yeah, he was saying about that on stream. Yeah, I don't know, international scrims are a thing, but also, like, realistically, if you're not, I think because there is so little time before you get into games at Worlds, like, teams need to use their time wisely, and that's a pretty hard thing to do when you've only got a couple of days, and there are, like, weaker teams wanting to scrim you.
HyperX. And gentlemen, let's see whether FlyQuest are going to be able to use this blue side to their advantage. Already, the Pigeon going to be taken away at the Orianna as well. So in our previous series, that was the first mid lane matchup, and that one's now gone.
Now that Sion has risen so much in priority, I'm curious as to whether or not G2 will look to ban it away. Because we know FlyQuest is happy to prioritize it, but we also know that things like
okay, so Orianna gone, Azir gone, Wukong, Sion first pick likely. Inspired, I think we'll first pick Wukong if it's available, but I do wonder what happens with so the Sion's gone. I think now it's a Wukong first pick angle for Inspired.
Discussion point in this match because G2 red side opting to ban it. I think that is going to become a lot more prevalent. Red side opting to ban the Sion instead until we see some people really prove otherwise. You know, the Ambessa counter.
There's still Aurora, Rise, Talia. Quads Aurora has been very good. You willing to let that go through as G2? Okay, now this makes me think it's actually an Aurora first pick for Quad. Do you ban Aurora or Wukong? There's still going to be Rise available. If you do that, G2 have shown that they can do the Onivia into the Rise. Yunara ban. Okay, so you have Wukong, Aurora first pick. Which one do you want? If you go Wukong, there is still something like Poppy as well.
Oriented jungle pressure lanes.
Yep. Just have to see what is going to be locked in first because we're not trusting that Kaiser hover just yet. Fun fact though, pro players have a 51.2% win rate on their birthday. And it's Busio's birthday today.
I like that. Any extra odds in our favor? That's slightly...
Yeah, the Wukong first pick's the easy one. So now what do you choose your jungle matchup into it? You don't want to go Jarvan into it. Trundle actually doesn't do that great into Wukong either. You can Shinzao. No, you can't because that's gone. So what are you left with in terms of jungle matchup? This Wukong's actually pretty good here. There isn't that much which gets a leg over on Wukong. And it gives team fighting value to Inspire, which he struggles in the other AD junglers. Why are we banning Sion on red? Because people haven't realized you can pick Trundle into Sion. Wow, okay. In Lava Bard's pretty good. Busio Bard is obviously very powerful on the other side, so... Oh, Wukong, you know what? The thing is, Wukong's pretty good into Maokai, because you can W back from the ultimate, but I think it's a much more even matchup than in this meta than I think a lot of people realize. So now you have Bard, Maokai, very long-range engage combo. So if you lock in short-range carries now, that's a problem. Do you need to lock Kasante early? Do you have another answer to the Maokai ult?
Very different look, and for Skumon,
Alistar might not be bad as well for Busio, but it's a bit rough laning phase. Alistar's fine because you can shrug off the ult. Alistar's fine here.
Utility team-orientated Maokai, while you've seen it from him before, it is a surprise.
I don't mind this as an answer to Wukong first pick. I actually don't, and surely G2 must have known that the Wukong first pick was coming. They've got to have drafted. They've got to have figured out drafts around this.
The thing too about Busio, he's not just a Bard one trick. So
I think what G2 want to do is get some long-range carries now, where they can just because if Cassio gets locked in, I don't think Cassio has high enough range to really threaten a lot of the follow-up which G2 could be having. You need some big damage. G2 needs some huge damage now.
Question is, how
And I think I want them to have a bit more range as well. I think I want them to have ranged high damage carries.
I mean, normally we'd see, for Cap specifically, Tristana would be something.
GT needs physical damage urgently. They will do. I mean, the 80 carries yet to be picked, and you've got top lane as well. You've got plenty of options.
I question whether or not that makes a ton of sense.
Caitlyn's fine here, actually. Caitlyn is fine. More than fine. We're talking about long range, high damage. That's pretty good. That.
Oh, I see. The new tech, Caitlyn mid. Let's see there.
No, it's old tech, isn't it? That's season 1 tech.
We're going way back now. I mean, Caitlyn Bard lane on the bottom side, you know, into the
Walking Cats plays AD mid. I don't think you need to pick AD mid now. I think it's fine.
Give some time for roams as well.
I would have gone Corki. Corki, no, Corki would have been fine actually thinking about it, but the single target of Caitlyn into this comp is kind of nuts. Plus also, like, Alistar can't play laning phase versus Caitlyn really at all. Caitlyn Maokai is disgusting objective play, as is Bard. You've got like 3 different very good objective setup champions from GT. This is not looking bad from GT so far. You can maybe ban out something like, you know what, something like Misfortune might not be a bad ban away from G2 actually. Poppy ban, right? Because they're afraid of it. So does that signal Cassante top? Do you want to ban out the Cassante? Rumble might be also a pretty good ban here. Wait, hang on, does Bobo play Rumble? Because this would be a pretty good, I think Rumble's pretty good against like Maokai Caitlyn kind of drafts, because you can just kind of chuck down an equalizer to split up the engage as it comes in from long range. Yeah, there you go, Rumble ban.
Trees don't like fire.
Yeah, I guess they want to
GT like Cassante go through and Rek'Sai? They have Rek'Sai and Kled for that, yeah.
I feel like G2's
now remember when we saw Anyone's Legend play the Maokai Kled into the Wukong? They actually really struggled because they just had all of their damage dumped into the clone. Junja really outplayed them. You never want to go Yasuo in this comp. Never.
They are going to be taking away here, whether it is going to be still just aiming towards that top side. Brookblade's champion pool is relatively wide, but still going to be taking away.
Renekton banned away. So
they do want to remove.
Presumably you just pick mid here and you counter pick top. Let Broken Blade have the counter. And I think anything which is that would be very fun.
That would be very interesting.
I think they're just hovering it, surely.
Wait, is that
Surely they're
Caps?
just hovering it.
Caps?
The time has been out for a long time. And
okay. Oh my god, I thought we had a Graves mid for a second. That was a very long hover. Okay, Victor. Alright. So that's fine. You have... Now, this is really, really dangerous for FlyQuest now. Because you are heavily outranged and the single target is disgusting from G2.
Like a million years ago.
Yeah.
And by a million, I mean...
Flandra won Worlds on Graves top, in fairness. Yep, yeah, he did.
Be a pretty strong top lane option right now, along with the Cassante. It looks like Bwipo's going
the long range combo from G2 is insane right now. FlyQuest are a little too short range. They're a little too short range.
We talked about a bunch of options. Vayne, I think, would, strictly speaking, be quite bad.
That would be a bit of an int there, especially with top lane left to pick. You can't. The problem is Masu can't pick anything interesting for like lane swap situations. I don't think, because Broken Blade can still pick whatever the hell he wants for top lane matchup and bot lane. He can pick with both of them in mind.
Very safe, lot of mobility, long range poke. Ties in nicely with the Talia, and it's looking like a very
Wukong with Merc Treads is OP this game. I mean, it's good, but I into a lot of the things, but I just don't. What it means is that you don't get instantly exploded, but I don't think it helps you go completely off the chain. So the Rek'Sai's not bad here either. Like, it's just good into the Cassante. I think G2 have outdrafted it personally.
So, gentlemen, who's feeling the best out of this one? I'm looking at FlyQuest. I'm seeing so much CC.
Well, the guided meditation really helped me, you see. I'm a lot less stressed than I was.
As you should be. As you should be.
G2 have drafted a very traditional front-to-back composition.
Okay. I mean, they've got... That's a very EU front-to-back comp.
It is, and it's an outrange. It's an outrange is the thing.
Yeah. Actually, if I say between the traps and the sapling...
Because what's going to happen is, like, I mean, the thing is, one thing which worries me is FlyQuest have like 3 different ways to shrug off Maokai ult. You have Cassante W, you have Wukong clone, you have Alistar ult. Now, 2 of them are basic abilities, 1 of them is an ult, but you have multiple ways to stop the initial first engage. However, if you do land the first engage on someone without that tool, it's instant death, because you have Maokai ult, you have Bard stuns, Bard ult, or Bard ult into Maokai ult might be better too, and then you have Grab Field after. And the amount of damage you have from Caitlyn Trap, which is also part of that CC combo, and the Victor is just very, very, very high.
And I think if you get to play fights slow, G2 got a really good slow fight team.
They do.
With the Maokai saplings and Victor
I
and
think
Caitlyn.
that FlyQuest having such low range could be a huge issue. They need to get a good angle. If you get Wukong,
you've got tools to do that.
If you get Wukong into the backline, yeah, it's pretty fucked. But outside of that, your range is pretty low. Your laning phase is not fantastic. I think this is technically 3 slight winning lanes for G2 across the board. Well, bot lane is heavy winning, I think.
And I think Rek'Sai tends to get shoved on K'Sante as well.
Yeah, but it's not like kill threat, but it is just K'Sante can't do anything in the matchup really.
And I think that's probably good news as well, because I think G2, the other thing I was going to say is actually they want to be in the objectives first, right? They want to be in the river first, because they want...
Here we are, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're under the rift for game number 1.
Because they will want setting up traps, putting saplings down, threatening grab fields, and that's just much easier when you're in the river first.
Yeah. And if G2 ever get a siege on with Baron or something like that, game's just over.
Oh,
This is a ridiculous. Maokai is one of the best siege champions in the game, as is Caitlyn. Victor's not bad either.
I just feel like FlyQuest's early lanes could end up costing them a lot here. Especially if G2 start stacking objectives early. I think they're going to start getting obligated to some very awkward...
FlyQuest need to get on the board early, and they need to make sure that G2 are playing like without flashes. Oh, they've... Hang on a second. Now the thing is, Caitlyn, Corki is meant to be way better at the level 1 than the Caitlyn. This is not... This is why I thought that Caitlyn should not be blind picked as much.
It was what we were talking about. It's like season
Not a great Q there from Hans. Didn't get the champion or the Corki. Q's coming back up from Massey. Good sidestep though.
Matching the AD carry swap, so
Okay.
Caitlyn with the long auto attack range and trying to use brush there.
Not bad. Q wants to wave and him.
See about the push on bottom.
Trying to hit from the bush so he can stack up headshots a little quicker.
Was there a threat of Graves in draft?
No, it was just hovered. It was hovered, yeah. Okay, well that does nullify a lot of the Caitlyn, because Caitlyn Bard is really disgusting. But then again, you can't play Rek'Sai level 1 into 80 carries, which is the problem. So you should have... CFO have basically... They've revealed that you can't play Rek'Sai level 1 against an 80 carry.
Agreed. I mean, the Caitlyn still gets to outrange the Corki and do. He's doing pretty well in that lane
Corki is very good once you get to... Well, you're... In the 1v1s we saw on Howling Abyss from LCP, LPL, Corki was very, very, very strong.
But I will note that was often with the...
That was level 3 start.
And it was also with Ignite Exhaust often, or like some more combat-focused summons as well, which you've not been able to go this game. That's not a bad little roam. That's another Q. That would have been nice.
The Q wouldn't have stunned anyway.
No, I know, but it would have been a nice little chunk. I think capped afterwards with the side.
I mean, he's got a spellbook, it's not electrocute.
No, yeah, I mean, it would...
He doesn't have move speed on the side.
BB?
Look at him go. As we get the flash away here, as Broken Blade getting himself out of there.
Okay, bit rough there. He has one shrine behind him from the Bard.
And so does have to use the flash to avoid being headbutted to death.
So, Busio moved to left.
Okay, so actually Hans is doing fine versus Masu in top lane anyway.
Yeah.
Very true.
I've still got a cookie. He's not reset yet.
With that in mind, I think FlyQuest could have chosen a... I think FlyQuest should have chosen a different AD carry that beats Caitlyn in the 1v1.
Yeah.
They could have gone for either, like... I mean, Lucian's kind of whatever in the comp, but you could have gone for something. I mean, Draven's too short. This is the problem. What do you pick that? Oh, I think FlyQuest almost had the golden road to, like, the golden angle, where they could have picked a champion which beats Caitlyn in 1v1 like Draven, or whatever, or Callista, but then you needed the comp for it as well. And I don't think they had the comp for it versus the enemy team's comp.
I think the other thing is, like, going back to those LPL 1v1s, like, one of the things there is that you were blind picking. You didn't know what you were doing. Corki has more generically good matchup, was Caitlyn actually, or someone who just actually it's really different.
I'm surprised that Masu hasn't won the 1v1 AD carry thing. Corki 1v1 is absurdly strong.
Isn't Caitlyn not a bad matchup into Corki 1v1?
Corki is just disgusting 1v1.
Well, that's the reason I was wondering, because I feel like Caitlyn outranges enough at 90 cal nets when you try to Valkyrie.
I think when
win the extended trade.
I think when Masu missed the second Foss bomb and ate a headshot, I think that's where the matchup fell apart.
Because I thought the outrange with the 90 cal net was enough to keep Caitlyn kind of at range enough that the Foss bombs get tricky. And if you Valkyrie forward, you
can cancel the recall here. He's just waiting for his lead to come back up. Here you go.
Oh!
Oh no, he did. Oh, that was just vision toggle. Just vision toggle. My bad.
Yeah, no, I was with you there.
Kate 1v1 is really good though, like a mainstay in 1v1 Howling Abyss. That wasn't true in LPL LCP 1v1s earlier this year, where Caitlyn like was around but would lose to like Renekton, Draven, Lucian you'd lose to, Jace you'd lose to. In terms of, and Corki. So the best one, and Varus was really good too.
To be fair, I thought it was a better matchman to Corki than the other one. But
yeah, historically yes maybe, but we literally saw so many 1v1s this year from LPL where like yeah, Corki was almost always picked. I mean, I guess he got through the bans as one thing, but he was picked an awful lot. Orianna was insane there too.
Yeah, true. Either way, I mean, Hans is playing this lane out very, very well. So regardless, the end result.
Oh my god, hang on, Massey's down like 15 CS after this wave.
Ooh, okay, Labrov.
I don't think he needed to flash that, not gonna lie. Oh my god though, Hans it. I mean, where I saw so many people like Massey's better than. I mean, we'll see what happens late game. Maybe I'm speaking too early, but like Hans has destroyed him at this.
Yeah, this is a match, and again, like
I wonder whether G2, I wonder whether LTA Team Scrims, I wonder whether Fly Scrims or whatever didn't show. I wonder if they showed, oh, Caitlyn won't swap. Caitlyn will always play for 2v2, because I wasn't expecting the Caitlyn to switch.
If Hans is comfortable and Caitlyn 1v1 to match the Taeyun swap, that's a big one.
Yeah, because I think that Caitlyn shouldn't really be played in the 1v1 as much. Not really. Not against other AD carries.
I mean, but if G2 can do this regularly against AD carries in a 1v1, then my opinion probably changes a bit. But this is only one game. But hey, it's a good one game.
No, that's just wrong in Onivia's chat. I think you're just wrong about the matchup there. I don't think you realize the 1v1 is as strong from Corki. Because even when we saw... Because what you're forgetting is that there were 1v1s on Summoner's Rift earlier in the year where Corki was played as well. So I think you might have forgotten that Corki was still played in the 1v1s when Summoner's Rift was the 1v1 map as well. I think you've forgotten that a little bit.
Does like more tunnels equal more?
Yeah, because exactly. One of the things I think Corki's running into the issue with Caitlyn is you do actually have to all in. Like, you have to get very short range, and if Caitlyn 90 cal nets out, you can wait it out, because you're not...
Yeah, but then Valkyrie tends to be a big...
Well, I'm saying because basically, if you just 90 cal net the Valkyrie and stay away.
And it looks like it's going to continue to be pain.
Yeah, Busi is like, I don't want to take this, but I will.
What is that CS gap? That's Hans Sama, baby!
Hey, I don't know about that one, Busia. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Oh,
nice, yeah. And now now the problem is they're coming back into the 2v2 with a disadvantage for their AD carry because you're against a pickaxe longsword.
Oh, versus just a tier and a longsword. I mean, also for large portions of this lane, it's just been Masu on tier as well. He only just picked up the longsword. So there's going to be another reset from Kate soonish, where she'll probably pick up a Caulfield.
Yeah. Caps is doing fine in mid lane. I guess you want a little bit more from that matchup, but it's not the worst. BB's not ahead of Whipper, but this is the point. It gets to a point soon where like, you can't ever remove the Rek'Sai from lane.
Taking a beating here by Bwipo, but there's those tunnels. That one probably not going to stick around, and oh no, tunnel removed.
I mean, what you'll notice Broken Blade do a lot is actually just move into that Tri-Brush to see if the Tremor Sense will pick up.
What have G2, hang on, what have G2 tweeted? Let's have a look.
In case Inspire tries to start that one off, but
what have they posted?
G2. Hang on a second, that's not bad from Busio, but grab field's a thing. Busio has flash still, so he's fine.
Outside of just quad himself, so it's just going to be Caps taking a fair bit of damage and then...
Yeah, looks like FlyQuest at least gonna start up these groups. Rob and Skumon want to head over. Caps actually had to go get honey fruit though, so Caps is gonna be a bit delayed getting to the right. You see Victor trying to clean up those minions.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That is so funny. What?
At least the two. They want the final grub for the might.
Yep, they should be able to get it here as well as in they go.
Okay, so it's 3 grubs to FlyQuest while we were laughing at G2 tweeting some funny shit about Bwipo.
And Fly then just gets back away. Still behind in gold, but those grubs going to really help.
Just a really nice awareness from Inspired, recognizing, oh, hang on, my mid laner has a health advantage. He's just chunked out enemy mid. We should have prio over this topside river. Corki can collapse first.
Okay, so 3 grubs to FlyQuest. I mean, G2 would have liked to have at least 1 grub, just because it really empowers Caitlyn's siege. But then again, Caitlyn's still very, very good at the sieging pumps anyway. 30 CS and 80, Jesus Christ! Oh my god, I mean... Yeah, that is a worry. And also, you know, we've now got, you know, Maokai out of the early game, getting towards 1 item with Leandries. I'm really quite afraid for FlyQuest later on.
This is kind of what I'm used to. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I'm feeling more and more at home.
I mean, EU has been in Maokai picking region for like the entire year.
It's true.
We've loved Maokai for like the last 3 years. Every so often we're like, oh yeah, Maokai's really strong for EU specifically.
Yeah, especially because EU is often like, we'll go to team fight around objectives. And Maokai does that really well. I also just think this game, not very many people want to tank sapling damage from like a 2-item Maokai. Also, it's very good to scout out flankers. Like Alistar really doesn't like dealing with it because he doesn't want to have to ult it.
And now you have Rek'Sai and Maokai anti-flank. And you also technically have Caitlyn Traps, Bard, Shrines as well, if you really want to use them as like extra warding bits as well. Although most of the time they'll be used differently. This is, weirdly, this is like very 2022 when we saw like MSI meta, or like post RNG's MSI win. Basically everyone realized, hang on, RNG just destroyed the entire world, including T1, by just flanking from Fog of War on repeat. Just getting these crazy angles. Anything which gives you a bit of extra vision is just worth its weight in gold.
I mean, like Massey's only got 2/3 of CS of hands right now. He's literally 30 CS down, by the way. It's going to be the Collector first, but I think this game, with the value you've gotten out of lane, I think the Collector build path has just been good, to be honest.
You're meant to be killing first target. Chances are that's frontline. I'm actually a little worried that this is the wrong build for the style of play that you want to use.
Considering the value it's gotten from lane, I'm less against it. It might be another one.
I don't think it changes much from lane, does it? Because he went for pickaxe first anyway.
Yeah, true enough, but I think then you go towards dirt feels really good. I think you can just extend this a bit further.
It's not even lane against the Corki now. So, I'm not sure about that. And now you're going into Bramble Vest, Chain Vest, Gasante. Like, it feels good for wave clear, where Caitlyn will just insta-push the map. But in terms of your comp where you need to kill the first target, that does feel a bit bad.
I think if you, considering you'll have Liandry's on Maokai, Victor as well, and actually Rek'Sai's pretty good anti-tank, actually. I think you're less obligated to do it on the Caitlyn than you might be in another game. Like, Caitlyn doesn't have to be the tank killer this game, you know? I mean, she'll get there. But she doesn't actually have to be obligated in that super early.
I'm sure it's about the same size as a foot. Never mind. Quad. Let's see
what
the gravity field is going to work. The Arcane Storm doing a fair bit at the same time. At the size of
Quad.
Oh! Headbutt attack. So that's going to be Flash blown for Busio. Gets a bit more of the wave. Damn, though. Busio has to get the kill, so it doesn't even go to Quad. So Quad's down gold.
Busio healed
Quad saved Flash. Busio lost. So Quad didn't lose Flash. Caps did. Busio used his summoners. I have to say, though, in this comp, I actually think losing Alistar Flash is super big.
Yeah.
Use it, but I think Alistar Flash, actually, this is just a good rule of thumb. I've been realizing, I've been re-recognizing this again, relearning it. Basically, if Alistar is in the game, the most important summoner in the game is Alistar Flash. Alistar Flash is so damn useful.
I'm seeing some comments about Inspired farming Twitch, like, in this game, where are you supposed to go as Inspired right
I mean, I think Inspired is meant to hyper farm to the point where it can impact team fights. Like, Inspired...
This is the correct choice
and also, like,
game.
you can't impact lanes that easily.
No.
Not this game. Yeah.
Because you don't have no priority. We've seen
You
it
have no prior. You can't play without prior. So Inspired should realistically be as powerful as possible, and they're looking for the god flank in the first couple of team fights.
And in fairness to him, Busio?
He has no flash.
Yeah, he's gonna Ghost.
He's used Ghost, yeah.
Okay, headbutt. TP behind. I think he's just dead, isn't he?
Massey's here. There's no damage here from GT yet.
Oh, that's a good shove.
Yeah, it is.
Caps
is dead.
Caps is dead. Well, nice from Inspired.
Yeah, so the damage wasn't there, so it looked okay for GT, but whenever a play like that happens, look for where the damage is, because GT didn't actually have damage there. Caitlyn's top lane, Caps is coming down river. The damage isn't there.
I thought Liandry's plus 3 members, plus Liandry's Titanic would be enough to kill a non-ult, well, actually, I suppose it was ult storm boost, yeah.
The damage wasn't there.
I thought that was going to be enough.
The Caitlyn was top lane, the Victor wasn't there. So, yeah, typically in plays like that, when it gets a bit more scrappy, look to where the damage is.
No, I thought the damage would be there, to be honest.
Rather,
I thought the Liandry's Maokai would be enough, I'm not going to lie.
BB! Oh, he's like, oh my god, he's not fine. He might be able to ult BC out here.
Tunnel? Oh, the trample stone!
Oh! Has he got another E, another E?
Oh, and they flash for that as well.
That's bad from Masu, actually. That's bad from him.
And out goes BB once again.
Rek'Sai so obnoxious to
this is why Rek'Sai is so annoying. Hang on, can you get the...
yeah, there's no flash on.
Yes, he does have flash. He does have
Doesn't matter. Oh, that's an early Q. Cans. Oh, flash over. He's dead now.
There's an ult from Hans, so he's dead, yeah. Even if he did get... Yeah, okay, so Quad chooses to save the flash. Good play from Labrov.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's had some really good Bard games, actually.
Okay, so
no Sheen white flag. That's true. It wasn't even a Sheen auto from Massey. That's a good point.
Warmed up on stage. Items are coming through, and they're looking to punish.
I think G2, if they hadn't given up those 2 kills, would be feeling so much more happy. But Hans is now like 1k up, and Massey is still down 30 CS. He has kept it at 30 CS down, but yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, a mild lead for a Wukong into a Maokai, and in fairness, Bwipo's in a decent spot because he's gotten a lot more CS off that play top side. He might be dead here. He's just dead. Yeah, not sure about this one, Caps.
Well, yeah, that's not. Yeah. And so Bwipo doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. You could maybe mark ult, but there's going to be Cassante W back up.
Does it matter? You just keep him honest. You probably get the kill anyway. Okay,
there's no wave.
Yeah.
So you'd have to dive beyond it into a Wukong with flash Cyclone. So no.
That's a really important pickup.
And the point I was about to make there, about Quad,
I don't think it is it?
I think it just gets Bwipo. It just gets Bwipo more gold, and I think actually keeping yourself ahead in gold
it's nice, but I don't think it like changes the game. As in, like, it's fine. Caps has teleport. He'll just go bot lane when he.
I think the other thing it does, it just denies Caps getting farm because he was getting ahead of Quad, and that's not the case.
The wave was cleared. The wave was cleared, so he.
But Quad got played bot side, didn't he?
But Caps gets to pick up the wave bot side with the teleport, so he's in exactly the same spot he was before.
He was ahead in gold. He's not anymore.
The only thing it's about the same, I think, the Caps, no? I don't think that didn't come from that play.
I think it's still not great.
Oh yeah, he dies, but I'm not. I think like just he dies, but don't oversell it. Is what I'm saying. Like it's not like game changing for me.
Oh, I'm not saying it's game changing, Alex. I'm saying it's fairly big for Bwipo, and I think it also gets Quad some more leg damage. Nice.
Dragon is up.
Trinity Forces are pretty good, aren't they?
By Force False Bomb combo.
Yeah.
Redemption means it doesn't actually mean all that much in the grand scheme of things, and they do get.
Hans also has level 11 result as well.
Masu, who needs that redemption in turn.
He's safe. Hans wasn't in range for any extra damage, and it's just Labrov
there. With Labrov around with flash, there could have been some weird.
Spiders in the brush. Hans is out of range. Pretty sure there's no extra follow-up, no?
Hans had a decent amount of money to spend. Full BF.
There could have been a trap combo if they got some.
Good value there.
But he wasn't in range for that.
2 dragons stacked up by
not even close to being in range,
again, the top side objectives, the
I thought
grubs
we
and the
an
Red
angle. But I suppose with the Spider-Man it would have been a bad angle.
Early game gold.
Okay, so now FlyQuest are ahead in gold. They have 3 grubs. They have Herald. I think FlyQuest have actually survived this early game remarkably well. I think G2 have not picked the right fights. And Caps, like, when Caps has been pushing up on side lane, G2 have not been close enough to him. Because he's died now, what, 3 times in a row? The move down towards bot side and River, that was just poor from him. Like, you can't walk into River like that against a team which is actually pretty good at picking you off. So that was pretty bad. Mid one for one, who cares? And then this one in top lane, like, your team is not close enough. You need to be very afraid as a Victor who's not built HP as first item. Like, he's going to be very high damage. Like, this Victor is going to be really, really scary at 2-3 items when you get...
Slowing him down matters on that front.
But he's very squishy. This is not a tanky HP building Victor, which can actually sometimes survive the Wukong. I think with this build, I guess he is going towards... oh god, he might not even be going towards Leandre's second unit.
Is he the Cosmic Drive build?
It might be Horizon Focus.
Oh, yeah.
It's just because of the stat stick, I think. It might be that. But I don't think this Victor is going to be hard to kill at any point in the game. I don't know about this.
Okay, nice angle from Booster to keep Caps away. Oh, that's not bad damage back. Quad's going to be alright. They'll magical journey out.
So Busio flashed onto Caps, but the Quad wasn't in range for the combo. Herald top lane, turret's not dead.
Is that not going to be feat of strength now for FlyQuest?
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah,
I don't think they were going to... I don't think they could... Well, I guess if they win the fight, they can stop the Herald, but... They also dropped the Herald to be an escape vehicle if they needed to.
Yeah, very true. We've definitely seen a lot more people do that since the Great Hacker escape.
People got hyped for G2 after the BLG game, but in my opinion, that was just BLG throwing. G2's gameplay didn't really inspire confidence in me. I mean, like, yes, BLG definitely looked pretty bad in that game. BLG in general have shown a lot of flaws, for sure. But I don't think this is... I don't think G2 played badly in that game either. Yeah. I also think that at top esports, you can't take too much away from that because they got massively outdrafted and outplayed. Like, the Scion into Trundle was just unplayable.
Obviously, the tension still feels very
but then, wait, what was the other game that they played? They played against MCoy and they smashed them. So, yeah, I mean, there's still a lot more for them to show, but I don't think you can say that G2 looks like... The problem is there's a lot of false negatives for G2 too, where the draft against top esports in the other game didn't really get any gameplay from them.
Yeah.
They did play pretty well versus BLG, they smashed MCoy. So, what have we actually learned against about G2? You know?
Very true. And I like this game, like, look, the Goldie's a little bit fake. Like Wukong getting ahead and getting the Son of Sky is really, really good. And Spider's done what he needed to do. That's a great news. But I don't know how much the lead for Cassante means as yet. And I still think that Hans, if he gets towards the Infinity Edge second, is going to be really nasty to anyone not named Whippo.
But that's the problem. They need to hit Whippo. This is why the Collector Rush feels bad in this game, because this game is a lot of hitting.
Do they need to hit Whippo?
This whole comp, Sam, is about hitting the first target. You tell me.
I mean, because I still think you can hit the Alistair, the Wukong just fine here. And you've got double mask builds.
I think Whippo will
and Titanic
make it.
Hydra.
Hang on. Hans flat. So he flashes out, that's fair. Ooh, hits the headshot.
I say, ow, Quad does not enjoy that.
No, so he's under half HP. Atakan's spawning now. They do get flash out of Caitlyn though. Labrov, my dude, you probably should have just backed off. You have heal and flash. That is completely unnecessary death. There are a lot of unnecessary deaths from G2.
I think he thought he could magical journey, though, just couldn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's unnecessary because he thought that he was wrong when he died unnecessarily. He could have just walked backwards and tunneled out. Would have been fine.
Yeah, that's what I think he was trying to do. Did he get pulled back?
No, but he walked forwards.
Yes, I think it was bad. Then like one looks like.
And that's why I'm saying it's avoidable.
Oh, and it is. I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, it sounded like it sounded like.
That are turning into bigger ones as, for example, on the bottom side of the map, Whippo getting the flash out from Broken Blade, and on the top side, Quad getting the flash out from Hans, and that ultimately led Labrov thinking, oh, I can still stick around, my magical journey should be off cooldown.
Whippo's doing pretty well at bullying out the Rek'Sai in the way that he can.
Lucio, a really quick flash to set up for the play, gives FlyQuest another kill. 4-2 now, the advantage. 2k the gold lead.
Inspire getting another kill is scary. So this is now a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle. Inspired, for all he's not done all that much, like he's feeling real happy here.
Well, I would say that he has done stuff now.
Exactly,
like,
exactly.
He caught off Caps. He gets kill onto Labrov there.
Got to farm towards the
said,
item to
hang on a second, getting Soul Point.
Yeah, that's the difference.
You can use the Maokai ult and the traps. Hang on, where is the trap line? The trap line's not in place here. That's not. Hang on a second.
There come the traps now.
But no, they've let them in.
Good grief, guys! You're gonna give it the dragon on that one.
Hans has no flash.
Hans dead.
Bad objective setup from GT.
Tempest Fate's not bad.
Yeah, but Hans is still in gold. Hans is melee range of 4.
Ooh, does get it. Oh man, that Sundered Sky healing was foul by the way.
Gets to go onto Caps. 1 kill from BB. Really bad objective setup from GT. Ah, for God's sake. I mean, I don't know. That was just, you didn't have the trap line in place. You didn't scout the flank. You didn't use the Mark ult to screen them off from the initial engage. Or objective setup from GT, and they lose the dragon. That actually is game losing. Like, that is the kind of play which is game losing. So what happened at the start of this? I'd love to see the setup for this, because the trap line comes in too late. Hans has no flash. The Spard. Why would you step forward there, Hans? I guess he wants to headshot the dragon.
It's really good from Inspire too.
It is, but also Hans should never step forward to try and contest the dragon. You need to step back and be DPS. Caps is actually dragging them into a decent choke point, but this is bad objective setup from GT. Like, you have multiple ways to stop them getting towards the objective, and none of them are there in time. This is a rushed objective setup. You don't trust Hans? No, this isn't a Hans problem there necessarily. I think it's just a problem with G2 on the whole, right?
Yeah.
But also, this is one of the issues where, you know, you jump for... I don't know. If Hans is without flash, you can't play Caitlyn like that ever, really. Maybe Victor wasn't the pick. I think Victor's fine here. I mean, Victor actually did a decent amount of work there. It's just Victor needs more time. Which they've not been given. I think also BB falling behind this much is...
problematic.
Yeah, that's problematic.
I think Wukong could also be a solo carrier right now with Chainlace Crushes. He's going towards GA third. He's going to get there real fast. Like, this is a very scary Wukong.
Yeah, I think G2, now they're behind the game, their comp doesn't function the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, and if they got the Soul Point, you might have been having a different question, but it wasn't clean enough.
Huh? I missed what you last said there. I was looking at chat.
If they managed to get Soul Point, we might be having a different conversation.
And the random deaths across the map are just really not great. Masty's now almost even with Hans. He's got 2 items where Corky really starts to be a problem now.
Yeah, I like that you're going. Wait a second.
There's no
follow-up. Just for fun.
Oh, he has flash. He should still be okay. He doesn't need it. How about that?
That's a headshot. That's a lot of damage onto Masu. Does need to be a little bit careful.
Oh, but now Hans has to go into this mid game with, you know, Collector versus Cassante, which feels ass, man.
I mean, if you can blow up Quad or Masu with it, then all well and good. But
yeah,
how easy is that going to be?
Yeah, and that's the problem. You're playing for like a thread the needle. Yeah, and now G2 now need to quickly respond. The G2's comp is not one which quickly responds. Marco's coming out of base, so his reset was bad. So he's got items now, but he's going to be a little bit late to it. Catching up Whipper a little. It's not awful. Caps needs to do damage to him though. Whipper's just yeah, like what? Yeah, Whippo doesn't give a shit.
Whippo might not be having as much fun now. Broken blades, he's out. Okay, Tempt Fate doesn't land onto all that much.
Skewon's actually kept out. Hang on a second, they've leashed it. This actually might be okay now. Whippo, BB needs to recall, so we might get just a couple of respawn. I mean, Inspired has.
Busio's gone too deep. Flip. Who won it?
Inspired did.
Sorry,
Inspired
got it, yeah.
Caps is getting jumped on by Masu, and Whippo as the Caps is dead.
Caps dead. Awful.
GT's objective setup has not been good enough this game.
No.
BB's also been pretty rough. Whippo's been the better top laner.
Agreed.
I think that, yeah, I don't know. G2 gave up too many random deaths.
Quad with a fantastic ultimate to start that fight off.
I mean, I don't think, and folks, I don't even think this is a problem like Skewmon or whatever. I think Skewmon's been fine on this one. It's just G2 on the whole, their decision making around objectives.
What more does a Maokai do here, really?
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, being down 3,000 gold sucks.
Did they spot him on the recall? Because they started this very aggressively, and maybe they spotted him on the recall.
You're way too deep, but look on the left.
But this is the problem with the Caitlyn with the Collector versus the Cassante, and this is why I'm saying you can't not hit the... If the Cassante wants you to hit him, he will just station himself in front of you, and you do not have a choice to hit him. And you know, if you don't have the Collector and you have an LDR, I know that Caitlyn doesn't build it right now, first item, whatever, because you can't do that. But like, this is the problem with being on this 2-item spike. Until you get to like 3-4 items, Caitlyn can't deal with Cassante.
And the clutch smite is also a big win here. Caps ends up split off. It's a really good TB from Whippo as well.
But even if they didn't get the smite, they'd still lose like.
I'm still not as hyper focused on the collector because I actually think you do have double Leandris, you do have Titanic Eyes, you have got anti-tank in this team gone. You don't need it from the well,
Caps wasn't even hitting.
But that's my point. But Caps wasn't hitting either. Neither was your Rex. Just your Rek'Sai alone.
But like you need, Caitlyn doesn't have a. Caitlyn cannot cleanly hit the backline.
You can't. I think anybody, but you can still hit the Wukong. You can still hit the outside. I don't think.
No, but in that fight you can't because you don't get to choose whether you're hitting the Cassante or the Wukong.
Fine, but you've got other people. I don't think that's the break point for me this game.
One of the big question marks for this team.
Marco ult was bad because Quad's clear wall killed his position. Skewon would have had to flash over the wall, which felt really ass there. That was like, I don't know whether he saw Marco coming down the lane, but it was a really good ult from Quad.
It would be say Quad's ult was phenomenal there.
So now you have 5k behind. I mean, Victor's in a pretty strong point. Hans is going towards LDR now. Or, what reminder now, rather, one of the two.
I think it's LDR with the Noon Quiver. Which I think is fine.
Sorry, yeah, it is, yeah.
Ahead of a major fight.
It shouldn't be rushing into him. Yeah, but the problem is G2's objective setup. That's why I'm saying I actually don't blame Hans for it. It's just G2 rushing the map because they're being forced to like rush objectives. Well, the first one that they lost to the Dragon, that was them rushing it. The second one was FlyQuest then getting ahead of the game stuff. And this is, Whippo just being able to throw his weight around.
Yeah, Whippo's 1,000 gold up, which is helping as well.
That is going to mean that we've evened out the Drakes. Between the two squads.
I don't think Inspired is far off a GA here, guys. Either he's 2,500 gold ahead. This Wukong getting GA will be problematic. I mean,
it's already a problem already. It would just make it even worse, yeah.
Hex flash over. Do they actually make a catch here, though? That's pretty far.
I was just thinking, like, Caps getting caught out as many times as he has not been fantastic for G2's ability to press. Because actually, G2's early priority in lane was looking pretty good for them, but that gold lead swiftly bled away because they kept giving up a lot of free kills for various reasons. I think Caps dying 4 times, 1 or 2 of them. I think
yeah, but the reason he died is because he used the flash to kill Quad. He could have not used flash and then... I mean, there were 2 things which could have happened. 1, without flash, G2 needs to be closer to his lane. 2, just don't use the flash in mid lane because Victor without the flash, especially with this build, is very squishy.
Yeah, agreed. Like, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying like that has there's more, like, some of the deaths you can justify perhaps, but a lot of them are going, yeah, that's kind of rough.
Between the 280 carries in favor of Ansama now has shriveled into nothing. The item advantage is in favor of Masu. He has the gold advantage, he has the experience advantage, and you can understand why throughout his career he is 9-0 on the champion, and he's looking to make it 10. As right now, FlyQuest holds onto a 4.9k gold lead here in Game 1.
This Baron certainly looking like something that could try and get a blow.
There is always the elder flip. We got to get there first, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. G2, if they don't get ahead of the map with this comp, like they should have had like good winning lanes, slot into slow, methodical objective control, and typically this year G2 have been the guys which have been more methodical. That's been their whole thing.
But they rushed that Dragon 3 in particular very, very heavily.
That Caitlyn ult did nothing. It actually just got eaten by the... Whippo's just not taking damage. Just not taking damage, man.
The problem for G2
K'Sante is a problem. K'Sante is probably the most problematic champion for G2 to face. Because, like, again, if Bwipo just sits himself in the front line, G2 don't have a choice but to hit him, you know?
Inspired threatening a flank onto hands, that's really
Even if they just get Caitlyn Flash,
service.
that's... Yeah, even if you just get Caitlyn's Flash, it's a huge win for
You can
FlyQuest.
see why BB is in that pitch, being a battle ward with his Tremor Sense. And I will say, FlyQuest don't have the most fun starting Baron against this comp. He's being sat in the pit while Caitlyn, Victor, Maokai are throwing things from over the wall. Isn't exactly a lot of fun either.
So basically, FlyQuest are hoping that G2 overextend for an objective and then pounce on them. Yeah, which was obviously that's what happened at both.
LDR done.
Yeah, that's a huge point for Hans. Now we get to see what the damage check is like from Caitlyn onto K'Sante.
Once that Blighting Jewel converts into either Crypt Bloom or Void Staff, I quite like Crypt Bloom in this game, just a bit more, just get through more rotations.
I think you just need a max frontline damage though, no? I guess, yeah.
A bit better from BB. Gojin diff.
There's no all out yet.
That's true, I mean Broken Blade's not ulted yet either, to be fair.
That's what I'm saying, all out.
No, so Broken Blade's not ulted.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Ulted,
either. Too worried about it though. Man, it's such a wet noodle fight, isn't it?
They are farming the damage stat right now.
This is just, it's just grass.
Let's pump those numbers up.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai healing obnoxious.
You can see why as Rek'Sai supposed to be good into K'Sante, because it's like, okay, we've traded evenly, but I heal and you don't.
Surprised Inspired isn't further ahead on CS. He's got a lot of kills. A lot of kills restored. That's a good flash, actually. You do need to do that.
Vision control, the Baron becomes easier and easier. It's hard to work
Once
out.
Caps on 3 items, yeah, once Caps is on 3 items is also very good. Once Caps and Hands are on good 3 items, like, it is really solid, because then your single target damage is really, really good.
What's he gonna get? I think this is it, isn't it, on the reset? There
He gets Voice Staff. Okay, so now Caps is online as well. So now the question is, despite the fact that your front line is paper compared to the K'Sante, Alistar, and the Wukong, can you still play a fight around very good single target damage from your characters?
And outrange. GA is done for Inspired. That is fairly big, but again, a lot of this gold lead for FlyQuest is in this Wukong.
I will say, even though G2 have very good target kill on the first target, I do think if Inspired is not that, he just flash ults the backline. So G2 still need to be very careful about how they approach things. They need to, which is very hard because they're behind on the map. Because if Caitlyn steps forwards to get in range for a trap or something like that, because again you don't have rapid fire cannon, which you are going next, which is the right option. Before you have rapid fire cannon, your range is not quite long enough for like a a WE ult flash crazy cyclone play, which might just end the game.
You still have the ability to wall over there, and also if you didn't have wall, you just go fast. You surf. It's very unfair. So he's not going to have any issues making.
Labrov doesn't have flash now. They can actually kill him for free if they get the spacing right between him.
This time they're setting up the objective on time, but it's a bit late. Or rather, it's like it was very late the last time.
Well, FlyQuest are just pushing mid. Traps are also on the other side. Baron's up at the same time. Like that's not crazy damage onto. It's okay damage onto Whippo.
Inspired's on a great angle. Really good spot.
That's a very
headshot damage, by the way.
That was Skewbon. I mean, that was like crazy damage from the Rek'Sai.
It was but like, that's Collector on non-ulting Alistar,
Whoa,
I guess.
Okay, Jesus Christ, that was insane. And that's going to get them Dragon for free. Damn, that's the single target we were talking about.
Yeah, because the one thing, again, if you hit someone not named Whippo, you do absolutely mash
and now I'm worried that because you have 3 item carries and G2 get onto Soul Point, and they don't get Baron as a response, like, G2 are back in an okay position despite the gold lead.
That headshot.
Yeah, that headshot was a half of Boostier's health, by the way.
Because I saw that, because it was a great cancel by BB, who managed to cancel the combo with the... Because what you end up doing is you basically just attack move onto the Alistar as they move forward, and you just instantly deny them, I think.
Yeah.
That's what happens with the Lee Sin. I'm not sure how it works with the Alistar hitbox, actually. But yeah. Okay, so now they're trying to rush Baron without G2 being in position. Okay, you have Bard ult to disengage Baron if you need to.
Here we go, what's Whippo gonna do? Knock up.
He's
fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Nice work. Actually, just says
Malkail is
mediocre.
Not great. That's not a great Malkail. And now actually, I wonder whether FlyQuest can actually feel like they can go towards Baron without the Malkail being up.
Such a big ultimate used when
that's my worry.
Yeah, Vedi's calling it as well.
Bot is now bouncing back in favor of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Top is pushing in favor of FlyQuest. FlyQuest are also going to get
Push
to the
Sapling's
midway first,
decent work
which
if they can
means
get
that
them.
G2 have pressure really starting to build up everywhere on the map.
Hans almost did a very sneaky 90 caliber in to get in range for a trap down to Bweppo after he uses
Alice is off vision. Not anymore. Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Tempered Fate's available, Chaos Storm available. Half ult cooldown on my Kyle. Okay, they're back off again.
On mid, but Quad can use his ult. Caps hang on a second. Caps is okay here for now.
Yeah, he actually does quite. Oh, hang on. They have to, Inspired had to warrior tricks
yeah,
in
but
front
Caps is down flash. This is a little. I'm not gonna lie. This is a little slow from FlyQuest now. You've got flash out of Caps. That is actually a decent win. Markyle is a 3/4 off cooldown.
You lose Weaver's Wall, which is actually fairly significant. Oh, that's not, but yeah, it's not bad.
Bush sapling does.
And Caps can reset with TP if he needs to.
Also, by the way, we're getting to the point where if Skewmon gets towards Bloodletters, that goes pretty hard. Oh, sorry, yeah. But once you get that, and then you also have like Caps firing on the target, they basically go into negative magic resist at that point.
So he second item did that.
But you can see why FlyQuest are really quite afraid to like start objectives, because if they start tanking and they... Because if you start tanking and you don't have a great engage angle onto G2, that's a big problem. You don't have the best single target damage onto objectives either. Now G2 have burned half the time towards the next dragon. Now we're getting to the point where if they survive one last little like sparring match, they might be able to trade dragon for Baron.
Giant spell. That could be a couple things for the Maokai, but that's fine. Actually, he has like most of his damage scaling is now 1 HP rather than AP these days.
Caps has no flash.
Oh, Caps.
What are you doing there, man?
How many times
there are no wards on that side of the map, man. Caps, my dude, that's just not it. Like that actually could cost you all of the hard work you've done. Because you are so much of the team's side. But also, why is G2 not walking close to him? You know, if you think he's in a dangerous point, one, Cap should be walking to that bot jungle, but two, also, why the hell is G2 not supporting him when he doesn't have flash? Because they've not done that the whole game. Bweppo still doesn't take damage from hands, by the way. Well, I think that's probably Baron, and then G2 have to just...
Yeah, losing Caps damage. Look, watch for the flank here from Bweppo as well.
Busio.
Busio, sorry, yes.
They spot him.
Does it matter? It's going to stop the flash off the map.
No flash,
yeah,
steal map. You can use Bard ult to stop
time. Does it really matter?
It does. Hang on. If they can delay it, you might be able to stop the recalls and then
10
get
seconds on Caps.
No spellbook smite. Hands. No.
Bloody hell.
But like realistically, as soon as you lose Scheme on flash, you shouldn't be thinking about Baron. You should think about Dragon in a minute.
Yeah.
You should have been resetting already and getting a chokehold over bot side. So you got a minute until Dragon. You need to now survive.
To do that a little bit.
Yeah, but it's one person. Your whole team should have been thinking about that. If you really want, you can just use the Bard ult to disengage Baron a little bit, buy a few more seconds, so it's better for your setup.
Fourth item done for Hans, so I think it's too late.
Yeah, Seeker's on Caps now.
Caps, that's just not it, man.
Caps has had a bad game.
He has. With the exception of the cool solo kill flare, like it has not been great.
And the craziest thing about it,
they lost Kate Flash for nothing. Exactly. The Kate Flash being lost for nothing at the end of that contest is really bad.
I mean, that also basically means that Inspired will just full send to Caitlyn and Caitlyn dies.
Yep. And now they've given up the Dragon setup. So that's what I'm saying. BB being down there doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for silver linings, not lie.
Yeah, I was looking for reality. Cold hard facts.
I think that they should just abandon it and just focus on sieging. They want to get as much out of this Baron.
Yeah, I agree. So FlyQuest don't care about the Dragon. They just want to get as much out of this Baron as they can.
Why G2 needed to like...
Inspired's got a very nasty angle there, potentially. They know he's there.
Oh, Caps, man.
That's genuinely Bweppo. Here we go.
No flash. Full send onto him. BB flashes out, but he needs to be actually doing frontline damage at some point.
Where's Skewmon going, man?
Well, he's dead. Yeah.
He's trying to get to the wave, I guess.
Well, G2 played a lot better around objectives than against BLG, but then BLG were much worse than FlyQuest, actually.
Yeah.
This was a good comp from G2. I think they played it poorly. I also think that, I don't know, they just didn't have any ways to deal with the Cassante after a while, which is a problem. I think that Bweppo was way better than BB in this first game. Caps is... I don't know, I feel like if Caps hadn't got caught like a billion times for free, I think this is a very winnable game.
Yeah. Too many free flashes, too many free kills, Caps getting caught in a side lane on repeat. Oof.
What a beautiful ending fight.
They
eat my words instantly. They all just flash over the Caitlyn trap.
Thank you for the resub, Jay.
We all just flash forward.
Thank you, and welcome to Nymaera as well.
And they delete G2 before Caps could even get back to the fight. He had been recalling from split pushing, but FlyQuest just end the game.
Yeah, for those of you who have not done so yet, please do make sure you are following, liking, commenting on all the various channels. If you've got the extra money, please do consider subscribing on Twitch as well. There's also League match speed. There's also
different than
comes.
MSI. No, and we're gonna show you exactly why. A sovereign victory, and I think, and I'll go directly into Azel with this one. A game that FlyQuest likes to play with a draft. They like to play. I feel like G2 played into their hands completely.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really put any pressure on them. Obviously, they got the Caitlyn CS advantage, but the way that FlyQuest generally likes to play with these scaling compositions is Busio is acting essentially as the jungler, covering his lanes, let Inspire just power farm, hoover up as much gold as he possibly can, and then they're going to show up at the third dragon, and they're going to have a really big power spike. He's on 2 items, he's ready to fight, and their objective setups, I think,
man.
are
Well,
the
that's rough.
And I think it was really nice of Caps to give them that extra camp in the top lane a lot of the time as well, because every time it felt like
famed
Caps was just,
camp.
exactly, and it was, to be honest,
maybe we shouldn't pick Kate into Wukong. I think it was fine up until they gave the freebies in mid game, honestly. This was a really bad play from Caps. Caps should never walk down river here, out of vision without knowing where the threats are. Like, that was very risky for him, especially when he didn't have flash. Him dying twice with flash down were, like, his teammates, like, right here, Bard is pathing away from his lane because he assumes that Victor is safe. Victor is not safe if he's in, like, flash W range like that. That was a messy play.
But for me, so much of the games are decided in early to mid game, and I think that Victor just doesn't really have the pressure, especially Victor Maokai.
They do get pressure if you play towards the lane. He's very good at poking, but he's just not good on his own. There's something like the Orianna when you have like phase rush and whatever, it's much more safe.
Here because you come to the table against BLG, of course they hadn't been playing that well, but they're the first seed from the LPL. You know that they should be better. You craft a plan, you are proactive, you take them to these skirmishes. Why aren't you giving that respect to Fly? Why do you think you can just play standard? Why do you think you can pick the red side and come up with this comp and not do enough to put the game in your favor? I'm sorry, but this is incredibly frustrating to watch.
It was, and I think a lot of that is they had a plan, but they weren't able to execute because the things that they brought to the table, they weren't practiced on. Labrov did not look good on the Bard, barely hit any of his Qs.
Yeah, I mean, like, there was some good early roams, and in fact, the crazy thing is, Labrov's first bar game was pretty solid.
Got to basically do whatever the hell they want because
no, Labrov was fine. Labrov was fine.
He missed a lot of Qs mid late, and I can agree with Dagger on that one.
I don't think the Bard is the problem here. I think
it is FlyQuest that can just make their plan come to
I just think that the objective setup and the awareness of how important Kate and Victor flashes were was just not there from G2.
And, you know, they build an early lead. They're going to show up to the next objective. They're going to fight you. Their objective setups are the best in the West. It's not close, in my opinion. They just don't lose in those spots. Obviously, that's not against LCK. That's not against LPL, but it's insanely impressive.
I want to 33-0. Yep. I feel like it's the level of consistency, right? Because like
that's like every game in our schedule. That's free. That's like 3 years of LCM. No,
it's crazy, but also it also builds confidence in your team when you get to games and you feel that you're not being challenged. You know that you can play out the plan, and we saw it in this one.
And that was still winnable for G2. Just Caps was just not aware of how much danger he was in, like a bunch of times that game, especially on the non-rower Victor, especially when you're on a Victor which is this fragile.
Had been playing for himself, has hit that crucial breakpoint, and actually gotten a hand on the Wukong, and he starts up the fight, and it's basically won in the first couple of seconds because Hans has taken out the fight.
Yeah, I mean, their setups are just so good, right? Inspired is coming out of the pit.
No, this is G2 setups not being good, not FlyQuest setups being good.
Everyone piles in.
I mean, FlyQuest were very good at pouncing when they saw the opportunity, and I think particularly Inspired had a very good game on that.
In fairness, considering there was some early comments, you know, why is Inspired not doing all that much early? Is that because he was farming to be able to do this?
There was one person.
Well, I know, but we had a few people cross chat and stuff, and I think that's fine to call out, because I do think I can understand why someone would think that. And actually look like the Maokai damage is kind of fine there, but the value of the Wukong was so much higher. And actually, you know, you saw what the early plan was to actually, the Caitlyn mashed the core here. Mashed him.
Yeah, but then they didn't find a way to
convert into the objectives. And there's a number of reasons for that. Again, partly I can understand Dagger's point saying actually the Bard didn't get as much value on the roam as they were hoping. Actually didn't land a lot of very good Qs. Did we see any good Q pickoffs at all that game?
I don't think that matters. That's not what their comp's about, really.
We didn't see much play from that early, so they didn't actually manage to get that much value. They didn't set objectives for that very well early. You were late to defend people inside lane, which I think we can put on the Bard partly, even if I don't think that was necessarily the main issue. Like, there are a number of things here, but a lot of it basically retains on being 10 seconds slow to play, be objective settable, defend inside lane.
But when you consider, well, no, I don't think that's 10 seconds being late to defend Caps on the sideline. I think that's Caps calling that he's safe and he's not. Because you can see that.
No, that's fair.
Because I would agree with you if Bard was heading towards his lane at the time of the solo kill. He was moving away, the trade happens, and you change his direction back to him.
Doesn't I'm talking top lane? Didn't the Bard move towards?
What the heck? Every time they accidentally said LCS instead of LTA. That's funny as hell.
Oh, fantastic.
This is going to be a struggle.
Show what he got in LCS, or like LTA now.
It's just LCS. I almost beat Gen G, like her LTA.
Why did they? Oh, I mean,
that's gonna happen.
XU, welcome back to the LCS match. A lot of LCS fans.
They really went through all the footage. There's 20. Wait, no, I thought that was a timer for the actual thing. No, there wasn't 25 minutes. I was like, they have 25 minutes of accidental LCS.
Last game of LEC we'll watch. And then
That's funny as hell.
They went to the co-stream as well, Tom. Fantastic.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player. Sorry,
I was thinking ahead, and I was like, LCS, nope, LTA.
Big brain.
Not gonna make that mistake on air for sure.
Of the LCS or LTA.
After their LCS game, you know, flaming the other LCS teams. The second best at the time. Support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS, but a smiley face.
Oh, let's keep it.
Yeah.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams.
fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well. Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I didn't.
But I'll have to check the tape.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
The guided meditation's not working.
It's not. So we need. You guys didn't breathe in hard
enough. Breathe, yeah, and then not breathe out. You know, for a great extended amount of time.
Wow.
To the gaming browser.
Ugh. At least we got D&D tonight, so I can make someone turn into monkey again.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, I did turn someone who's about to die into a giant ape, and they immediately double crit.
Sharp and full of vibe. Group shots.
Hi, Iris.
Zoom in on one face. Still flawless. Colors so
These adverts have been very cool on LPL the whole year, actually.
Smile, unforgettable.
I think the Opera adverts have largely been very good, actually. They had one earlier, which is kind of check in with the fans, which I like.
Zoom into detail.
No. So this was an in-person one in Berlin. This is not the online one that we did.
From the store where I got it.
Yeah.
Figured you could
We should be playing. Oh, Sam, you get to play on Friday for D&D, by the way?
Should be, yes.
Bring in your
Well, it's up to you.
T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
Or would you like to? Yeah, in that case, we'll play on Friday. So if it's like the answer's like, I could be convinced, or maybe, it's quite hard to plan around that. You catch my drift. If I breathe in and don't breathe out again, do I get to not watch the next game? If you do it for long enough, yeah, Zero. I hear that's how it works. Please don't do that, by the way. That was a winnable game for GT. I don't know, this is like that's the kind of game which they'd win regionally because they're good at like crossing T's and dotting the I's, you know? They're pretty good at playing methodically right now.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. It will as the Arcade Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment.
How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Bishop pushes in. And down goes Light.
Have we run ads? We have.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Wait, this song was on
Yes, it was on LCK.
This was on LCK. When did they get this back? It's called Call the Shots.
Yes, it is.
It's called Call
But
the
I
Shots.
just remember the take me under your way and Crack of Thunder.
Yeah. Folks, this song was on the LCK broadcast years ago, and it was a fucking banger. This is the instrumental version, though,
Yeah.
which is a shame because the vocals are very good.
This and The Thrill from Nero.
There was that, and there was also they also had Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Lord. They also had Swag by The Chemist, which was sick. That was 2015 summer or spring, I want to say. They had some sick songs in LCK. Now the thing is, basically broadcasts don't want to pay like big money for big tracks now in terms of crazy, which you understand, but I have to say, LCK/OGN were really, really good at choosing music to match the occasion. Like I just did like a small kind of like video edit for like SKT 2015. I was listening through some of the stuff there, and I was like, God damn, they really knew how to match the music to the occasion. It was very cool. Spot TV had banger intros too. I cared less about them. I cared less about them. The LCK/OGN ones were far better for me, really. Spot TV were fine, but I wouldn't call them like crazy. Like, Spot TV was fine, but I think, like, in comparison to OG and LCK, they were still quite a far behind. It's still better than many today, right? For sure. But, I would still take, you know, LCK OGN over that. G2 would have definitely beaten M4 Fnatic, but FlyQuest played it very well and always played careful around checkpoints. That's not necessarily true, actually. Sure, I agree with that, actually. I think that FlyQuest actually, some of those objectives, when they were actually on the objectives themselves, they actually had some moments of worry. Despite them being 5k ahead, that was a winnable game for G2.
Yeah. But like again, like it should have been significantly more winnable than it was.
Okay, now we see if G2 can bounce back.
Can they do it? This question and more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. I'm Alice, joined by Kobe and Vedius, and I said at the beginning of the game that I had stopped being a play-by-play caster and started being a mediator, and the teams took me very seriously. So I'm hoping that this time around, if I can say that, no, the mediation is unnecessary, we've all just agreed that we're going to commentate some video games, and it's going to be brilliant, we can get some more action. That's my plan. What do you reckon?
Listen.
Okay.
I've worked with Kadril for a long time right now, and he would tell me right now, don't be a Game 1 Andy. And given that my name is Andy, I know that Game 1...
I know you're not a Game 1, though.
Okay? Irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Okay, there's a little bit of relevancy.
Don't be Game 1 Andys.
There's a slight amount of relevancy.
We're Game 2 now. We're Game 2 Steves. And we're going to believe in Steve. That's what we're going to do.
I didn't know Steve was all about the Game 2, but I think I might start using that one from now on. I like it a lot. I think Andy does get a lot of attention, and you do not need more attention.
Agreed.
That's what I would say.
True.
He's already got big enough ego.
We're doing our very best to mitigate it as we can. So we've moved on to Steve. Let's see what Steve has for us, though, in game number 2 as far as draft, because there were certain things that I personally felt strongly about, tried to pipe down about it. I just don't like Victor. I just don't like it.
Who does?
Are you a Victor hate watcher?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a successful one. Last time, as Chronicle walked down the stairs when he was going backstage after the game, he was like, that was pretty good.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes, it felt pretty good.
Draft 2. So G2 choosing red side, interestingly. So they didn't choose blue side. Sion Orianna ban. I mean, what are the big ones up right now? We have Rise Aurora. Rise Aurora Yunara is gone, so Rise Aurora. Rumble's not a factor for G2, but is for Bwipo. Red side? I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing to pick red side. I think you can play from red side, especially with Broken Blade counter picks. He was not very useful in this game, in the last game. Might be in the next one.
Oh, that's a really good point, Steve.
Nice work, Steve.
I'm wondering if they utilized this counter pick more effectively than they were able to in the previous game, because picking the Rek'Sai into Pupos Cassante really didn't amount into anything.
And credit to Inspired as well. I thought actually his previous games in the tournament were a little bit meh. This was actually a very good game. It's always the worry, right?
Yeah. It was good for him, and it was really necessary as well. So very pleased with that.
The Orianna ban away. What is left to take away things like this.
Volley bear ban. Okay, all right. So they want to pick like, I mean, if they're picking, they really want to pick winning jungle matchup.
Rise is also a big deal as well because you won't be able to take the Aurora.
What'd you ban Volibear away for?
Might be a BB counter pick top.
No, Skewmon plays it in jungle. G2 have actively showed it a couple of times.
I know, I'm just saying the other option I'm saying is why it might also be a ban is it might also be a flex.
I doubt it's top lane for BB. I reckon, I mean, they've played it with Skewmon already, and I think that given how important jungle matchup is, it's almost certainly a jungle ban. But then that questions to me, what do they want to pick early in jungle if they think it can maybe get counterpicked by that? Unless they think it's a very good blind pick, the Volibear with the Wuthering Arc out. You have Shinzo, right? You probably just pick... Oh, I mean, yeah, in fairness, Volibear's pretty good into the Shinzo early, so it's probably just saying we don't want to get losing jungle matchup. So I think if Inspired gets a winning jungle matchup, he's a, you know,
he's been a bit of a wink on, yeah.
Okay, so now into Shinzo. I mean, you can Pantheon for Skewmon. You could, like... I mean, is he a Kiana player? I don't really think you want to see him on Assassins, right? I think Rise Aurora pretty good here.
Trundle's fine.
But there's no tank shown yet. I mean, you could Trundle Ornn.
Trundle is good into Shinzo.
Yeah, but Trundle really wants to play against an enemy tank still.
And you've lost Alistar already, so if you lock Braum early here as well.
But then you have 0 engage.
Yeah.
I think you can Rise here for caps.
That's true,
or
Rise
you can
is
Aurora.
fine.
We've seen at this tournament, people even pick Zin
right?
after
No, just had like a
taken, you know, and kind of
dizzy spell.
you know, people would say counter picking themselves, but just because the value.
Yeah, I think you can Aurora or Rise. I mean, Aurora Trundle is kind of shit, so maybe you do the Rise. Okay, they are going towards it. It's the mid jungle duo is not fantastic here. It's okay as a duo, but they're both individually powerful picks. It takes it away from Quad. Quad can go for Rise.
Look at Inspired posture, by the way.
Rise is okay here for Quad. It's fine versus the Trundle. It's slight losing matchup versus the Aurora.
After the next round of bans, but it could be dangerous as you will lose opportunities to pick things.
Would you say that Quad has a common answer, or is it something a little bit more generic, like
Rumble?
is a possibility?
Fine. Yeah.
And now you're playing 0 tank comp from FlyQuest, which is more than fine for yourselves.
I mean, that's what the Trundle asks you to do, right?
Yeah, but now the thing is that, like, Trundle forcing you to go 0 tank is good when you wanted to pick a tank and now you can't. Now it's like Shinzo Rumble is just a very good duo. You're not losing anything for this, you know?
But the thing is, if you end with the Braum down, you get it with very limited front line.
You could fall back to something like... hang on a second. I mean, Annie's fine into the Aurora. It's good setup. That gets you some engage.
No, this is playing Vice here, which is kind of wild. But there you go.
Annie's a slightly better match against the Aurora, I think, in mid lane.
I don't know. I've not thought about it in a little while. I guess
Shinzo's a good pseudo
tank.
Yeah, Shinzo's an okay pseudo tank, right?
Exactly. Shinzo ult what you've got so far. But I think probably there is a very real world where G2 banned the Braum here.
Yeah, how good is Quad on Annie? Is it? I'm seeing some memes about it. Is it that bad?
Okay, so you could be the Galio top to the BB special. We don't see a lot of it.
Could also be. I mean, actually, this could flex either way.
Yeah, it could flex either way, exactly.
I would have really liked to see something which can abuse both side lanes instead. You could have picked the Aurora top lane and picked something else. Well, whatever. At that point, you don't have the front line either.
Aurora's kind of okay-ish into Rumble.
Labrov's probably looking for delivery
Galio
system.
support.
Labrov's probably looking for a delivery system into the backline now.
Yeah.
I think it's Aurora top, Galio mid. I think that's also fine. But BB was a Galio player into Rumble top, so
he was one of the first that brought it out, actually.
Yeah, he pulled it into Breathe, MSI.
He did a good job with it, actually.
Was that? No, it was Worlds. Was that Worlds or MSI?
I thought it was MSI, but you'd have to forgive me. I don't actually remember.
Was it into 360? No, it was into Breathe. I thought it was into Breathe.
Gosh.
I think it was into Breathe at Worlds against Weibo, right? So when they beat them in, yeah, it was when they beat them in. It was when they beat them in Worlds Swiss stage. I'm pretty sure it was. Maybe they did it at MSI before, but I remember into Breathe, and he solo killed him at level 3. I'm pretty sure.
I don't have enough memory of it.
Some hook champions. And the thing to remember about Labrov is Thresh and Blitzcrank are very much up his alley. These are the type of champions that he loves to play. When he was on
true.
PDS,
I don't think Blitzcrank
like
is that.
his
I mean, that's
go-to.
probably not awful this game if you're not allowed to go tank. There's increase in value when the people you hook tend to die in short order.
There's always that possibility, even though she's fallen to the wayside a little bit more. With the Braum ban, it definitely suggests...
Yeah, Braum, there's the Braum I was expecting. So saying, okay, so now you really don't have any sort of like...
Your frontline options are very, very limited now, yeah. And you can maybe Renata play around that, but I don't think your comp is set up for Renata that well.
I agree. And again, there was a call from Vedi saying, look, you've got to be aware because it's Labrov. There's a world where things like the Thresh and the Blitzcrank come in. And because you are very low tank and actually quite low range on the whole this game as well, those hook champions become increasingly threatening because you get hooked into a Galio taunt, a pillar, you will die.
Yo,
You're too
Hans
squishy.
Draven ban, respect ban.
Yeah, Rakan, kind of fine here too. Rakan threat the Xayah.
I actually don't think you want Xayah yourself here, because Xayah is actually not great versus Rumble, or Annie it's okay against, but it's not great versus Rumble.
It does deny the Rakan from Busio, it does enjoy it.
I think it denies Xayah Rakan from FlyQuest.
And they might just Kai'Sa this. If they've got Nico, Nico's banned. They could just Kai'Sa something.
I wonder if Ezreal's good with his hands now.
That's true. Ezreal's not bad here at all, especially because it's quite a squishy comp. Yeah, that's a fair shout. Lucian Nami.
The Xayah that's likely going to be picked up for Hans Sama, but that is going to be a Lucian for Master.
I suppose there's not that much point and click CC.
In the bottom lane, as Busio could be going towards
Actually, you have got, assuming you've got good hands on your Relentless Pursuit, there is a world here where you can dance around a lot there.
You can also Kai'Sa for hands, but yeah, Kai'Sa's actually pretty
Not
good.
bad
I think
here,
Ezreal Kai'Sa are good. Xayah's not
awful if you want that combo.
But I don't love it. It's like it's decent into Shinzo, right?
Lucian Renata.
Hey, I did talk about
You did
Renata.
mention that.
I just don't think this comp is massively set up for it.
Oh.
Yo, okay, that's a bit different. Okay.
Honestly,
so we haven't I haven't seen Soraka the whole year, man. So that gives you the ult to be again. If you're not going to be tanky, you can at least have sustain. But typically Soraka is better with people that stay alive longer, so you can get multiple kills.
Not bad for that, you know.
Okay. The silence field is pretty good on the landing point for Galio. I don't love the Xayah here now. I don't love it here, actually.
Because I think there is a world here where G2 are quite burst heavy, and if you don't kill on the burst and Soraka heals through it...
Okay, well Xayah's fine, because it's a slightly more hyper carry. And now I guess it's BB top, Galio.
Because Soraka also can poke pretty
Kobe is open-minded.
But the lane can have
He just went, I'm open-minded.
Maybe they can also get a lot of poke damage on Xayah lane.
Do you cast?
Angie recently found that. Angie recently found those videos. Have been hitting all the lines on it.
So there's been some combos with them and Cole as well.
Yeah, I saw
it. It's just excellent.
Oh wow, what an incredible Soraka angle.
Yeah, would you rather give up dating multiple women or the leather jacket? Well, you've watched the guy have a breakdown.
Or he's like, no, Atlas, you idiot, it's definitely a Soraka angle.
For me, when I think about Soraka, like, there's the old school memes of her being the ambulance, right?
Yep.
But
Nino.
If a champion survives an Aurora burst, like, you're then out. You know what I mean? Like, that champion no longer provides the same value that it did, and Soraka can basically mitigate that whole burst threat immediately. So even if Aurora drops this huge 5-man...
Yeah, I do think it makes Aurora's life a lot harder.
An ulti in response from Soraka can just nullify that and almost reset the team fight. So I see the value, especially against these burstier champions. The biggest weakness for Soraka has historically been that she is a low mobility support that is easy to catch out. So positioning is super important, and also it does limit Busio's
Rakan could theoretically just get the Soraka on repeat, is the thing.
I don't know if you can do that on a champion like Soraka.
Or you can roam really fast when your teammates are low health.
Also true.
And you can just be the super speed ambulance. Also, I've got a theoretical combo for you.
Okay.
If you get the Annie flash big stun.
Oh, nice. Sweeps out the ward level 1. That's actually quite nice.
Because it stops the double ranged, getting advantage by jumping out of the brush. Although Soraka's normally pretty good at punishing that with Q start. You can check bushes with your Q a little better.
I wonder what Rakan's going to start. Is it going to be... Because I know with something with Xayah, you see the deadly plumage start.
Q for poke, W for all in. I think in this lane...
You see what I mean? I'm not sure.
W means you can hop over the Q. I don't... How much do you reckon they've played against this 2v2?
Yeah, that's my question. I feel like you have to theory craft on the fly a little bit.
It looks like we are sticking in 2v2.
Okay.
Yeah, 80 carries are both
happy
top.
And I think in fairness, if you've locked the Galio into the Rumble, you'd like to get the Galio into the Rumble, you know?
That is taken away, and Cho'Gath has a cone. And I don't want to do it with a cone. I feel like
I was about to make a joke.
Okay, so bush control for FlyQuest. They're going to get wave control off of this because they swept out the ward.
The Silobi.
Oh no!
Q hits onto hands, not onto Labrov.
Here's the poke I was talking
You're
about.
probably looking for Q start, get the poke back. He misses the first Q, that's annoying. The amount of Qs, and also Hans misses first Q there too.
Yeah.
That, missing both your skill slots level 1?
Rough.
Look at the HP advantage. Like, Labrov misses Q, Hans misses Q, gets like 1 feather through.
That's another one missed.
And they, well, that wasn't a Q though. Wait, was that lab Q?
Yeah, it was lab Q.
Sorry, yeah, and they don't clear the ward there either. And that's another. Okay, the Q doesn't
Star Call as well. That's massive for
Yeah,
FlyQuest.
Soraka is a lane bully.
Two wards were thrown bot lane by G2. One from the Galio, and then
They've lost
one from
both
Armstar.
wards
Both of
and
them
didn't manage to
played
hit the sweep.
out.
That's
And
rough.
Notice as well, Inspired pathing towards the bot side of the map. I wasn't expecting the threat of a dive from a Soraka, but now I'm a little bit more inclined by the idea.
Nice little stun.
Okay, so Annie's doing fine into the Aurora.
Just preparing himself, or trying to compare.
Missing CS there. I don't know, the TBT's not looking great for
No,
Hans
it's
Lab.
not.
At least missed some, dodged some skill shots there and a Q hit for
I'm
once.
liking it. You know, the poke damage from lane versus Azaya, a typical weakness for the champ.
True. Yeah, Azaya doesn't enjoy
jungles, though.
poke.
So jungles are both clearing down here.
Although eventually later, I don't think it's going to be about poke anyway, right? You're going to be defensively galley waltzing.
They should both have pretty good info on each other as well, so you can just surmise.
If anything, I'd say this lane is largely predicated on the fact that how much have you played against Lucian's Soraka as a duo?
Well, I mean, also, you know, skill shot accuracy, right?
Silence.
Nice silence. So the knockup comes through, the silence immediately drops. That means Hans can't respond with a Q. So the ability to Q into...
You did get a Gleaming Quill off at least.
Because the way that you play Zara Rakan a lot of the time is like you W forward as Rakan, get the knockup, get the Q guaranteed from the Zaya. Like you get a Q, like W then QE from Zaya means you're actually a bit of a poke lane as well. You don't have to wall in.
Yeah.
QE back to the extended range.
Bit of a fight. TP's in. This gets interesting.
Yeah,
Caps
Caps
over there.
is teleported in as well. Get the ward down. But you've used your chomp, which means you can't chomp for the stolen AD now. Squad can flash for the stun. Oh, he doesn't have stun up. Silence doesn't do anything. Caps is a little bit late, but whatever. Skimon will just go top crab, yeah. So Skimon cleared the ward, but then he didn't have Q to steal the AD off of Shinzo, which meant Inspired can go for a heavier trade.
Heal and heal for both.
Actually, the win here is that Quad loses some CS to mid lane because of this.
I like that Qmon. That's a Qmon.
Qmon, right? Nice.
He did get the ward.
Yeah.
Qmon's got the ward.
Yeah, and it's basically heal for heal on that. So you know what? Kind of fine. Whippo probably has to be a bit careful here, actually.
Ooh,
yeah.
Nice. Good pillar into the potential knockup. That was good.
Put in the perfect position to make sure that flash was needed.
The wave now in an awkward spot.
Qmon's always been a bit of a trundle enjoyer, actually, even in ERL level.
Their way back underneath Whippo's tower. The bot lane, though, going so well for Marsu and Busio. They're getting a little bit of revenge after what happened.
Inspired and playing with enchanted support, name more iconic duo attack. You're not wrong. There is a world with Soraka just empowers the Shinzao to run over this game.
All the sustain that they need, they're trying to quickly shove this underneath the tower.
Yeah, I mean, Shinzao with a enchanter is kind of insane.
I feel like Marsu's going to come out with a little bit more damage than that.
I would certainly hope so.
Okay, the hands will pick up this wave, but he's going to be down about 10 CS here.
Is worth saying too, you know, maybe this.
Can you deny local play gold? Can you deny a play here? I think you can actually.
Return play. I mean,
yeah, I think that plate won't get any gold. Yeah, so that's actually kind of counterproductive from Massive here, which they should have got that plate anyway with the lane dominance they had. But you can see how important it is to just hit your early skill shots and stuff like Zara Rakan. Missing stuff like Rakan Qs loses you. Did they actually lose that plate? Yeah, it looks like the plate went down and no gold went over. I think if I can see that.
I thought I saw a little bit of a spike in the gold, but I don't know if that was just the overlay being slow. Someone might have to go look and check.
No. With the speed that plate was going down, they did not have the gold there. So if the plate is actually gone, they didn't get it.
I see the goat in chat as well. Hello, Dom.
Nicely.
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you.
I will also say
yeah, the plate went down and they didn't get local gold.
Pretty sure. This mid lane matchup, and even though Quad did get solo,
looking forward to seeing you on Friday as well, hopefully.
Fantastic. And in this laning phase,
well, the morning of.
Trading caps, like sidestepping,
they have a cool set.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
But in the early hours.
Alright,
pretty healthy CS lead in the one.
True of Soraka. If you hit your Qs versus if you don't hit your Qs, makes a massive difference for Soraka.
Before anyone gets boots, it's less of a skill shot. I'm not gonna lie. Soraka, there's a reason why Soraka is known as a lane bully.
That's so fair.
Right there. Being able to avoid some damage, very nicely done by Quad. Honestly, Quad's been playing phenomenally well.
Quad has had a great tournament.
Yeah, he has, and you know he has been kind of decked by other. Like I think that. One of the reasons why FlyQuest have not been internationally viable before is because Quad has just been diffed.
Not this time.
No, it's been very good. Very good.
Quad just keeps getting these HP advantages, so he's
I mean, see how he gets playmaking later on, right?
Inspired, knowing that he has push on the bot side and the fact
so FlyQuest actually have the early control list this time. G2 don't, because they don't have the benefit of having Caitlyn.
We'll trade for a little bit of a jungle invade. You take what you can get. That's fine. I mean, giving up an early dragon kind of sucky, but hey, what else? You were never going to contest it, so you get what you can on the other side of the map. That's the correct call. We're both going to roam down. We'll have an idea.
for that one. As the
Got the ward, that's spotted out. Nice little route. The silence field is good. Equinox is the name of that one.
Follow up here as FlyQuest are looking to relocate.
Hands are stacking coal. Massey didn't get one. Have to first back.
So next thing that FlyQuest.
Yeah, Hands has actually even up the early CS advantage, and the plate didn't go to Masu and Busio. Like they didn't get the plate goal.
Solo lanes from G2. You know, Galio, has the ability to.
I don't know. I think
halfway up, and then
that's a comp versus comp.
The rest of the distance. So even though Broken Blade and Bwipo both use their teleports, Galio is
how quickly can FlyQuest nuke Schemon?
Could turn the tide.
That is a very good question, and I think the answer is probably quite fast.
FlyQuest do have to keep that in
With
mind.
Galio, if you get Galio, and you ult subjugate's not crazy value.
Also going to call the fact this is another Aurora game where Aurora's down about 10 CS.
Yeah, which is why you don't often see her into like Orianna and stuff like that, because Orianna just blasts her.
Yeah, and eat giant Tibbers, which is actually Teemo. Teemo
yeah, Caps has TP, so he's okay.
Hipmo. Busio's about to face check the Trundle.
I think this is, I mean, you can teleport in from Caps if you need to. That is Caps teleporting in. Galio's walking up river, Rumble's pushing bot lane.
We're fighting this, I think.
Yeah.
They don't have any ults. Oh, actually, it's back off cooldown already, isn't it? Wow. Unless that's the overlay bugged.
Squishy, right? So if anyone on G2 gets their hands on him, this Soraka is going to go down.
Okay, and they have Smite for the third one.
Will go G2's way, and a trade of objectives here to start
Grub just keeping them honest, they can't enter the river.
Okay, so they get 3 Grubs. Can they actually use them very easily? Well, unless you actually split them up and cross map, no. You're not exactly pushing in very well and hitting towers very well.
I mean, at least you do have the Trundles, so if you ever do get the Trundle rotations and dives, you can turn that into turret afterwards quite quickly. And with the Galio angle, there's a world where you just have the Trundle hard force and a dive on a turret, and try and play it that way. The only thing you've got to be really aware of the Wish turning things around on that front, because the global to respond to the global is in the form of the Soraka, right? Which can be
Soraka Lucian is the most obvious go game 3 troll stuff. I don't agree. I think it's very lane dominant, and Lucian does work well with enchanters, because every time you're healed, you get your next 2 auto attacks get extra damage from vigilance, and you can see it smashing them early. That being said, Hands now up in CS, and he has a cull, so they've recovered really well.
Yeah,
no plates from it, so I actually think that FlyQuest, despite a really good level 1 of first phase of lane, they've kind of not gotten everything they wanted out of this. Like, G2 on the whole, I mean, they picked a better 2v2 in the first game, but this time we're actually seeing, well, basically Hands is outplaying Massey on an individual level, I suppose, for the Caitlyn versus Scorky.
Oh, culling, body block, Equinox root doesn't come on in.
That's the Q charging anyway. Yeah. So it's good poke, that gets him a bit more control back to the lane. It's going to slow push back in anyway. You got 3 cookies from Labyrinth if he really wants to, and he's got pots.
And he's got pot, yeah.
And he hits another key for sustain.
Ignite, no heal. But that's not a bad thing necessarily into the Soraka. What's Soraka's W called again, the heal?
A lot of failures with this champion.
Something that's not fusion.
Hang
on, that's not double stun.
Oh,
Hands
does still have, he's still got the Featherstorm as well, actually.
Damn. Yeah.
Not bad.
Labrov pulled heal for that.
And quickness for the record.
Yeah, Massey's out of mana, so he can't jump forward and threaten burst.
Do you remember when Soraka W used to give mana as well?
Yep. Yeah, I do remember that. It was either a point and click silence on someone or it gave mana back. Yeah.
Busio getting dangerously low.
I just don't understand the Zyra Rakan. The Rakan on 4 was to deny Zyra Rakan for FlyQuest, which I think would have been very good for them. Zyra's pretty good into stuff like Trundle, Galio, because they have to just run through the feathers and can't do much about it. But then, in terms of them picking the Zyra, I think basically once they saw this Soraka, they're like, okay, we need to have a hype carry, because if we go something like Ezreal, or whatever,
lose to the healing versus
I think you end up eventually running out of damage, whereas Zyra doesn't run out of damage because she is actually a hyper carry.
Good consistent DPS.
She is the highest damage late game member on either team. Zyra is the one person that scales like crazy with damage here. That being said, I mean, I don't think it's a perfect Zyra pick. I think that Rumble is good into Zyra. I think Zyra could have struggled a lot more in this lane. If Annie ever lands a decent burst combo onto her, she loses all the HP and she can't fight. So there's a lot of worries. This is not an easy Zyra game.
I think the other thing is you like there's then nameplates on, and Hands has always been a bit like, okay, chips against the wall. Zyra's always a good pick for him. Like he's always had a soft spot for the Zyra.
Dragon in 10. GT really don't let GT don't want to let 2 dragons go over. But I mean, their objectives last game left a lot to be desired.
Okay.
Busio and Masu in the area.
So Galio's roaming down, BB even in CS, so it's not like he's giving up a huge advantage for this. Despite opening top side. Not coming, so Galio knows fight's off, and just go back towards top side. So Bwipo's getting a bit of extra gold.
But again, the gold really going the way of FlyQuest pretty much everywhere around the map.
And this is something that from game number 1, there was only one real small hiccup for FlyQuest, and that was the fight around Dragon 3 where Busio got chunked so heavily with the headshot. But FlyQuest clear, they were like, okay, we call it off, fine, you chunked us, we're
no
not
healing
gonna
reduction
fight
yet.
this fight.
I guess Aurora gets it to apply with ult. That's probably the best person for it, yeah.
Yeah, we probably build...
I think you go... I actually think Cap should go Oblivion Orb next.
Yes, I actually agree, and I do think there is a very real world where you see a Mortal Reminder.
That's fine. Mortal Reminder's a good item anyway. Yeah. You'll probably get that, you know, third from hands. You do need a bit more attack speed.
Yeah, you don't get to
like Yuntal, IE, and then or Yuntal Flicker Blades or something.
There's maybe a world where you do something like...
Okay, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all. Ooh, he's got dead. Nice combo.
Nice. Damn.
Damn, that's through the wish as well.
Nice. Damn, that was kind of insane though.
Oof. And Soraka can have that happen to her quite. That's heal wish. That's heal and wish through as they're done on that one.
Busio
okay,
does not want to flash early.
He was ready for it.
Busio goes down, no flash invested.
FlyQuest is 33-0 with a lead at 15
They showed
this year.
that. They showed that. They showed that during the break. Yeah.
No, I missed that one. I think I was doing coffees.
Jungler at his back, and G2 will respect it. There's Inspired.
That is actually a ridiculous stat.
He does at least move G2 away.
Quad.
Stands his ground.
Quad.
Very far up here in
Ooh,
this lane.
nearly Skumons.
He can actually kill Caps from here.
Yeah, I know he can. He's got the stun active.
With how much he is outplaying Caps in the 1v1. Now like a 2-3 wave of farm over his lane opposition, a 400 gold lead.
That's it. Like I've seen a lot of Annies drop farm actually, and like once they start falling behind, they just end up with like serious CS discrepancy. That's not happened.
Well, one of the reasons why Annie fell off is it just felt like her laning phase was much less potent than it was.
One, he was getting caught off a lot in the side lanes.
And one of the things you realise as an Aurora is that your range is actually quite limited. If you want to get your combos off, you actually have to be very short range.
Until you get ult, yeah.
And then if you're using your ult to just randomly trade, Annie's much happier to do it because Annie's cooldown on ult is much shorter, and B, she had a lot of power taken out of Tibbers. Whereas Tibbers used to be like her entire power budget alongside the passive stun. That's just not the case anymore. Quad can threaten both there. Nice vision toggle. Ooh, boy, top side.
There's flash for him.
Matter?
Does it matter? Apparently not.
Yeah.
They don't have wish either because it was down from the bot side.
And it's a long cooldown.
So Bwipo's now down flash and ult's down. Not bad trade back actually from Labra from hands. Double. This is one of the powerful things about Zyricon as well. You just pull double battle dance with a double shield and it's really, really good HP turnaround. Massey's ended up flooring a hang on a second.
Quad. I don't think you survive here, Quad. Wish. Not enough.
Wow. Okay.
Nicely done, Skumons and BB.
Skimon just went fucking ham on them. Wow.
They need to do something about this troll.
Yeah, that troll is controlling
Yep,
the
Skimon's doing
game.
some
Where
big
the
work
troll
here.
goes.
And I will say, FlyQuest comp is quite short range. Pillar gets quite good value against a lot of members here if you walk at them.
Been
for sure.
to wait out his death timer.
Well, that is the other side.
And you can see there just like how quickly the Annie died when Subjugate was down there too.
Yep.
Okay, well Bwipo's back up, doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. Where's he going? He's going top lane and cleared away. Oh my god, hang on a second.
Hang on.
He should be safe
coming.
now. He should be safe now.
Moving on up at the same time.
Got some good damage on Skimon as well there. BB still has ults, no
Do
flash.
they want to fight this? I don't think they do.
There's no wish. There's a lot of ults down on FlyQuest. I actually think you could fight it if you wanted to.
They're backing off. They don't want to trade it. Yeah.
I think FlyQuest should realize they don't have ults and don't try your luck basically. You've got like 4 out of 5 ults on the other side for G2, even with Skimon's health being low.
Skimon backed. Did he get Merc Treads and items off that? I didn't see. I think he had quite a lot of gold in inventory.
Merc Tread and some components.
So I mean, Merc Treads this game is really good, to be fair. Yeah, and like the CC is important, and also you're into double AP seller lanes.
G2 get feats of strength, the chain lace observing crushers are fucking huge.
They're insane. Like they're probably the best boots I think at upgrades.
Depends on. Sometimes Swift Marches.
Swift Marches are also really.
Sometimes
good.
raw movement speed is insane. There's a reason why they were nerfed. Yeah. The Herald does go down. G2 chose to just open into all 3 lanes rather than contest on that, which I guess Shinzao pretty strong right now. Don't want to chance it.
Okay, here comes the Herald.
That will kill mid.
It's
And they can pillar. They can pillar.
Pillar.
Yeah, let's see whether it is going to come.
Right, good stuff. Nice,
done.
very good. And then there's no flash on the rumble.
Wonderful combo onto
Awesome.
the rumble.
Okay.
That's half the HP bar's gone.
You need to stop the Herald at some point, folks.
Whippo above for BB on the flank. Does get a bit of a chunk onto Inspired. He's going to be fine. He phase rushes away. You can turn to Dragon now with half the health bars gone. I mean, you have got a Soraka. You have got a Soraka.
And Wish just came back up.
That's big.
Wish just came back up. It's kind of huge. There's Subjugate as well, but there's still no flash. Whippo's way out of position.
Wish, he's got to get the Wish down. Doesn't matter. Oh, Stumon went low, though. Doesn't matter. He survives. He's got Subjugate rolling.
In.
Thunderstorm.
Very, very good Galley roll.
Oh, Inspired's not having fun. Wait, he's got Soraka behind him?
Yeah. The Wish went kind of wild there.
Oh! Bloody hell, Q healing was big.
Bloody hell. Soraka Valley went nuts.
That's every ult down from FlyQuest, though.
They do come away with a HP advantage, but... Well, it's TP from BB if he wants to come back here, but he's sticking on the map. He's actually he's the person with TP, but he's all. Hang on a second.
Master's dead.
He has flash.
It doesn't matter. He's getting chunked. No, he's gone. Surely. Oh, pillar, not quite enough.
Flash Soraka.
If Soraka was W, I thought with the pillar he would still be slowed.
Yeah, flash Soraka.
Because I thought Smite slow into pillar slow and they could just keep running at him, but I didn't quite respect.
Pillar slow got nerfed a lot.
Like a lot. Enough still.
Pillar slow. One of the reasons why Trundle's support died off is because the pillar slow went basically to 0. Honestly, Inspired did a pretty good job given the angle here.
Yeah.
He roots up his opposition, and as FlyQuest is chasing, this little heal that comes through from the Brav, just giving them enough.
Yeah, the AoE Rakan heal actually went fucking nuts there.
But it ends up being a 1-0.
But the thing is, you still end up burning every single ult from FlyQuest for that, and I will also, and you got flash off Masu afterwards as well. I will also note that Wish, particularly early on as a support, is an insanely long cooldown. Much like Karthus ult, much like Shen ult, that is a global AoE ult. The cooldowns are massive. They are so big. Did FlyQuest get Dragon there? They did not. Okay, so we're back
to... So if GT gets a second Dragon, or Rift is Infernal.
And that's also feats strength.
Definitely prefer the kind of war of attrition, especially when they know they'll have the HP advantage.
And it's such a
That's big. Yeah, feats of strength are pretty big here. You're going to get like 4 of the upgraded Merc Shreds. It's kind of insane because you have like 3.5 AP because Soraka actually provides a little bit as well with the Q poke.
As Caps gets more and more
There's actually a lot of how Soraka wants to play the game, just like random Q chunk, which doesn't work into the upgraded Mercs.
Yeah.
Hang on a second, they don't spot Simon there, he's hanging back.
Surely it'll be Rengar Ivan in the next game.
Inspired was seeing if, yeah, Inspired I think knows Skimon's here, but he doesn't have flash.
Inspired?
There is a Soraka coming around.
There's also Aurora.
This is getting messy, this game really
very
messy.
Hang on, Labrock gets decent value, he needs to battle dance out. The hand has gone really low, by the way, what?
Yeah.
Who did that to Han?
I actually didn't see what. Labrov might be.
He's alright. He's got extended battle dance range, I think. Hands away. Hands away.
Hey, they can go Ratcon after this.
Yeah, they can.
Hans got massacred there.
What happened to Hans?
Labrov. Hans, my dude, you need to. Hang on a second. He has flash this time. He actually could have killed Hans if that hit.
It was blind. Can they just Articon?
They can. Yeah, they can. Yeah.
So what happened to Hans?
I think he got blasted by Massey, no?
Must have been. Yeah, that's really good for FlyQuest.
Okay. Good for them. Well, at least you didn't lose anyone for that. But how many? It goes from 7 to how many are they getting? Up to 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? It's only about 10 flowers, and they lose.
Mid tier 1.
Well, no, you can see it's maxed out. So, like it hasn't gone up anymore from the outcome.
No, don't you get any more spawn? Or they don't.
They do, but that's just collecting them after.
So I wasn't sure if they immediately got collected for. I can't remember how it works.
Basically, all the ones on the map which haven't been taken get picked up for the winning team.
Because I thought there was something about how flowers changed after Atacon goes down.
Sorry?
I thought there was something when Atacon went down where like flowers like immediately go to the
You get it on kills now with Atacon.
Is that the way it works? So I couldn't remember exactly how they spawn, so to speak, afterwards. Get on kills, thank you.
Inspire,
I mean, he's on a blast cone,
They blocked it off, they warded it off. He's dead.
Well, it's still on top. Quad damage.
Soraka!
Gallywall.
Does it matter? Soraka! No, he got him.
Ooh. Flash out from Bucio. No flash on Soraka is kind of big. Okay. I mean, goddamn that. So they stood on top of the blast cone and then also put a ward on it, so like 2 wards on it as well. But like a control ward and a regular ward, and someone was still on top of it.
I'll say this Trundle's actually becoming a real problem. They're not killing Trundle particularly fast. I say that. He's dead. Oh, fell the flash! So that's really good from
Good
Whippo.
caster goes there, Sam.
Yeah, I know. I was incredible caster ghosting. That's a really big shutdown as well.
Yeah, that is. Damn, that's really bad. G2
That's the first kill of the game for FlyQuest, but I didn't go to him yet.
That close the blinds. Yeah.
It's interesting as well. There is a teleport on Caps ready if they want to answer the bottom side, because Whippo after the kill there, flashing
On the board, oh no.
Whippo
We're
can
on the
push
board.
out
FlyQuest
bottom,
supporter in chat.
lane. Galio
Sure you
looks
want to do that?
Broken Blade is going to head down there, so not very much time for them to try and take.
Not gonna lie, I think FlyQuest lost a lot of supporters in the last couple of months, folks.
20 CS down to now.
I really do wonder what they're gonna do about all of that, really.
I haven't been tracking what he's been doing throughout the game.
Because they've held like such a positive image for a long time.
And
you do wonder what happens with
Whippo being able to secure this tower.
In the off-season, yeah.
It's such an interesting game because even though G2 find themselves with about a 2k gold lead, it still feels.
I think you can argue the scaling advantage goes to FlyQuest because Soraka is such a unique.
Soraka is a
champion.
hyperscaler, yeah. So I remember like when there was that conversation about, oh, is Soraka a hyper carry? And Jap was in the conversation like, she's not a hyper carry, but she is a hyperscaler.
When his contract is up, welcome Dokla.
Whippo? Whippo doesn't have flash or ult. I think he might well be dead here.
There's a Soraka heading towards his lane. Caps could teleport in. I think they want Taran out, no?
They see Skewmont is fine. They get 2 towers for that. That's pretty good.
They just move on. That is going to expand.
Dokla would be so hype. Imagine if FlyQuest Dokla, that would be one of the funniest roster moves you could get.
I don't think there's anyone else you would pick up as Fly.
No, I mean that was a joke. So.
No, I know. I'm just thinking like in the off season, if you're thinking like, do you give Serti a go
well, you
again?
don't. I mean, Whippo and Inspired don't have residency, right? So I mean, I guess you could replace. I mean,
does Inspired have residency?
They have Gatcross. Yeah, they have Gatcross as their like backup top down.
That's true. Gatcross, yeah.
If they think he's ready to go, I guess they could do that.
Yeah.
I can see it was because Quad was too busy doing damage.
I wonder with a sniper in a different system might be given a bit more because he kind of started well and then fell off a cliff a bit.
He really fell off, didn't he?
But I feel like
that
might be
Inspired has a green card. I didn't realize
Inspired had a green card. Yeah.
I didn't hear you say that.
Also going for Black Cleaver.
I said I thought he had residency. I didn't see he had a green card. I knew he had residency.
Oh, is residency locked behind a green card for NA now?
They did something.
Members and then the heal bot on the outside.
Okay, so Hans at 2 items, so is Massey. Everyone's going for the Black Cleaver third now. He's going for Black Cleaver Lucian as well.
Oh yeah, I mean it gives him more
the move
HP.
speed. Well, I mean Flicker Blades plus Black Cleaver gives you a ton of move speed, which is really nice.
Stick on that back line.
Zeal gives you just percent move speed, and then you've got Black Cleaver, which gives you rage passive. Okay, well if G2 get this thing at a solid point, Whippo do not be having that flash.
Equalize down. Not the best equalizer of all time, actually.
It's meant to slow the follow-up. If they tried to follow on to him because he had no flash, that would have been...
And they can't see a damn thing.
I think that, well, they give it up now. They give it up now. With the equalizer down, I don't think you can fight. Can they trade for mid-turret? Mid-turret's not a bad price for it, but giving soul point is obviously not great.
They should get that. They can't quite, actually. Minions might do it for them, though. Minions do it for them.
They also had... oh no, they didn't have grubs.
Okay, so only the top tier 1 left.
Late game Trundle and Galio don't scale well. They can do very well because what Galio does late game, particularly when you go for the tankier version, is just be really disruptive and gives your carries a chance to do something. In a similar way, you know, Soraka's enchanting her carries too.
And if you've seen some of the crazier late game Galio performances, like I saw a Nemesis, I know it's obviously ERLs, but do a 60,000 late game damage Galio game. He did 1,500 damage a minute on Galio. Like you can do.
But again, like that's like Nemesis like stomping on.
I mean, it was from a massive deficit as well, so he did that as a losing
No, I know, but like that's the kind of thing you see in tier 2.
It is, but I'm aware of, as I'm saying, that's tier 2. The point being basically that Galio does actually have some fairly good damage numbers in big AoE, especially as he does start to build towards things like Oblivion Orb, which is really nice. We got the Riftmaker's also really good from that one, so it's like he's just getting a bit of like anti-heal in there as well, so that we'll get.
Oblivion Orb doesn't do that much damage,
No, I know. Actually, I got caught on 2 thoughts there. I'm gonna go with the anti-heal, but yes, I'm aware I got caught a little.
It did result in this Trundle being
Bloodletterers for Caps, so he'll help out. Whippo still doesn't have TP, doesn't have flash still.
Yeah, I think this could be a bad time.
If he gets a range to pillar, that's...
Yeah, he gets wished, he's dead.
Whippo has had an awful game so far.
With the one... Oh, that's not bad from Lavrov. There's an entrance to the Galio. He dies for it, but can they get inspired?
If they get inspired, it's fine. If they get inspired, it's fine.
They can.
Soraka.
They got it. And Hans going forwards.
It's Caps going forwards, isn't it? No.
No, it was Hans.
Well, it was Caps that's further forward, wasn't it?
No, Hans was over by like further. He was like down by the edge of red buff.
Death Stance second on Shinzo. Death Stance an insanely broken item, and when you have Soraka, it means that you're alive long enough for heals.
I think that's really smart.
So put it this way, folks. Anyone who should be building Eclipse should be building Death Stance instead. It is such a broken item, especially when you have something like the Soraka. I mean, it didn't save him here, right? But you can see how close it was to Inspired living through that. Damn, I think that FlyQuest have not been able to get online early enough. I think Scumon's had a good fucking game.
He has had a really good game.
There's no smite for this. Now the question is basically, can FlyQuest find a fight after this?
Don't fumble the smite. Quad's dead. Nice.
Yeah. BB's been playing well.
Busier's going to have to flash. That's flash off Soraka. Scumon runs at them. That's not bad from Whippo. Taunt. And Scumon survives.
I think that Whippo might have fucked it again there, actually.
Yeah, Masu didn't get the kill either, and that's the jump onto Masu. Taunt. Grand entrance. Goodbye, Masu. I don't think... Actually, the Soraka heal was enough
not bad
again.
From Inspired there.
Yeah. But the health bar's not looking fantastic.
I don't think G2 should follow this more. Just look for the resets. Look for the resets. It's actually a pretty scary Lucian.
Pillar's really important.
You need to reset, folks. You need to reset. Don't get too hypey. Don't get too hypey.
The Soraka healing is just way too monstrous. It feels like G2 find a pick.
When's Dragon? 2 minutes. Here, you fine. Reset.
They still get themselves the Baron, though.
I am actually watching myself hug my arms. I'm getting more and more stressed. Hug this instead. My little G2 Sammy the Samurai.
Okay, G2 5k up now. Weirdly, both teams, which I would say quote-unquote have the scaling advantage, have lost this series, lost this game so far. Like G2 had the scaling advantage in game 1, and they misplayed around their flashes on Caitlyn Victor not being...
It's interesting that actually G2 have managed to get enough damage down that Soraka isn't actually enough to keep people alive, which is pretty big. And a lot of that actually is the fact that Trundle's so ahead. The Trundles get to run at people and go, yeah, I don't care that you're healing, I'm still doing % HP damage. Get chomped, nerd.
Absolutely was, and as they made their way towards the Baron, it looked a little sketchy. I saw Masu near the pit.
Rowlet gets no love.
Rowlet isn't a G2 member right now. Rowlet is guarding my bed from...
Oh god, that was looking more back at it, that was a bad flash over from Whippo.
But he's not able to do it.
And now the problem is he has no flash, and they've been catching him without flash a bunch anyway.
I will say the Black Cleaver probably is enough HP to keep Masu alive there. If he didn't have the Black Cleaver HP, I think he might have been in danger.
He actually would have been very close, but I think he lives anyway.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't have the ability.
Montes, thank you for the reset, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
But still, I think that means G2 are going to have control.
Any more subs? Any more Twitch primers?
Any for
a bunch of extra kills.
500 of them.
That is a...
Ooh,
hang on a second, that's actually not bad on damage onto quad.
Yeah.
Body block.
Still in it, though, as we can see.
Nasu, not having fun
not
on the
bad
backside. Labru got he got the charm onto Bruce, who stopped him getting a load of heals on.
Oh my god.
Masu's dead. Oh no! There's a flash jump. Got it.
Wasn't a flash.
Was it just walking at it?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can see from the cooldown of flash.
Yeah,
honestly,
I had my microphone blocking the flash.
And they're looking at a game number 3.
G2 will finally get a bit of revenge against FlyQuest as they finally get a big...
They got 3-0 at MSI, right?
They'll get a big inhibitor.
G2 got 3-0 by FlyQuest at MSI? I think they did, yeah.
They got a big back away, they can get themselves the Infernal Soul, but this is definitely their game to lose.
Good morning from the Philippines. Hey, good morning from Berlin. Watching games in
I was about to say, what's his name going to be in game 3?
It's game 3, Gary, and I hope you guys...
For the Soraka World Skin, don't you have to win on the champion? You have to just play, or do you have to win?
You just play.
Okay, fair.
Oh my god, I'm really glad you saved that until now, as the priceless moment of the game does come.
Yeah, tournament favorites should just pick Lux at some point so they can get the Lux World Skin. If you, I mean, hang on, is there a DRX Lux skin? No, it's Ash. I mean, imagine if you're the first team to get a Lux skin at Worlds. Like, you're making
Carrier wants that Lux so bad.
Well, so did Beryl, so
yeah.
But he didn't get it. He got Leona instead.
Against Quad. And Masu feels like he just came out of the death chamber, but immediately...
This is looking pretty much over. I think Infernal Soul also really hurts.
It's 10k lead Infernal Soul.
Yeah, this is done.
Another inhibitor turret. And with Infernal Soul, I think they'll have the
much better game from G2.
Skewmond and Labrov had a much better game.
As he just takes most of
Haps got a little bit
redemption healing. Yeah, I think both players dead again. Yeah.
The charm is fantastic. They try and keep
him They trade top lane for support, but
look at Skewmon. Good God.
BB also had a much better game. Look, this is honestly this is an ensemble better performance. I think that pretty much everyone on G2 had a much better game.
Like, I think Dylan's come and said, look, you guys just need to be much more respectful in terms of.
Well, they also gave them a comp which fights better early.
Bingo.
Game 1's draft works against BLG because BLG will throw a late game objective. FlyQuest are much less likely to do that. You need a bit more early fighting power. It's much better for them. Okay, all right. I'm glad we get 3 games. I'm glad we get 3 games.
Thank you very much, guys. And we've got a little bit of hype running in chat. So any Twitch subs, consider now is the time to come support 2 of your favorite content creators.
Hello.
Myself and Nymaera. There's a Ko-fi link. There's a League Mastering. There's cool things you can do to get involved. Please do consider.
And I gotta say, for a lot of the things we were questioning after game 1 for G2, a lot of things were answered, Rob. And for me, one of the big ones was Skewmont / Lebrov. How will they do? They are the 2 members that had the most on their shoulders because they came into the roster this year. When G2 had their successes with other members, and Skewmont really, really had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, and I think these were the 2 members that my eyes were on in playoffs for LEC, and they had the performances there, and now we finally get to see it in game 2. The mapping's actually stepping up once again, and Skewmont, as a result, got so fed in the early stages that it actually became really, really difficult for FlyQuest to try and deal with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think a lot of the game was...
Actually, fairness, that first blood bot side was very nice. And he gets to go top and get value there as well.
Then Quad overextends, you know, after going up to try to cover that wave. He dies too. This put the Trundle in such a commanding position that Zinzo
okay, so proactive mid jungle support looked a lot better for GT. I think game 1, that was their prep for BLG, it looked like. That was more along their prep from BLG.
I agree.
Game 2 felt like it was a lot more proactivity.
They would just man fight and he would get slapped down.
Over the head as well.
Yeah.
It's true. I wanted to see this graphic because Inspired versus Skewmont is, I think, a really big matchup in this. And for people that aren't aware,
they got the numbers the wrong way around.
Sometimes say that Skewmont reminds us of Inspired.
They've got some of those numbers in the way.
I think it's flipped. A couple of years ago, because you can see.
Gotta say, that doesn't look right.
He likes to play where he has the game in his own hands, and I think.
Oh, I didn't even see you. Oh, you actually also didn't tag me in this week, by the way. You're going live tweet.
I
That's why I didn't see it.
Go for every play. And we already, Rob already mentioned Lebrov a little bit.
I just saw it now and was like, hang on a second, I didn't see that tweet before.
Also are always able to go for any play because you build up an early lead. It makes it so insanely oppressive. And with how reliant the current meta seems to be on going for objective fights, if your jungle and support are both doing well, you're in a great spot.
That's a great point, and it was fun to watch this game next to Zale, specifically in the mid-game skirmishes, because FlyQuest kind of had to come back in the palm of their hands.
Because you like to see the pain in my eyes.
It's been years! It's been years! But to that point, because you saw that FlyQuest, they had kind of the comeback sometimes in the palm of their hand, but they wouldn't die.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Bwipo did not have a good game. A lot of the equalizers weren't placed very well, and we saw
more like
G2,
a demoralizer.
Yeah, exactly. We saw at G2 a lot of different fights here getting out with like multiple people at low health bars, and that starts to snowball to the point where even when FlyQuest plays a fight well, they're then too far behind and they can't actually finish off any of these kills.
And I think that is one of the risks you run when you have like this low engage style composition. You're kind of reliant on the Annie and the Xin Zhao to be that, but when your Xin Zhao is already far behind and you're picking off members before the fight starts.
And Boostio's on Soraka.
Exactly. It's trying to finish off these low health members is really, really difficult to do when they are able to escape.
It's interesting how when the
okay, I think it's time for more coffee.
I think we all kind of like the Soraka, right? Because what it could possibly do for the Xin Zhao, and that we become such a raid boss, but maybe you didn't have enough damage in the end to make it work.
For me, it did come down to execution. I think that both Skewmont and Lebrov played a really good game. There was also the fact that if they were able to actually play on the spikes of Xin Zhao, who again was put behind early, I think this comp looks completely different. Like Standard Sky is a really big one, but it's actually, as Zil pointed out, I think it was the third skirmish. He didn't even have a second item yet.
Yeah, exactly. It was for this dragon where normally that's how Fly plays, right? They'll give up some early dragons, they'll come up, they'll be on this power spike, but he didn't even have a second item.
Game 1.
Exactly. He didn't have a second item for that fight, so he wasn't going to be in a strong point. And also, they were so far behind, I think, in gold a lot of the time that no one felt like they had the space to buy heal cut. And if you have no heal cut against a Trundle that's ahead of you, this champion is just never going to die. Like,
I don't think the Trundle heal cut mattered that much personally.
But it just never looked like it was actually impactful whatsoever.
Tickling him.
I mean, there was a couple of cullings that really did change engages or fights.
I do wonder what happens. So in game 3, FlyQuest gets side choice. Do we see FlyQuest choose blue side again? Because G2 want to pick red side and counter pick, particularly for BB, I think. And I have to say that the Galio was way more useful than the Rek'Sai this game.
Was crucial to the success here.
Now that we're watch this, we're analyze this. Are they confident? Are they not? Are they shaking in their boots? Because this was so easy. EU doesn't matter. We want to beat LPL in LCK. We don't even think think about you, EU. But regardless, though,
I
game 3, everything is
might put
left
the kettle
being
on.
played for, and I'm happy we're getting a game
Cool.
3.
Do
Let
you
me
want
do
a
a
cup
little
of tea?
temperature
I wanted a coffee.
check
I was gonna
across
I can
the
do
line
coffee.
then.
I'm feeling good still. I mean, I
You
think
want to do it yourself?
honestly,
Or you want me to do it?
the Rumble was something that
You
made
want a
me a
break,
little
you
bit
can-
nervous. It's not something that is a pick that
Okay, you
Bwipo
can do it
normally
then,
goes
Sam.
to.
Go
I
get
think
me
they're
my
pretty
fucking coffee.
comfortable on it.
Do that.
Can I please get me a
And
coffee, Sam?
yes, I think Busio can play this Soraka
I'll
well,
believe it.
but also
So
he's so
offended.
critical to their team fights. Like his engages are so
I'm
good.
taking
So I
away
think
your
they
God
maybe try
Glow
to push a little
privileges
bit
if you
too
don't
hard.
get me a coffee.
I'd like to see them just go back to something.
Well,
Some info.
we have
chose blue, so G2 is going to be on the red side for the 3rd time in a row. When it comes to
good giveaway
Fearless and kind of
Uh,
red side for the
maybe-
C3, how does that
I wonder
make
whether
you
we
feel?
do that at the G2 watch party.
Because I don't think.
Okay, folks, we might do a giveaway, a slight giveaway at the G2 watch
Fearless
party.
does become better if you have the champ people to support.
Well,
Obviously, that's kind of
yeah.
a given.
Yeah.
And you can flex around a good amount, but I think you get.
Girls,
higher
have you never heard of shocks
big
fired
thing on blue
before?
side normally is champions
You're forgetting a
that
cup.
don't
You're forgetting.
pick them.
You're forgetting a
Oriana
cup,
comes to
Sam.
mind, for example. But once you
Just
get
checking you're not
people
gonna
in, the champions
run off without
that
my
you blind
without my
pick
coffee cup,
will
Sam.
just
And that's what I
No,
agree, but
no,
I think
no.
having BB on the counter pick here could actually be huge. Like, he's liked to bring out the Kled. He's had these fancy picks that he enjoys playing. So if he has that opportunity to last pick that into that top side, it could work out well.
I'd like to see it because in the past we've had periods of time where I think Broken Blade was G2's best player at international events, and he.
I mean, MSI 24, I think you'd be totally right, BB was the best international player. He was insane. However, before that, BB was very much criticized for international play.
So then the counterpoint, what's the true win condition here for FlyQuest in game 3?
I
It's
mean,
a true win
it's
condition. I think
just
you need a more
way better,
proactive,
straight
you need a
up.
winning jungle
I
support.
want to see Busio on Engage again. I want to see Bwipo on a pick that he's really comfortable on, and I want to see them play their game because I still do have a lot of confidence that if they're playing their style, they should be able to win.
Okay, well, that's it. We still have a couple of seconds left, so a little bit of excitement. I'm happy that it's going
so
to 3.
nervous. I'm
Me
so
too.
nervous.
I mean,
I'm
the
having
thing
a great
is,
time. Why are you guys
yeah,
so emotional?
you just
This
want to
is
see a great last game,
wonderful.
but I think it's good
It's
to.
just a content game, you know.
to
Russell, you
read
already
the
know
stakes
we've got
once
some
again,
we've
right?
got
If you win
some
this
like
next game, you find yourself
coasters
in the
you can give away.
quarterfinals of the World Championship for FlyQuest. It would be huge once
Oh,
again.
Fed, thank you for the
G2.
Kofi
They have
donation.
been starving for it with all of Europe since the introduction of the Swiss stage. There is so much on the line here for game 3, and after the break, we will finally find out who is heading to those quarterfinals, G2 or FlyQuest.
Well, he's going to have to try and book it over here. It is Broken Blade with a lot of CC, keeping Bwipo busy. Equalizer goes down. The Wish comes in, but he just dies before FlyQuest could get in there. Still, they're going to look for the fight, though. Crescent Guard comes down. Lebrov just explodes in an instant as the taunt is fantastic. The flash out from Inspire, but he still dies. Not enough in the tank here for Busio. And G2 finding the advantage here. Redemption comes down. They've got healing of their own. It moves to a 3,000 gold lead, and they might have Baron on the mind.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with Augments. It combines all the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Wait, did I post? Oh, sorry, I can't log into this very well apparently. Oh, hang on. Fed gave support, which is very cool. Rank these players based on how well you think you would do against them in a fist fight. Jesus Christ. Inspired, Bin, Gumayusi, Closer, and Ruler. What? Hang on, whoa. Oh my god, it specifies a fist fight, so I can't bring my fencing sword or anything. Rank these players based on how well you do against them in a fist fight. Okay. Did I run out of books? Yeah. I think I'm getting my... Look, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm getting my shit kicked in by all 5 of them, probably. Especially Bin. Look, Bin is the worst of them. Bin is by far the worst. I would not do well against Bin. I've got reach over a couple of them, because I'm very tall. Not Bin, though. Bin's also pretty tall. I think Closer. I think just based on the level of everyone else, maybe bottom of the list. So I think it's Bin's the worst, Closer's the last, the least. And then I think, what, maybe like Ruler's pretty jacked actually. So is Inspired. I think it's probably Bin, Inspired, Ruler, Guma, Closer. I think. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Yeah. I think actually, yeah, Inspired, if you look at the way that he sits, he like pumps up his biceps, and like, yeah, I ain't bearing that. We're getting jacked and lean confused here. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, I'm 6'5". I'm pretty tall. I got reach. Hey, which, is it Closer? Is Closer as in like the Turkish jungler? Right, yeah. I think he's, yeah. I think Closer is, I mean, is least, he's pretty lean, but I wouldn't say he's as jacked as the others. Ben is by far the worst. Well, Ben would just beat the shit out of me. Like, I ain't winning that, folks. I would get beaten up. I'll be losing teeth. I will say, I'd beat all of them if it was a fencing match. I could probably go 2-on-1 if it was a fencing match. Although, if that's more towards my playing field, you know. No, funnily enough, folks, this was such a weird coincidence. So I was recording some content with Monty Doa, Rich, and Wolf from the LCK, as in like the caster Wolf. And I found out during that recording because we were recording some stuff on Ghost of Yote. Wolf used to do epee fencing as well. So that was really cool.
I'm feeling that we're getting pretty deep.
Someone challenged Nymaera to do it. Well, if we get a chance, Wolf from the LCK and I, maybe we could do an exhibition match. I don't know how long ago it was since he fenced. It's been ages since I have. Yeah.
I often like domestically in Europe. We have a bit of a meme where, like, when your back's against the wall, you're really.
I don't know. That'd be really cool. I don't know. I mean, I haven't done that in ages, but yeah.
Never really go wrong. I'm curious as to whether or not she will be that.
By the way, I'm open to discussion on Guma and Ruler's placing. I think they could flip around. I don't know enough about that. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Okay, so FlyQuest choose blue side, so G2 get their counter picks on red side. Sion gone, Yunara gone. What's still up? Ryze is the big one. Jarvan gone. So we still, I think Ryze, Pantheon. I guess Volibear's not bad too if Skewan wants to go towards it. Although I guess if they were more afraid of the Shinzo match, it's different. I think you want proactive jungle support. So actually, the Volibear might actually be coming out from G2 now. We might be looking at a Mordekaiser pick from Whipworth. BB doesn't counter pick. I'm very EP right now. Also, yeah.
That is that it feels like Orianna has had the better of that matchup throughout.
I'm for Varus. I mean, Varus is very good lane pressure. Played it well last time. I think if you pick the Ryze, you might be inviting an Onivia comp from G2. But I just need, there to be early proactivity from G2. I need there to be early proactivity. Also think that Braum is starting to get pretty potent now as well. I think Masu and Butio want to be on engaged lane. Hey, Azir's there. I mean, you can rise into this as caps. That's not too bad.
Ooh, could it be Orianna Nocturne?
Oh, there's Orianna. Yeah, Orianna's the easy one, so you can smash lane with the Orianna, right? Unironically, G2 could go Orianna. Oh my god, folks, we might actually see the Noct wave. Oh my god, we might end up seeing the Orianna Nocturne. Oh Jesus Christ. J4 ban, why? Because it's, oh wait, FlyQuest are making their draft harder? Right, yeah.
I was low-key hoping that we'd get
They go for the Azir over the Orianna, so they want the DPS as opposed to the laning pressure. But I feel like in this game, in this series, it has been a lot about winning lanes and pressure. Ori Nocturne hit is a bit forced. Yeah, I think it's genuinely a very good combo. If you've got 2 carries, or like, if you have 2 targets which can't stand next to each other when you lock that combo, and it's very good.
Yeah, I will say it got nerfed a couple of times here leading into
Varus is pretty good. Varus is good versus the Azir, good lane pressure.
As a volley bear,
because you know you have 2 very strong lane pressure teams. So now, Master Busio might need to go... Look, if you want to beat the Varus in lane now, you're maybe thinking about either Kalista plus X, which is a bit rough, or you're thinking about Ezreal Karma. I think. There's no Nico up, which would normally help.
Answer the range.
And is this going to be just a standard jungle top lane? Do we get like an Ornn or something like that? Or a Renekton would be like the true Shurima combination here on the side of FlyQuest, keeping things pretty basic. The jungle pool
Renekton, okay, so they really want winning lane. Hang on, but you're blind picking top lane. But BB now just gets a whole host of shit he can throw at it. Renekton early, you sure?
Well, yeah.
Are you picking this for like jungle matchup now? Because Renekton gives you very good jungle setup, but what would you want with that? Renekton Sejuani? Wow, that's a little different. We haven't seen that many tank junglers have basically non-existent in this tournament, folks.
This feels like very West.
Unironically, I think we could be seeing Volibear angle from Scheme. Well, Pantheon's also not bad here. Although Pantheon and Sejuani's a little max is Q for W and
yeah, no, I
Sejuani
feel like
lanes
it's not
there.
necessarily West, it's just last year.
Yes, you're right. It's a combination we've seen so many times in Pro League.
You pick jungle now before everything else falls out, or do you trust Skewon to have better options? I think you just... Oh, Mundo. Wow, Mundo's fantastic against this duo, no? Isn't... this is... I mean, it could be either. It can be jungle or top lane. I think it's better top lane, but it means that Renekton Sejuani just doesn't get to do anything against the Mundo, right? Doesn't Mundo eventually just not give a fuck? Varus is a flex. Technically, Varus could be a flex, I know. But...
Whether it is going to be his, or whether Skewmon's going to be piloting it.
Right.
And now a
yep.
bit more flexibility.
Don't worry about it, chat.
As far as the bottom lane is concerned, with that Varus already locked in, so just going to be focusing on
drop
the
that.
opposite side 80 carry options.
And
it's got boiling liquid in it.
Is a jungle Mundo.
Yes, there was a Ko-fi donation from Fed, which is very
Oh, thank you, Fed.
Which was, we attached the question, rank these 5 players from how likely you were to win in a fist fight, and it's like Bin, Inspired, Guma, Ruler, and Closer.
So I'm out of practice now, but I used to actually be quite good fighter.
Sam would actually do better in a fist fight.
Yeah, so I was a black belt. I beat an MMA fighter in a scup spar. I beat a 3 times black belt in multiple martial arts, but that was 10 years ago. So at one point, I was actually a fairly okay
Poppy
fighter.
away from GT. Poppy would be pretty good into this comp as well. Civic Karma. Yeah, so now you're running out of options to play against the Varus. You might think of Kalista Renata here as FlyQuest actually. Kalista Renata's not bad, because what you can do is you can kind of fly forward. Thank you so much for the resub.
Oh, thank you, Sigmax.
You're probably thinking about running forwards with Sejuani, Renekton, and then throwing the Renata all over the top. My worry is that G2 can play really long range against the Renekton Sejuani.
Yeah, and I think if it gets into scrappier fights, Mundo does silly things.
I also think you... Well, Braum's banned. I mean, FlyQuest would have loved Braum if they could get it into their combo. They might think Nautilus now.
Yeah, is Nico banned?
I mean, yeah, they might go Kai'Sa Nautilus. They might go Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Bottom lane, are we going to discover where this Mundo's going to go?
So there's a what? Yeah, exactly. There's a world. Exactly. Atlas talk about the Mundo being a flex option. I will also note that obviously Hans has largely been the Varus player. Oh my God, that's oh, thank goodness. At the time of being down, I was very worried.
Christ. Okay. Oh, thank God we're not cursed with Yuumi again.
You and me, Alex.
Yeah. You and me. I guess you're more of a dog person.
Yuumi does actually have quite good voice lines.
Are you dead? I thought you were playing.
I said Yuumi does actually have quite excellent voice lines.
Just so fucking annoying when she says John. Because you see, you're probably going Kai'Sa Nautilus. I think you're going Kai'Sa Nautilus.
That makes most sense. I mean, it's a very generic comp from FlyQuest, but it's a solid one, right?
I mean, I don't think you want to play Nocturne into the Sejuani. I don't think you want to... Well, it's not awful, I suppose.
Could you Neferi here?
Yuumi hover is terrifying. I know! Every time they hover Yuumi, I'm like, thank God, Jesus Christ, hopefully it's not out of scrims again.
Here? Ball carrier, gets past a lot of the CC.
A little bit worried about the point and click CC, but your W is like pretty good into it. Yeah, Neferi's not awful, but Mundo jungle is also okay here. It's fine. I mean, I guess it's not great with the Orianna.
I'd like another ball carrier. You got Rel.
I
There's a lot of CC change.
Your damage gets pretty low if there's
like you really need quad to pump up the numbers.
Mundo is going to be having a very fun game. I think.
Yeah, like Jhin at 4 items begins to hurt a bit more, but you've got to get to 4 items, and how games are decided by that point in a minute.
Especially in this series, it's felt like
because again, like the conversation about Jin's damage is a weird one because he basically has a weird trough.
Jax is pretty good here.
Between about on 3rd item. Jax is awful.
So Jax is good. So the thing is, Jax is good into Renekton and Sejuani here. That's good. It's not great versus Jhin, Nautilus, Azir, Sejuani in late game team fights, but it does survive the 2v2. If you get onto the Jhin later, obviously it's really good.
And it's another ball carrier.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Counter Strike into Shockwave is pretty good.
I think I might have preferred the Ornn. I think I would have preferred the Ornn.
Well, I get this allows you to play the map a little wider.
I think eventually FlyQuest damage falls off a cliff, which is a big problem.
Yeah, they have a weird... The problem is, especially if Jhin isn't ahead of curve, 3 item Jhin isn't going to hurt G2. He'll need to be the 4th.
Did NA just bless us with a quarterfinals team?
I do think G2 have
maybe. We shall see.
And in fairness, it's not like the Jhin isn't providing value here. So again, if you get lots of value off the CC change, if you get a lot of value off the early shove and early priority, you can still do good
they have
work
the Durex fans,
yeah. They got the Durex ones.
Okay, so I think G2 win this draft first. I think G2 win this draft. Now, it's not, if you give up the early skirmishes like they did in game, well, eventually in game 1, right? Then there's a problem, right? Yeah,
go for it.
Honestly, I feel pretty decent about it. They have got a lot of tools that FlyQuest do rely on a lot.
Alpha into the bathroom, how dare he?
Their team fights. And I do feel more comfortable with Boostio having engage options than, Soraka was not the problem last game at all. That was definitely more like, Whipple getting caught out and stuff.
For sure.
But I still just feel more comfortable when Boostio can make more aggressive plays. And the Nautilus certainly can do that, especially when, again, G2 are running Orianna and Varus as their carries. Those are 2 carries that can...
Something weird in the runes. Not especially. It's lethal tempo Varus. So this might be on hit Varus, actually. Which, when you're into a fair amount of front line, I think is fine. But it won't be poke, which I think is probably okay for extra DPS here. Because otherwise you might have been a bit... Your DPS could have been a bit awkward there otherwise. Because again, Orianna's not bad. Jax is conditional getting in. So I think otherwise you might have had issues in 5v5 actual consistent DPS. So I think that's fine.
And also, some keystones that are worth noting.
That fly draft's a year old. What happened? Yeah, there is something to that. So it's precision for fleet. That's fine. Actually gives you a bit of move speed. Inspiration secondary for the extra boot. That's pretty standard. We'll see what the build ends up being. Heart still into Warmog is off on the top lane build. I am not as sure on what it is in jungle. Probably is still very similar. Heartsteel in general is very good with Mundo, for all that it's a bit of a weird item that's been hit repeatedly with the nerf hammer.
Shifted around that 2021 mark, but given that they both played in Europe for a fair amount of time, the matchup between the two got quite heated, and it's cool to see them back on the Rift, especially given that they're both on comfort picks, I would associate. Renekton, very well known for Whippo, and the same for this Jax in favor of Broken.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. That
and I do get worried for FlyQuest if they turn up to Dragon 3 at 1 item or 2 items and just don't have a lead. It's a real world where they try and go for a combo and just don't get enough value. Especially if G2 start landing some of their own combos.
The Renekton look for the level 6 possible all-in versus Jax with the...
Sometimes we used to see Whippo do Blade of the Ruin King into big tank matchups. In fact, the last time and I don't know whether he'll do that into the Mundo. Feels like it'll be a bit awkward. Hands has to cleanse. Turn around CC on a boost heal or force the heal. So it's heal for cleanse. Lane control is there for G2 still, but there's better healing pots. Cookies makes a difference for him. CFO take care of flying the 2-2 bracket, definitely possible. I think CFO are a very, very good team. Again, I had semi-finals peak for them.
Now that Marsu doesn't have his support, he's being forced to play quite defensively.
Nice job.
Dr. Mundo didn't get that doctorate, just preferred as Mundo. That's fair. You know what? I hear you. And I can only apologize for my lack of respect to the great doctor.
As Marsu makes his way out once again, Blighted Quiver not going to get procced.
Again, both junglers
Labrov remount
towards bottom side, so Skumon going to be in position earlier.
Thank you for the resub, Zeref. Much appreciated. Thank you for coming and supporting us.
Junglers like Sejuani, who rely on CC and are not high damage. Mundo can clear very quickly.
That much. Vegeta didn't get that much scrimming. Their internal clocks are pretty on point. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, getting a little deep there.
Not going to find too much more than
Did Mundo got a doctorate?
They're fighting on that top side.
He got a doctorate and going where he pleases. Not a medical. It's not a medical doctorate. It's a movement doctorate. That's what the MND stands for.
Makes his way towards the top side. Broken Blade has to be very defensive now.
Gaze Identity removes teeth really well.
Go the way of Whippo, and he's gonna get.
They're on ward here. This is not a great backing spot. Labrov may really regret this yet. Yeah, PP. Hang on, this gets interesting. Okay, they're just going to use that as the lane swap option. And it delays some of the reset timings here. Okay, so Bwippo's using this as a reset timer. So probably what's going to happen is Jack's going to get a shove top. We'll see bot lanes try and reset. It probably means there's going to be a wave dropped here from the Jax. Unless Jax gets a decent TP angle off. But I think Jax is going to be too late getting that reset off. So that's probably going to be a wave crash and a plate for Bwippo. That's not bad from FlyQuest, actually. That's decent timings. And especially with the interrupt on the back bot.
Beautiful use of this deadly flourish.
Such a bizarre series. Both teams have stayed on the same side. Yeah! You're not wrong. And G2 have stayed red the entire time, haven't they? And vice versa for FlyQuest, for that matter. I hadn't thought about that, but you're not wrong. It's very unusual we see that happen all the way through. But I guess both teams have found a win on their respective sides, so they're kind of trusting in the process a bit. BB's dropping his wave for this. I don't think he wants to lose cannon.
There's not much that he can do to stop
Proxying, yeah, I see. That's not bad from Bwippo.
It's kind of dangerous though, because both of them know jungler's cleared from top to bottom. So
yeah.
Expecting Skumon to be over towards his area.
Oh, missed that hook boost. Yeah, it's not a problem. Not a huge amount. There was a fun TP from FlyQuest, where basically G2 are hatching a ward in the bot lane far bush as their bot lane. And so Busio kind of hooks onto them as they were kind of waiting around. And Bwippo TP's in. And then as that's happening, Busio and Masu reset and go topside. So basically they get like half a wave advantage.
No CS advantages right now. Well, yeah, basically, it's not crazy. Skumon's out of the early game. Well, out of the first couple of clears, which is fine for him. Hold wave for Ori, which is nice. Bot has done a lot better against Caps. Well, no, I thought that might be the... Hang on, BB's in shit now. BB's in real shit. He's dead.
Flash for flash.
Just didn't track Inspired.
Yeah.
Ult's a little late. That's not good. That's not good. I mean, you just didn't track jungle though. Just didn't track jungle.
On the level 6 timing that you're always looking for the Renekton.
I don't know, man. You just got to know where the Sejuani is when you're playing against the Renekton lane.
Renekton now gets another wave. That's going to be a big lead. And Broken Blade being behind was a big problem in game 1 as well, right? That Cassandra became such an issue in game 1.
On-hit Varus is pretty good for this comp. I mean, I think eventually Hans can actually just clear this whole game actually as on-hit Varus. BB, this is the problem with the Jax. You have ways to outplay this, but it's not nearly as easy as outplaying it as an Ornn or something.
Just beautifully done from FlyQuest as they
I mean, it was very nice from FlyQuest. Let's give credit where it's due.
Hey, Zara, thank you so much for the resub, by the way. I don't know if that's called
that,
but cool. Well, thank you for me as well. Hey.
Skumon nothing in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
He's got no wards to put down either. There is Gromp respawning.
So he does have one. Did the ward just respawn now?
Okay.
That's good. That's important. You do need some ability to like. Hey, that's not under tower.
Flash.
I don't think Caps needed to flash that. I think he was afraid of Sejuani coming over at level 6. But they, yeah. That was a lot of damage. You do forget how much damage Mundo does. Actually,
he is pretty insane on that.
There's like a max rank of Q. You do end up getting a 25% current HP damage. Whatever it is, or max HP.
Another proxy from Bwippo. He got one of those earlier from the TP.
Yeah, Renekton's pretty good at doing this. And it doesn't do... I mean, Jax is pretty happy to just walk up and take the next wave of Counter-Strike anyway.
Wave crash bit stops him interrupting Masu's back.
I was talking about tempo vibes and things like that in the previous
Doesn't change the crash time.
This is just actual tempo.
Next wave is coming in anyway.
It is a thing, and FlyQuest
Hans is pretty far ahead of Masu. He's going to lose a little bit of farm up here top side because the crash did come through. Can he stop the Varus recall? No.
But I just saw Inspired looking there. Like,
oh, he did get it. He did get it. Oh no, hang on. It would show up over the minions. So I guess. Oh no, he did. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, he got it.
Azir already into the side lane, even before getting.
Gonna walk at this. Does he want to? I guess so.
Varus is recall. I think if you can get one, it's fine. Okay, he gets one. I think you get out with one. It's fine. Don't give 3 over.
Yeah, Verdi's agreeing with you.
You don't. The hands wasn't in position anyway.
Small advantage that G2 will be happy with.
Would have been nice if you got that. That was a WR, I think, actually.
Yeah, well, I can see the thought process there.
The Guma Classic.
Themselves 2 points of that those feats of strength, which is certainly a big.
No matter what, I just can't seem to see how Jin ever is going to be able to play unless Uber ahead. I mean, you're basically playing for continued CC chain, right? And hopefully
you're here as utility.
Yeah, and yeah.
And Jin is a good pick into Varus.
Even though he's a little bit behind in gold against Caps, given the wave state.
He's one of the AD carries that loses most gracefully to Varus, who is notoriously lane dominant.
Well, it's a little bit less certain. That's a lot of minions, but that's a good collect. Yeah, they can. If you can hold this outside lane, which you should be able to. G2 really need to sort out that bot lane. FlyQuest has been a little better at using judging waves this series.
I agree.
Not like by a huge amount, but by enough, you know.
Goodness, so much money just going to the.
There's actually a chance that, because now the problem is, because your answer is there, you actually can get shoved into turret. And right now, because BB doesn't have flash, there's a chance of going straight back into Sejuani.
They've got wards down, so they've spotted out.
So Labrov put down bot side wards to keep BB safe. That should be fine. I don't know, actually. It's all the way for all. Not for all. It's not bad, actually. Trades back okay.
Whippo gets shoved from it. There's no dragon for a while, so that's fine.
It means that there's no chance of Caps shoving and roaming and playing around top side.
Yeah.
On hit Varus though? Yeah, I think on hit Varus works very well into the front line of FlyQuest. If you get the pocket for Varus to stand in, like behind Mundo Rel, then actually Varus can do bits. The problem is what happens if Azir... So what's going to need to happen, folks? This is going to be really important for team fights. Skewmond, Labrov, or BB need to make sure... That's a good ult actually. But yeah, basically one of the frontliners of G2 needs to stand in the path of the shuffle so the EQ doesn't drag him onto Varus, because then he'd have to flash to reach Varus, which then means it's much more playable. Yeah. Basically one of the frontliners needs to be like, particularly Mundo I think, needs to be like, look, I'm just going to stop the Azir from reaching the backline.
Much like game 1 when we were talking about Inspired, not really doing early, but what he was farming really aggressively for one item, and Skewmon's doing that here on the Mundo. He's nabbed one of those.
He's got Heart Steal now.
He got the Heart Steal now, he's much happier. He's nabbed a grub, got a little bit there, that's kind of fine. You can start fighting over this next dragon potentially if you want to.
Just get worried about a Jax that's 1k down, man.
I agree.
Black Cleaver already, BB's on components. Yeah. I don't know. Jax will be useful at some point, but you need to have a bit more beef behind you. So you really want to try for...
Magstorm was a bit mediocre there, actually.
Well, it didn't hit anyone. So it's not even mediocre, it's just shit.
Yeah. We did see the can't be slowed, so I wasn't sure if he just wasn't able to be slowed by the Magstorm.
No, you still get bot back though.
I wasn't sure if there was a weird thing with the wall interrupting it slightly. I thought it did just tag Inspired, but I might be wrong.
Pretty sure it didn't.
I mean, it's much of a muchness, right? The end result is either way. It didn't really lead to all that much, and you burn ult before a dragon, which could be a big one.
Or about the Swifties Dirk Jin into a Mundo. That is true. If Masu's ever hitting Mundo, that's a problem. And not that he has much AD right now, but yeah.
Flash?
That's not great for Hans. Now that means that Quad or Renekton and Sejuani can flash onto them.
Does have a cleanse and a dream.
G2 have not been great at valuing their carries flashes so far.
That's actually a really good shout. I actually completely agree with you there. But how many times have we seen Caps and hands down flash when it mattered on the Caitlyn and the Victor in game 1?
And I don't think they've done well to protect their flash carries or conserve.
They did at least get the dragon there without having to fight for it. So at the very least, they're not having to fight immediately with no flash.
Over 1k ahead.
Yeah. He's extending the goal. He's extending the CS lead now as well. Because a part of it is Quad held that wave freeze that forced Broken Blade to drop another half a wave on the bot side.
It's troublesome for G2 because Hansama no longer has flash, so that's kind of dangerous.
Bobby's having the same conversation we've just been having about flashes.
It's not quite the same though.
But he is basically talking about value of flash being down.
He was afraid of Sejuani coming up, so BB has to drop another half a wave. Plate goes down to Whippo, 1.3k up. He's a level up as well.
This might get interesting. Yeah, I think Whippo's just dead.
So who goes? Oh, and he goes to BB as well. Good, goes to BB as well. So another 400 gold over towards BB, cuts the lead a lot. We were just talking about how the Jax being behind was a problem. Costs him his flash, Whippo dies. That's a big pickup for G2. That one actually is big, because the Jax needs probably 2 items to fight effectively. Probably. You need Triforce and you need Thunder Sky. That wave's going to crash in. He just wants to deny as much random minis as possible.
Much needed gold for Broken Blade. He has really been struggling, regardless of who he's been playing.
BB, I don't know. He doesn't have flash. He actually dies here to... No, if he gets passive on... If you get, because if you got passive on there, then if the W2 hit for the slow, that was a huge problem.
Ooh, this might now get interesting. Human wants to at least
Caps.
They've not fragged Boost, you have they? That was actually very good from the observers earlier, showing that around. Shockwave back, pulls Boost on the turret.
He gets it back, gets 1 back. Okay, honestly, pretty well played to get 1 back, but then now you have both your carries down flash. So FlyQuest are winning the summoner economy right now.
For sure, they're going to push afterwards.
Under damage is ridiculous, particularly if you're full HP. Yeah, I mean, basically if you're a HP stacker with no resist, cleavers do something. I think on max rank they do something like 25% max HP or current HP or something like that.
Quad gets on the plate there.
It was like 20%. Obviously, it's like you then have your base resist, cut that down a fair amount, but it does do a lot of damage.
Yep.
That was one of the few areas that G2 had a pretty sizable gold advantage, but because of the sheer amount of time that Quad has been spending in a
You're gonna need Quad to have a life game if FlyQuest want to win this.
It will help.
I mean, if a Shockwave ever hits and the fight's over, Labrov is also pretty threatening too. I don't think it needs to be on Quad actually.
Can Blippo punish Caps there? He can.
Denying another.
That's another wave. That's actually very smart from Blippo.
Well, Labrov is here now, so now if he goes in now, it's a problem. Plays the wave.
Out. Fine. Solid trade. That's the whole wave gone. Nice.
Excuse me, that's 1 minion taken. Excuse me.
With a 10% margin of error.
But now he doesn't have Dominus. Is there anything to fight? Well, I mean, maybe GT makes something to fight over with that down.
Against Broken Blade, you just really see the power of this Renekton. He spikes so hard in that 1 to 2 item range where it feels like very few champions can really contest against him. And now Broken Blade is kind of forced to go up against the Azir once again.
Marsu might need to make a bit of a break for
Tansammer, I think, was maybe thinking about trading ult for cleanse there.
Yeah.
If you land the E slow, a lot of the time you feel very incentivized to just throw ult because they're slowed and it's easier to hit. Okay, well you do have Shockwave. Whippo doesn't have flash. He does have ult again now. It's back up.
Inspired didn't get the Heartsteel proc, whereas Mundo did.
Oh wow,
that's a massive difference. That's 55 to 17, Alex.
BB actually,
and he's forced the ult already. This guy, I don't think Quad wins this anymore. He's lost his shuffle. He's dead.
His ult's fallen off, so he doesn't have the extra ult damage.
Does it matter if you get the flash at least?
It's not bad actually. Yeah.
He makes it to the safety of his turret.
Not bad from BB. It's pretty good.
Force on Jax is kind of the point at which Jax really starts to feel confident on a
yeah, Jax is actually a champion at Trinity Force, really. I say that his level 1's kind of insane too. Okay, so another thing is, and now BB has teleport. If they can hold the fight until BB is back, he's not going to have ult or flash.
Watch Whipper. Okay, they take the Herald.
Okay, there's only damage onto the realm.
Shockwave.
A lot of damage onto hands. Hands is getting 2. Awesome. Good fight, G2. Good fight. Come on, I'm feeling it now. That's big. That's really big. Because now you get Herald. Quad? You can teleport back towards... Quad isn't going to... He'll survive. He's got enough mana to get out. He'll be safe. He's safe. He's 100% safe. But you get Herald. You end up getting 1 toward... You stop the feats of strength because first turret didn't go down and the objective went down as well in your favor, which would have been big. 3 for FlyQuest with the objective or the turret. And Hands just gets to stand and fight. This is really big. I mean, too much engage goes on the realm. The Shockwave's great, you called that out well, it's a good point. I thought that initially, it's like, oh shit, that's a 4th shot onto Hands, surely they have extra damage, but they just didn't. And Caps is dead.
Oh dear. Caps might be in a little bit of trouble as the curtains have
beat up. Oh, good 4th shot. That probably means turret as well.
That is. I mean, Mundo's coming to clear up, so it's not. It's actually not turret. Oh, it is. I thought that Mundo would be down to save it, but no. Quad doesn't have flash. They trade first, so that's feats of strength.
Quad is dead.
He might be able to take 1 back. I mean, that's Mundo.
Yeah. And they're going to donate it to Hands.
Nice. Okay, that's good. Hands has a lot of gold now. That's nice for him.
Is that Dragon as well as a result of that?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. They're giving up top outer turret. They're basically saying, fuck it, that's just gone, which is
buff.
It's rough that they get Dragon. I mean...
Do they? They're not moving over, actually. I thought they're going to try and trade a turret bot side, I think. They can't afford.
Wait, Jax clears up 1 wave bot mid, goes top again.
Don't know about this lane assignment, actually, GT.
Yeah, and then hang on, wait, why are Jax and Orianna both heading top lane?
Are they trying to catch Whippo? Yeah, they're expecting to walk forward here. They are, okay. But this is... What?
This is weird from GT.
Why are you both here?
That is strange. I guess it's because they don't track where Sejuani is, trading the map, but now both your solo lane is a top lane. Don't quite get it. No, Grubs and minions get it just about. Hands good damage.
Skewmon with Solo and Dragon, yeah. Played the Ring King diff.
Yeah, I mean, Hans just did some mega damage there, by the way. Like, you can see how threatening it is to Sejuani.
Also, like, yes, you've got Leandro, he's on quad, but I don't think that's going to be enough to do. Ooh, Shockwave on point.
He has Flash and all, he's not dead.
Yeah. You might need to burn one or the other, though.
He's used all, yeah.
Yeah, but that means he can't fight Dragon either. Inspired's at half.
Yeah, but there's no Shockwave here either. I think FlyQuest feel this. I think FlyQuest yeah, they do. They feel it. They feel it. Yeah, this is good for them. What they're doing is they're trading Dragon for top gold.
And mid-tier 1.
I don't think it's mid-tier 1. I don't think it's mid-tier 1.
They got Herald.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, with Herald, you're absolutely sorry. With Herald, you're absolutely right.
Whippo! Oh, he just about gets out.
So we get. I think trading Flash on Renekton. Hang on, Lava, please don't take the extra turret. It's fine.
It's spell immune. They're gonna get the stun on.
Okay here. This is totally fine.
Oh, Skewmon gets a slow. Oh no, Skewmon!
If he gets in, oh shit, he gets anyway. It's 1 for 1. Jax is pushing top. Jax. Not bad actually. Quad, does he have ult?
No, he doesn't.
It's not bad actually from Caps to trade back.
They're gonna lose mid-tier 1. Oh, Deadly Flourish!
Fuck.
Oh
shit.
Oh, I saw what Skewmon was thinking, but he doesn't have his pass
Dragon
anymore.
of FlyQuest. However, BB got a lot of gold there.
Yeah,
he got.
Did
he get 2 tier top tier
He got 2, yeah.
So he's actually only a little bit behind now, and he has 2 ice.
He picked up about 600 gold.
Yeah. That's okay. In fairness, this is still, and they also got bot lane turret. Hans also
got mid-tier 1.
Got mid-tier 1.
So it's 2 for 1 in kills.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually think G2 get away with this better. They hold on to their mid turret. They break the whole ring of turrets. Jax is in the game.
At least Masu gets 2 kills for Fly.
Also,
that's a big one.
I mean, Cloudsoul is kind of big in this kind of game because a lot of people are opening fights with their ults. Like Mundo with Cloudsoul is disgustingly strong.
Does allow him to do that.
Honestly, not bad for an on-hit Varus either. Just allows you to glide around fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, couldn't quite. If Skewmon had like 1 extra bit of damage. Oh, so close.
What I thought wasn't an ideal angle. I thought he'd overcommitted.
I mean, he was. Oh man.
I mean, he flashes over the Sejuani ult. It's so close. A single auto there gets the kill, and then you can get like 3 heart steal procs.
Lucio actually cleanses the blown saw slow as well.
Cleaver, they call it.
Infected cleavers, yes.
Oh my god, Cap's dying here is.
Before he dies over and gets Busio.
Infected bone saw, yeah, you're right. This is, yeah.
And in fairness, like, because he cleanses the slow, which was a massive deal, because actually I think that would have been a much easier auto otherwise.
Way too close. And we're seeing there is not even 1,000 gold in it.
I still think this Mundo's going to be such
He has
a problem.
Deadmans and Swifties. He is very
like,
happy.
I know it's only 100 goals difference, but I just think this Mundo...
I think Skewmon is so happy here now.
Yeah.
Starting Athkan on spawn pretty much. They have an on-hit Varus who's very good at killing these. You do not have... you don't have Flash on Whippo.
I think it's gone.
I think it is, yeah. I mean, unless...
Inspire's not here.
Okay, they get it.
Skewmon's so damn tanky, he doesn't give a damn.
BB's trading well against Whippo.
Yeah. He might die for this. He's kind of... Oh, what's all about shuffle?
Redemption's not bad. The
Redemption. Dead. And Broken Blade won!
You got the Redemption. You got the Redemption. You got the Redemption. The Redemption saved him. Redemption saved him.
Let's go, G2!
Where's your fucking god now, NA? Where is your fucking god?
Breathe in with me. Feel the rage. Breathe out with a roar. G2!
Where is your god now, NA? Where is your god? Holy shit.
We meditate on rage and victory, chat.
In domestic for throwing games, G2 play flawlessly. Broken Blade finally gets revenge on the side lane.
Oh my god. I'm actually, that's sigh of relief. That fight, that secures the game, really.
It does.
You're getting inner turrets.
Now
also,
well.
like, Skewmon, I'm not gonna lie, folks, I think Skewmon, on the average in this game, is out jungled as well.
Yeah.
Game 1 was pretty shit, but game 2 and 3 out jungled. So we out jungled him 2 out of 3.
Also noting, look at the petal difference now. That's 35 to 1.
Shit, that's a wow.
That is. Look at the XP now. Yeah, that's gonna start shifting. That's gonna start shifting.
Can't handle this level of caster. Look, Attacan is dead. We've got a 3k lead.
There's no
possible way G2 can lose from this spot. No possible way.
I suddenly see Dark Spirits.
There is no way. There is no way that G2 can lose from this.
They're going to cancel our watch party, Alex.
Oh god. Oh god. Hang on. Oh god.
BB.
So BB's dead. BB's dead. Okay, it's fine.
Redemption.
He didn't get the clearance. Sorry, I guess it's one. It's fine. It's fine. It's one kill.
And they've still killed Quad, and they've still got Quad.
It's one kill.
Oh no, there's level up. Let's go Busio.
Like Busio, not Quad.
Comfort on the champion. Definitely a little too comfortable as he dived into many members.
This is G2. They can throw anything, but not this. They can't throw it. Surely they can't throw this.
Debatable if that was really worth it.
Skemon's getting towards... Wait, what's he even going towards? You get it towards
it'll
Spirit
be
Visage?
Force of Nature.
Spirit Visage for the extra healing from ult as well, no?
Yeah, Spirit Visage is really, really good on Mundo, to be fair.
That always
Do you
used to
remember
be the
what it used to be? You used to Spirit Visage first if you get away with it into AP.
Please, Alex, I can't. Well, luckily G2 can't throw either.
Again, props to G2.
I really harsh for it now.
Of the objective fights.
Hands completely deathless, by the way, doing very well in this game.
That's another curse, Alex.
He's
not got flash.
He's doing wonderful. Dragon's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, good stun there.
Lucio? Okay, buddy? Yeah, he's fine.
I don't know, I actually feel a little nervous now.
I do too. That was a very hefty curse we laid down.
They can't possibly lose this.
Oh, that's not
and the
bad,
shockwave,
yes.
and the shockwave.
And quad as well.
No possible way they can lose this.
Exactly. That's the damage gone.
Okay.
Really nice, Labrov. Really nice,
Breathe
Labrov.
in. Breathe out.
This dragon has just cropped up to even able to deny the combo is clean and G2 up
We're safe.
It feels like this game is slipping so far away from FlyQuest.
Hans has had a good fucking
He's had
series.
a really good series.
I don't want to hear people talking about talking shit about Hans. The Caitlyn was actually he lost.
Caitlyn
a lot
was
of
half a great game.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was really that. Mundo with Cloud seems crazy and scary. It is very. Honestly, even just individual Cloud Dragon's a massive deal. With Deadmans as well and Swifties, like, he is so problematic. Because actually your first bit of CC means nothing to him as well. And he wins the 1v1 versus the Sejuani really hard. In fact,
Honestly,
look at the
I think
the
BB should be safe here.
Yeah, he's fine. He can hop over.
Yeah. But I think the sequence of play where FlyQuest took Dragon, but G2 gave 2 turrets to Mundo has ult still. He's
flashes. Busio's dead.
Busio's been fucking nailed.
Ooh,
Labro's dead. I mean, whatever. It's support for support.
Inspired?
Hans has cleanse. Hans has cleanse.
Puepo's gonna go CC. That's good.
They can't possibly throw this. They can't possibly lose this. They
can.
can't possibly
There's
lose
Baron
this.
coming,
They
Alex.
can't possibly
There's
lose
Baron
this. They
coming.
can't possibly lose this.
There's
Surely
Baron
not.
coming.
They can't possibly lose this. Don't say such heresy. Oh fucking hell.
Are fighting back. They flash. They get the kills onto Hansama. 2 down though is not
Okay.
enough.
I don't think they can take Baron. They can't take Baron as well. They can't do
I
it.
don't know. I think they're going to try.
Caps has Shockwave and they can teleport in.
This is
Oh,
it.
they have an Azir.
They got Azir with Leandro and Nash's. They can do this. I mean, Scumon's a nightmare here.
Yeah, Caps is going to teleport back in. He cancelled his recall, by the way.
Redemption.
I don't think Scumon should be sat there tanking his ear soldiers. Scumon
doesn't
doesn't
have
have
flash,
flash.
he can't
Bruce's
walk
back.
over.
Oh fucking
This
hell.
is it. It's done. They've got
It's
it.
actually Baron. Oh Jesus Christ.
It's a 5v3. They've got this.
Oh god.
That's half the gold he's got.
Yeah, it is. Oh shit.
This game is gonna be a banger.
Okay. Oh god.
Find a way to fight back. They find an important pick.
So what happened here? So Orianna was coming out of base. They fought with Ori coming out of base.
Well,
What the fuck are you
Renekton's
doing?
not there either, so it's a 4v4.
I know, but like Ori is really important for the disengage. Yeah, so what happens after this? I mean, could they ever?
Quad
They
gets
should
massive into Labrov.
have. Yes, but then also I think that Hans should have. They should have retweeted out topside. I think there was a big mistake to go towards the Renekton coming up.
Great target focus on
Oh fuck.
I mean, really good from Inspired, to be fair. Really good from Inspired.
Yeah.
And the fact that G2 didn't manage to trade back onto anyone was massive.
Still think G2 are in Roko spot.
They're in Roko. They are. They
I
are.
don't think it's unthrowable.
But that is the win percentage gone down from nearly 100% to back to near even, actually. That's crazy, actually, to throw that away.
As you said, Kobe, we might be in for a bit of a banger here.
We lose, I'm not resubbing.
Shut up.
Even though the gold is much closer now, G2 had the Otacon, and so with all of the kills that have gone on this game,
Yeah, they've got. I mean, the Atacon value is pretty huge, to be fair, still this game. Jax has got Arm Guard. You're nearly at death cap on Ori.
That is a massive gold difference.
Hands first death, that's an unfortunate one.
As well as experience.
Ultimately, though, Quad has put himself
Okay,
in such
well,
a
Quad
Hans,
is really
and also
scary.
Hans has flash, which is actually kind of big for him too.
Spiders in the area to cover.
Quad is scary though.
But yeah, I think if Quad is forced out of a fight, things get much trickier.
Yeah, Quad
I
is
think
terrifying.
Skewmond is starting to not tank.
Worked on for Caps is still a ways away. I can actually have a quick look.
CFO deserves quarters over these two. I mean, I think they do too, actually, personally.
Like,
But
do you see that damage just from one soldier auto attack onto Skewmon?
Oh yeah.
He's built, 3 items already. But still, this Azir is doing so much.
I don't know. I think, oh god, Quad's actually in a really good spot now.
Yeah, I think Quad could carry this, yeah. Onto Labrov. Oh,
Quad gets the
Labrov.
DPS.
Oh, Labrov.
He's okay for now. He's okay for now. Redemption's a little late.
They turn around. Change corruption. Change corruption.
Oh, what's Quad? It's unlosable. It's unlosable. It's unlosable. It's unlosable. It's so unlosable. It's so unlosable. It's so unlosable. We've never had more of an unlosable game.
Literally, BB cancelled the Renekton TP.
Holy shit, it's so unlosable. What did I say, folks? What did I say? Breathe in. It's unlosable, breathe out. Breathe in. It's so unlosable, breathe out. Breathe in with it. Unlosable. And you can do whatever you want.
Yeah,
I'm not going to control your breathing. You're manual breathing now, by the way.
That was very big on the Quad.
There's no objective for them to really convert it into a
They don't
stop talking. No. You don't realize if they win with this, we'll have gotten all the curse out for the.
Yeah, it does stop Baron being a great shove. I'll say that.
Ahead of the Cloud Dragon
And it does. What do you burn there? Like they've all got all summoners, but there's no TP from Whippo. Quad isn't going to be on the Rift particularly early. He does have TP though, so he can get out onto the Rift.
I don't know. The problem, so actually, like back to like away from memes. Because FlightQuest took Baron, G2 can't accelerate with it and can't close the game with it, which is actually a problem.
They can start Dragon and get soul points.
They can, but it's not soul itself. So this is not game ending. So FlightQuest will have one big fight with Quad in it again, and he will probably have Seekers for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean that's a full Zhonya's for the Jax. Is now getting problematic as well as an additional carry.
That's true.
Like actually, that's a big break.
Also,
for Jax.
Whippo is just not very useful.
No, he's not anymore. And that is a big deal. And also, Mass is a long way off being really good here.
3-item Varus with both summoners is pretty key.
You've got Death Cap on Ori. She needs a Blighting Jewel probably.
Someone needs to be in front of Quad there. Absolutely, it needs to be. But it's unlosable. What can I say?
Quad still has flash.
Because the thing is, you've effectively got 4 carries now for GT, whereas you've got Azir and kind of Masu on the other side. If Quad isn't doing DPS,
by the way,
you don't win that.
Look at the Heartsteel stacks, double on
Yeah, I'm going to say
Skew
that's
Monster
massive.
He's actually doing a lot.
Like, Stew Monster's got nearly 6,000 HP.
Whippo wasn't used to the whole. No, look, actually, his early game was insane.
Really good.
And then also his
like, I think Whippo held his end of the bargain up. I don't think this is on Whippo at this point. From the champion you've got, from where things went in game, I don't think that's on Whippo at this point.
But North America wanting to shut that down. FlyQuest have fought
do not the series. I am trying not to do not the series.
40 petals for G2, by the way. And there's the Blighting Jewel.
For who?
Sorry, not for Masu, for
Caps. Caps, yeah.
I say Masu. I think I saw Mercury.
I mean, Masu's getting to the point where he's doing shit tons of damage now, actually. Masu is actually getting to the point where he's doing scary amounts of damage. And also Swift Marches convert move speed into adaptive force.
Here we go.
Okay, well Baron's not up for a minute.
We're going to start controlling the vision though, and again, I think we are seeing that FlyQuest are not liking having their first member walk in and get blasted immediately. Because their initial pick targets aren't great at this point. Like, who do you pick initially here, realistically, as FlyQuest? You have to pull some really bizarre... Like Labrov, maybe.
Honestly, Labrov is a valuable pick as well, because I guess really engaged support.
But he's got
basically
it's not easy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the paddles are kind of huge. It gives you a ton of extra XP and stuff. That being said, it hasn't actually materialized into that much cross. It does give you adaptive force, which is a big thing. Yeah. But actually, the XP is not crazy.
You are nearly 2 levels ahead in support. You're not in bot lane, which is kind of crazy. But I guess their hands have been more grouped with the team.
Yeah, I'm surprised that... Hang on a second. Caps doesn't do that much to Inspired. You really need Hands or Schemon to kill him. Or BB can as well, actually.
Yeah, again, there's no Leandries or anything.
We are getting to the point where maybe BB can just straight up carry a fight too, though, actually.
Well, him and Schemon just hurt.
Basically, if you get like a flash counter-strike onto Quad, or Schemon gets... Well, Schemon and
I mean, like, you can see Quad's done an insane amount of damage. Basically, he's hit the Mundo a lot.
Well, isn't that a huge mistake of Quad to go Nearly Large Rod over Seekers? Surely he needs Seekers, no?
I mean, he's got damage. That's not the issue. I agree.
Well, this is the thing. I think he needs a Seekers. No, he's got the damage is insane from him, but like he needs safety.
I don't know about that one, Quad. Also, this is not very fun getting over to the Baron.
Now, it is worth noting that at this kind of HP and this kind of...
oh my god, that bone saw.
Yeah, it does. It's a lot of base damage, basically.
Inspired. Look at the side angle. Broken Blade is there. They know he's there.
There is a flash.
Bone saw poke.
Yeah, but this is getting a bit spooky, actually. Where's BB going? Because they have Jin traps to like scout out the common avenues. He has flash. See, Inspired is hanging on that side.
Whip on the flank as well. They don't know he's there.
Yeah, and actually, if BB walks over a trap, that could be a problem. His turret's pretty good. They're using Varus poke as well, where they can.
Found it.
No, he doesn't have any rage. He needs rage for the empowered W to side. If you don't open with an empowered W, it's not. It's a bit
on the line bush. Oh, Vision can jump on someone. If he gets on the quad, it's good. Forces the slide away from Quad. Possible goes to Soldier.
Not bad the Nautilus Assault, actually.
Oh, Skemon's gone!
Okay, the Varus Assault's onto his ear. Doesn't do that much.
Doesn't matter.
Fucking
They
hell.
lost Skemon. He got one shot.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Whippo's dead, I think. Oh! No, but Quad gets out.
Does it matter? Faris.
Where's the resets from Faris?
Oh, the fourth shot!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Broken Blade,
no. It's so unlosable.
G2.
I mean, oh fucking hell. Surely it's not losable. Surely it's not losable.
Broken Blade had zombies that entire time, by the way.
Surely it's not losable.
How did Jumon die there? I think it was a fourth shot.
No, well, so he died because he was hanging onto his W. He was CC'd and you couldn't regain the HP from it. Fuck me, man. Oh, fuck me, man. Dragon's up in a minute.
Jesus, we just play for Soul instead.
And Hans couldn't get the damage on. I think maybe there was maybe an option for Hans to flash forward and get some damage.
Okay, they're gonna have to do Soul though without flash on quad. No flash on quad coming into Soul fight.
It looked like that he was going to commit onto Marzu.
Definitely not losable. Definitely not losable. Okay, so this is okay. This starts fine. And then the Nautilus ult just... I mean, I think BB's angle is not good. BB wastes his counter-strike, and then basically he's just full CC.
Yeah.
Just perma-CC.
Yeah.
If he gets Starix, he'll get some extra tenacity.
Does Lavrov need the Chaos?
And then, I don't know, everyone's just running from his ear, so I actually wonder whether Hans could have flashed onto Quad, but I guess he was afraid of just one-shotting him. Okay, we're going back into life. This is huge, because this is now the fight for Soul.
Okay, no flash on Quad. That's good. The backside Quad! Quad's in danger of the Broken Blade.
Okay, Whipper's dead. How much extra follow-up have they got?
Jellyfish on the board.
Redemption's a little late.
Oh, that's not It's unlosable! It's so unlosable! Let's go! Quad didn't have flash. Hold me, baby.
I think this is it. This is gonna be
surely. Come on, baby. Come on, please. Not like this. It's unlosable.
Spy wants to clear the way.
Keep him off.
Surely it's unlosable. Hold your little Sammy Samurais close. Oh my god, it's the first time we've been in quarterfinals. Skewmon is just holding the wave, so he's holding the turret aggro.
That's fine.
You can't do it.
There's still 20 seconds, they've done it! Yes! Not even close, baby!
Even with all the curses under the sun.
Not even close, baby!
Fucking hell, man. Oh, that was an emotional workout.
The Western Goat finds the shockwave to take
Holy shit, man, that was... honestly, huge credit to Quad. Quad made me fucking shit myself multiple times.
Quad was trying real hard there.
Oh my god.
How did we get to that position? Because it felt like FlyQuest,
Fuck me, Azir is a champion of all time.
But maybe the analyst test will have more answers than us, because that
was an experience of all time.
They made it. It's been so many years, and G2 is finally.
I probably need to do a supercut of all of the curses I put on them. Does anyone have any clips?
At the start of the Swiss stage, into not being able to make it after losing the FlyQuest this year, also already at MSI. The fact that they needed to put it all on the line, the fact that they lost 2 Barons, the fact that they stared death in the eye, and Cap said, not today.
I am shaking. The fact that that game was so incredibly close. We come back after one huge team fight win for FlyQuest, and I'm looking at the player cam and going, oh my god, is this the moment? But we immediately snap back to G2 finding the fight that they needed to carry us across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that previous fight where Skewmon died without ulting, I thought that might have been, the throw that actually cost them the game, but...
Holy fuck.
Quad not having flash and not having arm guard.
Yeah.
Look at Roman, the man's crying. Don't blame him, they made it!
They completely wiped FlyQuest.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie, folks, if there's anyone on G2 who actually deserves it, legitimately it's Roman. This guy is a fucking soldier. That guy is ridiculous.
If I can offer a little bit from behind the scenes here as well. Roman remembers everyone. He comes up and shakes my hand at Worlds and remembers my name and says, how you doing, and knows all the things.
He always comes over to me at the after parties and chats.
He knows everyone. He makes it out of his way to know and be just such a generous, lovely person to everyone. There are few people in esports who care as much and are just as gentle, maybe is a word I want to use. Like, the guy is such a sweetheart and is a real champion for G2. They could not have asked for a better member of staff. He is so cool. With everyone, right? Like whether you're a minor part of like LEC, backroom staff, other teams, he knows everyone. Has a kind word to say about everyone. It's pretty special. I have nothing but respect for Roman.
Yeah,
G2
that guy's
really had a
fantastic.
strong draft here. It's so hard to actually get through the front line. Once they hit the later stages of the game, FlyQuest should just never be winning these 5v5s.
Oh my god, he deserves it so
G2
much.
just played it out better, played towards their comp strengths in the late game.
And I think there were two members that stood out to me individually. I think there was Caps, who didn't have the best of series overall, but was so clutch when it came to those sniping quad in those fights.
First Dr. Mundo jungle in 13 years at Worlds. The last time it was played is Season 2. You fucking kidding me? That's insane.
God.
Even when the team got caught, the flash in, finding multiple people, it set up G2 for so many of these fights.
And this is what I like to see in the way that
To be fair, Eldscore, I also have my doubts about Broken Blade because I don't think he's had the best year on the whole. Like, he's been quite up and down. And I actually think his laning phases in particular have been a bit suspect. And actually, he was down on the Rex side, he was down on the Jax. Like, yes, he team fought well, yes, he came back in, and credit to Broken Blade for finding his angles back in. But there were these issues even back when he was on TSM, right, where actually his early games, you'd see him bleed advantages when he doesn't have a lot of jungle support. And that was one of the problems for Skewmond earlier in the year, is that Skewmond was always a known quantity, because he had to be around Broken Blade. So you just knew you could fight him at Krugs without fail. And it became very problematic. And when the team actually gave Skewmond a bit more license, saying, look, you don't have to do that, it left Broken Blade in a really tricky position in spring. And it's still something of an issue. He did end up having a very good Jax game throughout the mid stages, too. Credit to him. But I think Skewmond, with a very, very good Trundle and a terrifying Mundo, with the one exception, of course, that really unfortunate death we got CC'd down.
Could have gone top. It's a great matchup into the Renekton
That's
as well.
a good
You can
one.
kind of scale into that. But putting in jungle, you can kind of free farm it as long as FlyQuest wasn't...
Anyway, folks, if you have not already done so, consider subscribing on Twitch. It makes a massive difference to all of us. Myself and Alex, specifically. There's a Ko-fi link. There is a League Mastery link. There's loads of ways to come and get involved, get some value, and help support us while you're at it. Always appreciated. Thank you to those who do. And again, to Grumpy, to Sagafax, and all the rest who have thrown some subs in today, means a massive difference. But with G2 winning, if you want to celebrate, by throwing some money around, this is a great channel to do that in.
Hey, I'm going to farm up a little bit in the early game, but how can we enable him when it gets to these mid-game points? And you get to see picks like this Mundo, where he's able to pop off when given those resources, and same with that Trundle.
We'll have to ask them, of course. I think Broken Blade is coming up as well, because for me, it was always, you know, the management makes decisions because they stand behind them and they believe in the players that they field. And those players for Skewmond and Lebrov hadn't really lived up to that expectation, right? But I feel like that finals in Madrid possibly did unlock a little something in them where they could turn that switch. And as we all know, Azael, momentum is very important. You know, trust is very important. And once it starts working, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the reality is, people's years are just still down to like
Really good flash from Skewmond as well. I think he flashed in the dragon fight to, or like the fight afterwards, to absolutely annihilate quads down like health bar. So yeah, that late on,
it's really about having that
your blunt force trauma does unreal damage with a Heartsteel approach. Like a single auto was like the majority of quad's HP, but I think if we see the replay, it's pretty nuts.
On an international stage, and it's no longer about the jitters. It's no longer about trying to find your home and find that focus. Instead, it's being able to show up and show your best on that international stage. And finally, after so long,
I'm so glad G2 made it, folks.
Broken Blade, welcome to the desk. Congratulations.
It is such... I don't know, folks. It's actually quite emotional. Like, because EU has eaten shit into... Sam, do you want to move the camera just because it's covering BB's face right now? I'm actually so happy, folks.
It's a well-deserved win. And I tried to bribe him earlier with a word skin, but he turned me down. Yeah. I thought I convinced him for sure.
Hey, Broken Blade, tell us the story. Tell us the story of these games, and specifically Game 3, where you go for the comfort pick, then you get solo killed early. Well, you didn't get solo killed. No, they ganked. They ganked you.
It's jungle diff. What are you talking about?
I mean, the Game 3 was definitely the most intense, probably also the most fun to watch.
Yeah.
A lot of back and forth. When Mundo got one shot on the mid-wave, I was like, oh shit, you know, it's like, what's going on? Are we going to win? But we found a very nice combo in the end. It was beautiful to
It was a really good combo at the end. It was.
Flag was actually a team that they will just spit on you if you let them.
Yeah.
Like, they play very fearless, very aggressive, and I think that's...
I mean, yeah, credit to Flag. I think that's the right call, right? It was a very fearless attempt to come back from them. There's a lot of other teams who would have played a lot more reserved and inspired, looking for the plays he did there was really, really huge.
What do you think that difference was between MSI and now, that you could actually find that break point to actually take down FlyQuest here?
I mean, I think we just worked on each other, you know? Like, I think many teams fail when things go south. and I think we use that very well. Very, very happy. It's my first time making it out.
Congratulations.
Is it his first time making it out? Congratulations, Broken Blades.
Jesus, wow.
5 times the charm, they say, right?
And EU's first time making it out of Swiss?
Yeah, ever.
That's a big dub.
That's crazy.
Yeah, actually. Oh my god.
Man, folks, this is really emotional because actually, like, folks, I have a soft spot for Skewman. We both do because Sam and I, our first big break in casting was UKLC, which is like tier 3 League of Legends. You have LEC, NLC, well, technically EMEA Masters, and then UKLC. This is like tier 3 League of Legends. We cast Skewmond on Enclave as he was like a fucking Nunu main.
Yeah, he was a Nunu main playing on
like
Enclave.
permanently getting a banned against him in 2021. That was Skewmond's first ever cast games. So, he knew who we were because we were like the first people to ever cast his games really, alongside Hiprain and
Troublink, and he was doing Scoundrel.
Was in there as well, like Scoundrel.
Yeah,
but like we were guesting up there for the time because they were guesting up to LEC, those casters. And then to see him make LEC, I was like, I really hope he does well. And look, he ate a lot of criticism.
And
some of it was deserved. Some of it was deserved. But to see him shake off the criticism, shake off the, oh, will he make it on the big stages? Will he make it in the big games? He's just made it the world's fucking quarterfinals in his debut year as pro. He's just made quarterfinals in his debut year as pro. Fucking hell, man. I'm so proud of you. Like, Skewmon, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud. And of course, look, this applies to everyone. I'm so happy for Broken Blade, who, let's be honest, is a guy that's eaten a lot of crap for poor international points in the past. This guy has been such a stalwart. He's clearly been the best top laner of the modern EU era. Caps the GOAT. It feels right to have him back. Labrov is a player who I really thought was great on BDS. For him to actually step up and say, actually, no, I can belong at the top levels of play after all the crap that he was given, because he was always, oh, jungle support's the problem. Hans Sama, I think, has been the most consistent player in Europe for 3 years, folks. Ever since he's come to G2 in 2022, Hans Sama has been the most consistent player in Europe. I think this is probably the most consistent period of time I've seen from anyone outside of mid, like some of the peak years of Reckless. I'm so happy about this team, folks. I'm so happy. And by the way, folks,
after the game 1 loss, well, they had to come back.
Yeah, and if, by the way, if you're around Germany or in Berlin and you want to come watch the game, Sam and I will be hosting some G2 watch parties. So we'll be co-streaming from the G2 office for the quarterfinals and the semis, I believe.
We will.
And you can come say hi to us.
We'll be bringing our friend in the green costume
We will
along.
be bringing our friend in the green costume along. We'll be doing some stuff in the breaks. We'll be co-streaming, but you can say hi to us as well. But honestly, I'm just so happy to, like, I'm now glad it will be a case where we actually get to see G2 play as well. Because it would have been a little bit bittersweet again to see them miss it again, you know?
Pressure. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Because it's kind of like, I feel like the public expectation is it's G2 or bust. So you got a good draw, you got a Western team to get out, you have to win.
I mean, for us, it was every year. I was in G2. It was always
holy shit! And now, guys, if we imagine we get CFO FlyQuest for the last spot.
Oh my god, I think FlyQuest could have some trouble there. Though I think Junja versus Inspired could be
I think that FlyQuest objective control could give CFO issues.
I agree. So I actually think even this series, right, like actually G2 got like done in by Inspired, and
it's very high right now. I'm sure for a lot of people. So a lot of
the players that have made it out of NLC are crazy. Carlson, Skewmond, both of them did as well. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think who else made it out of NLC at that point. Well, we had no, Yike wasn't there. We had Linsus. Linsus was there.
Yeah.
Linsus and Stend.
I've got so much respect.
Anyone else make it out of there?
Linsus went to C9.
True, yeah, he did.
So many pros don't even have a career where they get multiple opportunities. So
Dan briefly.
Yeah, Dan as well, a little bit as well.
So gratifying.
I feel like I'm missing someone here.
Time I came in with TSM, I was playing for the NA region.
Back when you were playing for the good guys.
also busted.
Yeah, but folks, I really wanted to stress again. It's
like rosters don't count.
Look, I have so much love for Roman because Roman is a guy that
I learned a lot.
Realistically, we're small fry. Realistically, we were small fry when we came to studio. First time casters. We don't know the players well. We're not ex-pro players or something like that. He still comes up and says hi and has a chat, waves hello, and asks how you doing, and remembers your name, even for just us. And like, I'm not going to say, look, that isn't always the case with new sports. I think a lot of players like to talk to other players, and that's completely fine too. And I understand that, sometimes treat work as work. Roman really takes the love, care, and appreciation to, I think they really have the love, care, and appreciation to remember those people. And I mean, it makes a difference. It makes a real difference. I love this guy. It's fantastic.
Nice work from BB. The Galio game was really good. The Jax game was a really good recovery. The Rek'Sai had a bit of a struggle early on, but came back to doing some better value.
But where there are victors, there are also people who...
I think 3-2 teams have a better chance for a favourable draw in quarters because 2 of them will get AL and KT, whereas the 3-1 teams will play against T1, Top Esports, Genji or HLE. There's possibly some truth there, actually.
Oh boy, that was a stressful fucking game.
Yeah, I'm very pissed off. because it was 3-0 in my book. I feel like I don't understand how we could be losing games like
Yeah,
that.
Europe earns its bragging rights over North America heading into 2026. LEC is now officially the far better region following G2 victory over Fly, of course.
That's the one.
Now you're probably just angry. But what's the process for learning from this, for moving on? Because you're not out, right? It's not an elimination match.
Yeah. I mean, process, I don't know, like...
Do you mind just turning this up? Because I want to... You turn up on both, actually, if that's
At
right.
the end of the day, I knew that laning phase doesn't matter as much on stage as it does in scrims, because in scrims we are usually falling behind very hard before 15 minutes, and the game is kind of hard to play. I think today it was really fine. I think even though we made some errors in lanes, I think it was not really that
how many
big of a
memes can we
difference,
cook up in
that
the
big
next
of a
few
lead for
minutes?
enemy team, and I felt like our drafts actually made some sense, and I think we had a way better approach to what we wanted to do. And it seemed pretty free to play, honestly. I felt like whenever we're stepping somewhere, it felt easy. I'm not sure how is it possible that we lost. I guess it's during the game it just felt like we were driving the game and it felt fine, and then something random happens and the game becomes lost. Yeah, it feels very weird because yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel like we were meant to lose.
Do you have an idea of like what the focal point is then for that improvement? You're saying right now I don't know, but I can't tell if you mean I don't know, or I don't know, like I'm not trying to flame anybody, I'm not trying to get into it here.
I don't know. I think we are really impatient as a team. I think we were in a really good spot to play both games that we lost, and yeah, we just make mistakes out of nowhere because we are impatient when not much is happening. And I don't know if it comes from the fact that practice is going bad, and obviously if practice is going bad, you kind of feel like you need to do unnecessary stuff in order to win. But I think if you have that mentality, you are already a loser. Like, you shouldn't think that you have to do unnecessary stuff in order to win. I think you should keep calm in the game and just try to stick to the plan as you have as your team. To me, it seems like we have different plans, and we are trying to do different things, and that's why we are not connected well together, I guess.
Last question about the series before we look forward a little bit. Game 3 especially. Felt like you guys were on the ropes. You mounted a huge comeback. You found a couple angles for good fights. And then kind of all came crashing down once again. How do you reflect on that Game 3? What led to the initial comeback? You found that creative angle with Bwipo. You found this dive onto Hansama. Felt like you rested it back in your hands. What went wrong in those kind of final moments to lead to some of the catches, some of those team fights that turned back against you?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't remember that well right now. I felt like our champs were spiking really hard. That in mid-game, I felt like we were in a really good position because I don't really think Mundo is a good champ in the jungle, especially if we are playing Azir mid. It felt like Quad did a really good job of not falling behind to caps. I think Alan did, Busio did so many good plays in order to put Azir in a good spot, and all we had to do was just group and play the team fights well, but we just couldn't do it, I guess. I'm not sure, yeah.
What's the outlook coming in? You have a 2-2 matchup. There's a lot of potential opponents you could draw from. Is there anyone particularly you want to face?
I need to find. Can someone get a pet the G2 plush for me? Yes. You did good,
honestly,
Sam.
I didn't really think about it yet.
Sammy the Samurai.
I wasn't expecting us to lose because I think G2 is probably the weakest team that we could have faced. I think right now all the teams are going to be stronger. So yeah, I don't really mind who we're going to face. I think as long as we play better than we did now, we can win. But if we play
he looks so
level, I
deflated,
think it doesn't matter who we draw, we are going to lose.
He's always been very blunt.
Well, hoping that
no,
that
but like
steps
he's
up.
much less energetic. I mean, like doing a loser's interview sucks. Folks. Like honestly, real credit to Inspired for doing this. It is rough to do that. Honestly, big respect.
Thank you very much,
good interview,
Dracos
as well.
Thank you very much, Dracos, in the Verizon post-game interview. Very honest.
Yeah, I actually think Dracos is a very good interview.
Inspired there, and obviously,
I think I'm a pretty good interview. Yeah, basically,
it is hard to come away.
You need to know what players respond to. So, for instance, I actually really like interviewing Caps because Caps is quite hard to interview sometimes because he's like just so gameplay focused, and it's quite hard to get a lot out of him sometimes. But like if I talk about specific moments in the game, sometimes you can drag into conversations like, oh yeah, we all remember the Gragas mid at Madrid, and I get him talking about that or whatever. He's very good at talking about specifics in those games.
Felt that they had a good draw.
Holy fuck.
They have lost that opportunity, and that's really gonna hurt.
Always appreciate losing this. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
And what you said before about these regional matchups and a lot of pressure on your shoulders, I'm sure you feel that when you're in FlyQuest because you're supposed to be, the beacon carrier, the best in the West. And I also think he did give give us a lot of information, right? Because he's basically saying, yeah, our scrims are not working, so we weren't as confident. And then he also said we constantly feel like we were in a great position in the game, which watching the last 2 games was definitely not the case.
Imagine
right?
FlyQuest
so
lose,
MKOI
win, and we get FlyQuest MKOI.
Oof,
yeah.
And FlyQuest lose.
Yeah, I think you can like be behind in a game, but still see angles to come back into,
Of
right? And I think
course.
that's like probably what he's referring to, where I feel like there is a game plan, something we can do to try and come back into it. But I think in those sorts of situations, it can be all the more devastating because you can see the silver lining or the hope and think maybe we can have this chance. And when that snap moment doesn't go your way, that can also be much more difficult or significantly harder on you. So I think for FlyQuest, I hope this doesn't knock them that much. Like there is still plenty of opponents that they could beat in that.
I know most players would say no. Yeah, most orgs turn down losers interviews. Most do, and that's understandable. Typically, coaches come on and do stuff like that.
That they could face.
Yeah, I mean they can't.
They get MKOI, Secret Wells, and Genji top esports tomorrow.
Does help you, obviously.
But
all of
and it
the
looks
teams
like the
remaining
MKOI match is
are really
first,
good, right? You know, all of the expected winners are going to be very good. You know, I think if you are
I don't agree with you.
You're hoping for the winner of MKOI TSW, right? Like as far as the easy one,
Could be 100 Thieves.
Could be 100 Thieves. You know, get them in there. But you know, the reality is, again, I feel like because they have made it to quarters.
I mean, you're likely seeing BLG T1 and then one of MKOI Team Secret Wells. So FlyQuest can wait. Who can FlyQuest? They can't draw T1, so you'd have to draw BLG or honestly. Hang on. Whoa. Isn't that super good for MKOI? If MKOI, hang on a second. Whoa. So you're gonna get CFO, who.
I don't think BLG have shown up at this tournament realistically, and if
No, BLG haven't, but I still think they'll smash VKS, honestly.
That they could take if BLG are to take VKS.
I keep having to do a double take because that's the 1-2 bracket that BLG and T1 are in, not the 2 and 1.
Exactly.
And yeah, those are formidable opponents, possibly, right? But I do believe, I don't know. I hope I'm not like getting fake data or whatever, but I've seen FlyQuest's ceiling be so much higher of what they even have shown today.
Absolutely. I mean,
I imagine the scenes if FlyQuest lose to 2 EU teams to go out. Imagine MKOI wins, they draw MKOI, and they just get
smashes. Yeah, because I think it's the other world. There's a real world where FlyQuest go from this, and the very vocal members end up just
showing some really impressive games because they're 2-2. But
there isn't a lot of turnaround time. If actually you don't have time to work through the frustrations and the issues, it sounds like practice not being fantastic in terms of the win rates and laning phase being really problematic in scrims. Like what happens there? And I just don't know.
Oh my god, that was an emotional walkout. I'm sorry, there was a posture check ages ago. I will sit up. Okay, so we get MKOI Secret Wells first, and then Genji top esports. I mean, I'm afraid for top esports. I think they might mental boom.
Really good.
And things like, I think even top esports at peak. I don't. I mean,
Kanavi could do it. That might be a way
No, I think
forwards.
top esports at peak actually do give a fight to Genji. They do actually, but I just don't think they're gonna be at peak, and I think Genji are gonna mental boom them. Sadly.
Really nice tomorrow. We'll see if
God, if they do it though.
once again or not. It's been a great day with all of you today, so thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow, of course. More Worlds 2025 with a split day and elimination match for the first one, and then it's a qualification match between Genji and Top Esports after that. So 10 a.m. CEST, 1 a.m. Pacific. See you tomorrow.
There is the solar flare towards that backline as Junja in a bit of trouble, but it's so much AoE with this Mega Inferno Bomb. Still, Rest is going to go down. The double knockup is fantastic, and it's 2 on the floor here for CFO. Zeus is down. The Dragon getting amongst it as well as the ulti from Viper.
Nice. Shall we think about ending the stream and sending it over to people?
Yes, we're probably going to end the stream there, folks. So join us tomorrow. We have, I guess we have another LCP team, so I guess we could get Vestian again, as long as Vesti's down for that. Always cool chatting with Vestian, actually. And then we'll shoot the shit for Genji top esports. Maybe we get one of the LPL links folks.
That'd be fun. See who's free.
Yeah. Maybe we get someone like Mazel or Cubby or Albattery and someone like that, or Rafa. We'll see who's around, folks. We'll see who's around. We can maybe get a funeral
additional member.
A funeral pyre for top esports. But hey, it'd be fun to chat with him.
So grab Raz, see what he's
True. Maybe. I mean, I get the LPL links because like they've it's nice to catch up with them. Okay, well folks, thanks for joining it. Do you want to end the stream, Sam?
I will do. Alrighty then, let me end the very stream. Yes, yeah. Thanks to the new Pokemon. Oh, right, cool.
The song's also very good too, by the way. I saved this to my playlist actually. It's very cool. There's a bit like in the second verse when it comes back in with a much more gritty guitar. Very cool.
Turning